Hey guys! This is part 10 of What If Naruto Was an Ōtsutsuki. Hit like and subscribe if you like this one, and also please check the author in the description. Let's start! Chapter 31. Again, Naruto Ōtsutsuki. The loud yet cheerful voice made a small smile come to Naruto's face as he acted. The water in front of Aisabu shot forward and splashed it in the face, causing the Three Tails to giggle loudly in amusement, but it didn't stop moving, despite the amount of water being enough to demolish a house with ease. It was with a lighter heart that Naruto led Aisabu through the oceans south of the Land of Fire, having managed to find the Biju slumbering deep beneath the sea near the coast of the Land of Lightning. Waiting for Mata-chan, it had said. Naruto's smile had strained slightly at that. Now though, Naruto felt better than he had in a long time, a lighter heart and mind accompanying him as he glided over the southern seas with Aisabu by his side, the Three Tails swimming with its head above the water to allow it to speak with Naruto. "When are we going to get there?" Aisabu asked curiously, just as curiously as the other 50 times it had asked Naruto the same question. Still, Naruto let none of the minor irritation he felt be known to the Three Tails. "Almost, Aisabu, almost," Naruto replied. "We're closer than you think," he added as he noticed two rocks creeping into view on the horizon, sitting above the water. The time between seeing the gate and reaching it was significantly shorter when compared to the time it took to be able to see them. Almost 2 days of near non-stop movement compared to 2 hours. Eventually, they reached the rocks and Naruto moved closer to one, Aisabu following closely behind, curious over what was happening. Reaching within arm's reach of the chosen rock, Naruto lowered himself beneath the waves, a constantly refreshing bubble of air around his head supplying him oxygen. Predictably, Aisabu followed him. Naruto was quite grateful to the science magazines that he had begun to read, as without them, he would have never have known that water did in fact contain oxygen. From there, it hadn't taken all that long for Naruto to manipulate the water and air so as to separate the two. It took a monstrous amount of water for Naruto to gather enough breathable air, but he found it didn't matter within the sea. One might find it strange to find two rocks, separated by a rather large gap, seemingly the middle of the ocean, but if they searched the area, they would find nothing. If they checked the rocks and had a keen eye, they might have found something, but even then it would do them no good. Naruto stopped his descent at a hole that dug deep into the rock, only large enough for an arm to fit into. Without a hint of hesitation, Naruto stuck his arm directly into the hole and felt the palm of his hand against the end of tiny opening in the rock. Passing chakra through his hand, Naruto then waited. If one were to cut the rock in half in a specific way, they would have been amazed at the seals that had formed seemingly into the rock. Hundreds of them, invisible to the outside and only accessible through the small opening into the rock that Naruto's palm currently occupied. Inside the rock, the seals lit up with chakra and acted. Feeling the thrum of power inside the rock, Naruto floated back up to the surface after removing his hand, Aisabu quickly following behind. Surfacing, Naruto turned to the Three Tails and motioned to the space between the two rocks, which now shimmered noticeably. "Let's go, Aisabu." Naruto smiled as he noticed the glint of excitement in the eye of the three-tailed turtle. Without a second of delay, the turtle moved in between the two rocks and slowly vanished as it was swallowed by the newly created veil. Naruto followed swiftly and the barrier closed only a second later. If there was one thing that Naruto disliked about the defenses he implemented in order to protect the Biju's new home, it was the feeling of crossing them. Normally, crossing a barrier wouldn't be accompanied by any kind of feeling unless it was meant to bar entry, but due to the sheer amount of chakra that it took to power them all, along with the amount of them, it felt like a brush was going over your head when you walked through them. A large intake of breath took Naruto from his thoughts and made him turn towards his companion. Aisabu looked around the view with awe, something that Naruto couldn't help but agree with. It may have been over a year since he had completed the island, but it was his largest accomplishment to date. It looked more like a new continent than a new island, stretching for kilometers further than the eye could see. Large cave systems dug into the earth that the island was raised from, while mountains' tops pierced clouds. Plains of grass could seemingly go on forever, and the forests were so large that they seemed endless. While Aisabu couldn't see all of it from his current position, and may never see it all because of its preference of the ocean, Naruto knew what the island held. He had gone over each area and painstakingly tailored it to each of the Biju. He couldn't wait for the three-tailed turtle to see the underwater cave system he had created just for him. Paths that could only be seen properly from certain angles, tunnels that opened into large caverns that led back to more underwater tunnels. He hoped Isabu liked it. A high-pitched noise from Isabu made Naruto focus back on the turtle as it shot off towards the island. On the shore, Naruto could make out Matatabi, the Hellcat, on all four paws and looking straight at them. She hadn't moved essentially from where Naruto had last seen her a few days ago, when he told her that he would go looking for Isabu. It made Naruto smile as he followed the excited turtle. It was a lighter Naruto that re-entered Konoha. Years had gone into completing that island, and now he was finally beginning to see the effort he put into it returned. He had no doubts that the reunion of the Biju would never be like that of Matatabi and Isabu. He even bet on Gyuki and Kurama getting into a fight, along with Shikaku joining if it hadn't already started fighting with Kurama before Gyuki. Chomei might also annoy Son Goku enough for the Monkey King to start swinging. In order to see that, Naruto knew he still had to find the rest of the Biju. Shikaku's location was still unknown, as was Koku and Chomei, while Gyuki had chosen to remain with its host until his passing. The rest of the Biju Naruto managed to convince to move to the island that would now act as their home, though all of them had professed some form of either sadness or anger at being essentially evicted from their lands. Something else that bothered Naruto was that all of the Biju had complained about being attacked before he reached them. The attacks themselves were nothing truly serious. The attackers never made any attempt to seal them away. They simply fought for several minutes before the instigators retreated and left the Biju alone. In the end, the attacks were nothing, but they made Naruto worry. All of the Biju that he had spoken to about the incidents had talked about how the attackers had all worn robes of black with red clouds. Could this possibly be the beginning of some kind of group that were hunting down the Biju? Walking through the streets, Naruto put those thoughts out of his mind as he moved through the midday rush. He had safely gotten almost all of the Biju away, the only ones left he didn't know the locations of, barring Gyuki. He could do nothing more than that. A familiar source of chakra caught Naruto's attention, but he paid it no mind. They were coming to him after all. Naruto kept walking like nothing was amiss, keeping his eyes staring ahead. He idly wondered what she'd try this time before a figure dropped down directly in front of him. Boo! The sudden appearance and loud noise had many people jump in fright and turn to look in their direction, frowning in displeasure at the sudden noise. Naruto didn't pause for a moment, adjusting his course to step around the person in his way and continued to walk forward. Boo? He questioned, his tone showing no surprise. Really, Anko? Said woman frowned at that lack of reaction. Like Minato, she'd realized that Naruto rarely showed surprise at anything, but unlike Minato, Anko had decided to take a more hands-on approach to getting a reaction out of Naruto. This included regular scare attempts and pranks, none of which had worked. Anko set aside her frustrations about her friend's reaction, or therefore lack of, and stepped beside him, beginning to match his pace. So, did you finish whatever it was that you needed to do? She asked, making conversation as they walked through the village streets. Yes, I did, Naruto replied simply. In order to work on his island for longer periods of time, as well as search the world for those few Biju that were free, Naruto had made up stories about deciding to travel for a bit. This was helped along by the fact that he really did want to travel, as staying within the same walls of Konoha for years were beginning to grate on his nerves. This feeling was not helped by a thought that kept returning to his mind with an increasing frequency as time went on. Konan, his only other living child, hadn't shown herself. It had been a long shot that she would have revealed herself to him much like Minato had, but it was the only thing that Naruto could see working. Searching for her would prove fruitless given that she could be anywhere. He had never memorized his only daughter's chakra signature, so identifying her like that was useless, and there was always the possibility that Konan had dyed her hair or gotten reconstructive surgery that was starting to become more popular in recent years. If Naruto gave in to the possibilities, it was entirely possible that the blue-haired and amber-eyed child that he remembered was no more than a memory to a woman who looked nothing like that. What did you do? Naruto blinked as he was pulled from his thoughts by Anko. Turning to the purple-haired woman, he found her looking at him and waiting for answer. While you were gone, what did you do? Naruto opened his mouth to reply before he paused, only to answer a second later, a curving of the corner of his mouth allowing Anko to see his amusement. Fishing, Naruto replied, repressing a small knowing grin. Anko frowned as she realized that Naruto was making a joke involving her ignorance. What? She questioned the man. What are you laughing at? Despite the frown and annoyance that Anko was displaying with him, Naruto just chuckled, succeeding in making her frown set deeper into her face. Nothing, Naruto promised. I was just remembering the turtle that I caught. Again, Naruto's lips twitched and Anko suppressed the urge to growl. She didn't like being made fun of. It was as a thought hit Naruto that he turned back to Anko without the humor that his features had just held. How did you find out that I was back in the village so quickly? Given that Anko knew, he could only assume that his son did as well, but while his son had the benefit of ANBU agents hidden around the village, Anko didn't. Anko allowed a grin to come to her face as they walked, though she lost it momentarily when Naruto had to physically pull her towards him so that she wouldn't run into a poorly placed cart. Watching where you are going is always a good idea, Anko. Naruto chastised lightly, the kunoichi blushing slightly at her stumble. You were saying? Just like that, the wide grin was back. I have my ways, she replied vaguely. Being a part of the torture and interrogation force has its benefits, after all. You either scared someone into telling you when I arrived or blackmailed them. Naruto guessed with a bland look towards the grown woman, getting a sulky look in return despite her age. You don't want to let me have anything, do you? I remember that you once annoyed me for an hour straight about being able to eat more dango than me in 10 minutes. Naruto's response was just as bland as his previous words. You ate almost 4 times as much as me and then forced me to pay for both our meals. That was a long time ago. Anko protested. I've grown up since then. It was a month ago, and I then had to carry you home because you were too bloated to move. Naruto had also had to hold Anko's hair back as she then vomited up half of what she ate into her sink, but that wasn't exactly something to be talking about in public. I've still matured since then, was Anko's response, but it wasn't as strong as before. I'll believe it when I see it, Anko, Naruto told her simply. The woman huffed in return. So tell me, Anko, considering that you are a part of the torture and interrogation force, don't you have things to do rather than escort me around the village? I'm on my lunch break, answered Anko. I get quite a few of them considering how few people there are to interrogate during peace times. It was true, as in her nearly 3 years of experience working for the TNI force, they were barely ever busy. According to Inoichi, who had retired only 2 years previously, it was because there simply wasn't a whole lot of need. They caught the occasional spy, but Ibiki, the current head, rarely had 2 people working on the same person unless they were important or stubborn. So unless a shinobi brought someone back for interrogation, something that was also rare as said shinobi would usually just interrogate them in the field if they could, the majority of the TNI force would take missions as regular shinobi. Speaking of lunch, Anko continued, do you have anything to eat? Naruto would have raised an eyebrow at the question, but it was Anko. He really should have expected it. I've been out of the village for almost a week. What makes you think that I'd have any edible food? Naruto questioned Anko, to which she merely shrugged. You should have brought some on. Anko trailed off as she remembered. Oh yeah, super speed. It probably only took you a second to get back or something. Can you stop calling G-Dun super speed? Naruto asked the purple-haired kunoichi with exasperation, not expecting the answer he wanted. This was neither the first time Anko had called his publicly known ability super speed, nor was it the first time that he had asked her to stop. No, that's what your chakra allows you to do, so that's what I'll call it, Anko replied, a small smirk on her face. Then why don't you call Katan hot fire? Naruto questioned again. It's not cool enough. Anko shrugged. The elder of the two could only shake his head at his companion's words. Anko's logic was something he sometimes couldn't explain, though he was getting better at it. So anyway, now that we cleared up that super speed stuff, Anko smirked at Naruto's grimace at the nickname given to the ability. We can get back to the important stuff. Food. Naruto couldn't even be bothered to pretend that he was guessing. Yes, Anko grinned. Since you don't have any food available, I think that we should go out dash. No dango. Naruto interrupted, causing Anko to stop as his words hit her, though just as quickly did she catch back up. No dango, she repeated incredulously. But you haven't had it in ages, you're probably suffering dango deficiency or something. Naruto shook his head at Anko's obsession with the treat. 1. Naruto began. I had it before I left, with you, I remember, at an impromptu going-away party. 2. It's currently lunch. Dango is a sweet to have after dinner on occasion. 3. If either one of us is meant to have some sort of dango problem, you, Anko. For a moment, Anko spluttered, something which amused Naruto to no end. Well, 1. Anko started, sticking out a finger. You can never have enough dango. 2. Anko stuck out another finger. Dango is a dish suitable for any meal, and 3. You already had dango today. Naruto cut Anko off with a piercing look. Haven't you? She huffed but reluctantly nodded. And so, we're going to have something different for lunch. Fine. Anko grumbled, but she held any more protests to herself. What are we going to have then? Sushi. Naruto answered, much to the kunoichi's dismay. Ugh, seaweed. She moaned. Her moaning was quickly silenced by a sharp ear flick from Naruto. Anko responded with a hiss, because it was actually quite a painful flick. The action made Anko jump away from Naruto for a moment, and into the path of someone walking in the opposite. Thankfully for her, Naruto saw this and pulled her closer to him. Anko blushed, embarrassed about her lack of situational awareness. That only lasted until she remembered what Naruto just did. What was that for? She asked, a hand unconsciously moving to hold her ear. I assumed that with all your groaning that you were a child, and decided to punish you as one. Naruto answered, unfazed by Anko's tone. Hey, it's seaweed. What kind of person eats seaweed? She replied indignantly. Excuse me for expressing my disgust about eating something that spends 99% of its time in fish piss. If Naruto hadn't become used to Anko's crass language and ability to function without a filter between her mouth and brain, he might have sighed. But as it was, Naruto had become used to it, and so he now reserved his exasperated sighs for those 2 Anko moments. As it was, Naruto gave Anko another ear flick, causing her to give another cry of annoyance. You can express your disgust like the adult that you are and swallow it. Also, not all sushi dishes contain seaweed. Naruto responded. Anko then stuck her tongue out at him, and he sighed. Naruto really shouldn't have expected an actual answer from her. Eventually, the duo did manage to arrive at a place that served sushi after Naruto adjusted his course. Anko, in her typical fashion, shot disgusted looks towards the food that was on display, gaining looks from the shopkeeper and sighs from Naruto. In the end, she purchased a few rice balls that the store also sold, still shooting the food looks, while Naruto decided on a tuna, kumber and salmon sushi, along with a few extra. So where are we going to eat this? Anko questioned, taking a bite out of one of her rice balls. Naruto gave her a dry look but said nothing in response to the fact that Anko had already decided where she was eating. I can't speak for you, Anko. Naruto told her, eyes meaningfully darting to her already half-eaten rice ball, causing Anko to gain a sheepish expression. It was only a slight look of sheepishness, however. But it's a nice day outside. Naruto turned his gaze away from Anko and towards the clear blue sky. I think I might find a nice spot on the grass and eat there. After that, I'll be attending Koji's graduation from the academy. I can eat with you, right? Suddenly asked the purple-haired kunoichi. Now once more turning to Anko, Naruto couldn't help but notice a change in her posture. Perhaps it was nothing, perhaps it was his imagination, but Naruto could only recognize what he was currently seeing as nervousness. Anko was nervous. She hid it well. Naruto doubted many would be able to see it, but he wasn't one of them. This was something that was happening more frequently with Anko, these sudden bouts of slight shyness or, like in this case, nervousness. He couldn't determine any common factor as he didn't know if this happened around others, when Anko was alone or just when she was with him. Naruto put that aside. Whether or not Anko's newfound behavior was because of him or not, he trusted that the kunoichi would tell him if it concerned him. If you want, Naruto responded to the question asked. Anko gave a small uncharacteristic smile that was quickly hidden behind a smirk. Naruto noticed it but said nothing, knowing that she would deny she smiled. It was just the way she was. In the back of his mind, Naruto made a mental note to pay more attention to Anko and her actions. Naruto could honestly never say that he'd hated an inanimate object before, but as the shiny, glinting piece of metal directed sunlight in his eyes in some sort of attempt to blind him, he felt the urge tear it off his grandson's forehead and get as close as he could to erasing it from existence. Despite these feelings, Naruto smiled from his position next to Kushina as the two of them waited for Koji to reach them. It was supposed to be a good day today. Koji's graduation from the Shinobi Academy was complete. A boy only 12 years of age was now licensed to kill. The next few hours seemed ready to test Naruto's patience. Even after he left the academy grounds with Kushina and Koji, head tied on the latter's brow, he'd have to spend time around Kushina's two friends and their children. Naruto had nothing against the two women themselves, as the Uchiha and Hyuga mother seemed nice enough, as well as their children barring one, but he knew what the following conversations would contain. Koji, and the other two children who were roughly his age, would all talk about what they wished to do now that they were shinobi. They'd talk about saving important people and stopping the bad guys, and the adults would humor them. Naruto couldn't do that. He'd sit there and say nothing, but he couldn't get involved in that sort of conversation. Then there was Itachi Uchiha. He was currently standing off to the side with his mother, both a dozen meters away, smiling faintly as the children were finally released and he spotted his brother amongst them. Horrible burns, a reminder of the night he murdered his own clansmen, marred the right side of his face, stretching down his neck and pushing back his hairline. It was a miracle that Itachi was able to see out of his right eye. How his Minato could not have him locked up in some way, shape, or form astounded Naruto. In the middle of the night, Itachi succeeded in wiping out almost a third of the Uchiha clan, his own relatives, children included. That Itachi had not only thought of, and executed, this plan, albeit with the gentle nudging of Obito Uchiha, proved that there was something very wrong in his mind. That he could rationalize the execution of children, babies, to stop them from possible following their parents' footsteps. The best part, the part that really tickled Naruto, was that he did it in order to protect the Konoha. The psychopath's reasoning was that, in order to stop an attempted coup by his clan, a slaughter was necessary. He was intending to kill all of his clansmen, and reduce his clan to just himself and his brother, sparing the latter out of love, all because he felt that his family was wrong. In some sick sense, Naruto could relate it to that, having had to kill his mother because of how twisted her mind had become in her final days. But Naruto did not pity Itachi, nor did he feel sorrow for the, now former, shinobi. He'd seen the bodies that the Uchiha had left, the children's bodies, and for all the love that Itachi seemed to have for his own brother, that same love didn't extend to any of the other children his brother's age. Even with all that he had done, Minato felt pity for the murderer. Despite being a pariah of the highest caliber in the Uchiha clan's compound and among the many of those within Konoha, his name becoming synonymous with insanity and murder, Itachi Uchiha stood by with his mother at his brother's academy graduation. Despite the fact that he was currently serving a 50-year jail sentence, Minato had agreed to let Itachi attend his brother's graduation under ENBU guard. Minato felt guilty that Itachi felt the need to take the actions that he did, because he hadn't trusted his Hokage to handle the developing situation with the Uchiha's clan. The end result, after all, was something that did work in Konoha's favor, with nearly all of those who had supported the coup, elders who had devised the idea originally included, dead, leaving mostly the civilians of the Uchiha clan, who held no malice towards Konoha. It was one of the reasons why he wasn't hated by the whole of Konoha. Nearly the entirety of the situation was known, Obishio Uchiha's presence was hidden, and many were actually thankful for Itachi killing the rebelling Uchiha before they had a chance to go through with their planned coup. However, even those who believed what Itachi had done what was necessary felt that killing the children to be going a step too far. Thankfully, despite this guilt, Minato still saw the danger that Itachi was, not only to Konoha, but to himself. The kind of mentality that Itachi needed in order to come to the conclusion that he did was startling and worrying, as it was entirely possible that Konoha had any number of people whose mental state might be similar to Itachi's. This led to Naruto's son introducing mandatory psychological evaluations for all shinobi in active duty, along with a dozen or so who were retired. There was also after-mission assessments, which involved a psychological examination. All of this was put under Konoha's medical division, and headed by Inoichi Yamanaka. Gigi, the excited voice brought a smile to his face, even in his current situation, and Naruto turned to smile at his grandson. Koji ran towards his mother and grandfather, the other children doing the same with their own families. "You came!" the boy exclaimed as he reached his grandparent and mother, wrapping his arms around the former's body in a hug, something that Naruto returned. "Of course I would," Naruto told Koji as he released the newly minted shinobi. "I wouldn't have missed this for the world." His grandson grinned in response before he hugged his mother, not catching the faux smile Naruto had on his face. Kushina then gushed about how grown-up the blonde-haired boy was getting, but she eventually wound down her praise and gave Koji a far more meaningful compliment. "Your Two-san and I are so proud of you, Koji," she told him after squatting down to his level. "We both know you'll do great things." The boy blushed at the more emotional praise and his smile told of how much it meant to him. He hugged his mother again while Naruto gave a true smile from behind the two. Kushina, getting a bit sentimental, are we? Asked a joking voice. Kushina smiled and turned away from her son, straightening back up and facing the source before replying. No more than you were, Mikoto, I'm sure. The response drew a chuckle from the former kunoichi as she approached, her two children following, Itachi a noticeable distance behind his mother and brother, at least until Mikoto pulled him towards herself and other son. The fact that Mikoto could still love her child wasn't something that Naruto had trouble believing. Mikoto was a parent, and had loved Itachi even before the latter had committed his atrocious act. It was this same love, the love between a parent and child, that made Naruto bend so easily to his son should Minato press him hard enough. Naruto loved his son. That wasn't to say that this kind of love was unbreakable, as there had been times that Naruto had been close to refusing to perform Minato's requests. Naruto also knew from his son that Kushina had spent much of the day after what was being called the Uchiha massacre consoling Mikoto. The woman had been distraught at the level to which he had gone in his acts. But that horror and shock had faded eventually for the Uchiha woman, as it had for her husband, and her love for son had slowly returned. It was one of the reasons that she had petitioned for her son's temporary release for today. Though that wasn't to say the bond between the two wasn't completely healed, Naruto had heard Kushina talk about how long silences would sometimes erupt between the two. Even though Mikoto was happy with her son's temporary release, that didn't mean the other citizens of Konoha were. People's eyes followed Itachi, whispering heatedly, some parents choosing to scurry away with their children in fear, while the bolder ones openly glared at the Uchiha. You're finally a shinobi now, Sasuke. Are you excited? Kushina questioned the younger of the two Uchiha brothers. In response, Sasuke only gave her a passing look before shrugging, but after his mother swatted his arm, sending a disapproving look, the boy opened his mouth. Yes, he said shortly. Mikoto sighed at her son's reply before elaborating on her son's response. He's very excited to be going out into the world. He's been training hard for years. The black-haired woman then turned to her son. Isn't that right, Sasuke? Much like Kushina did initially, Mikoto received a shrug from the young Uchiha. I'm excited too, Koji informed Mikoto. I want to go out and see all of the different places and then I'll come back and take Two-san's hat. The boy finished with a decisive nod, as if that settled everything. Both Kushina and Mikoto had matching smiles. It seemed so simple, what Koji said he'd do, but the two knew that if he actually attempted it, that his journey to his goal would be anything but simple. Hinata wants to explore the world as well, don't you, Hinata? A new voice spoke, causing the current party to turn towards the source. Yes, Hinata Hyuga agreed softly, as she approached the two groups with her own behind her, consisting of her mother, her first sister Hanabi and second sister Hina, along with herself. I'm glad that we're all graduating together, Koji. Sasuke. Koji gave an enthusiastic nod in agreement, while Sasuke didn't respond, even non-verbally, prompting another sigh from his mother. It's good to see you, Hitomi. Kushina greeted the Hyuga woman, who greeted her in return before greeting Mikoto. The redhead then turned her attention to the pale-eyed children. And how are the kids? The smile stayed on Hitomi's face as she answered. Well, Hinata's excited about becoming a kunoichi, she told her friend, turning to the child in her arms as she continued. But I don't think that Hina's quite caught on that her big sister won't be around all that often anymore. Indeed, the child didn't seem to know what was truly going on in the present, looking around at all of the faces with wide pale eyes. From the tiny amount of time he had spent around the toddler, Naruto knew that she was incredibly quiet despite how much trouble she caused before being born. From what Naruto had managed to piece together from conversations, Hina was the reason that Hitomi was almost assassinated. Supposedly, the Hyuga elders found Hitomi's two daughters as less than fitting heirs and upon finding out that she was pregnant again, with another girl, attempted to kill her. That was as much as Naruto cared to know about, the disappointment and anger towards his Hyuga descendants only rising with the knowledge of such actions. On the other hand, the Hyuga clan head had apparently been furious with the attempted murder of his wife when the whole scheme was eventually uncovered, banishing all of them from the clan. Currently, all of them were in jail for attempted premeditated murder and attempted harm towards an unborn child. Naruto had to admit that his respect towards Heishi Hyuga had risen, if only slightly, when he heard what the man had done. He knew that past leaders of the Hyuga clan would have killed their wife themselves if the elders of the clan had asked for it. And Hinata's graduation has only made Hanabi more eager for hers. Hitomi continued as she looked down at her middle child, smiling. The child nodded, an expression on her face that looked as serious as a child could make. It looked hilarious considering that she wasn't even 1.5 meters tall. After a short bout of laughter from the three mothers, they all decided to head off to a place to sit, eat, and talk. Naruto mentally steeled himself for the following couple of hours. "What are you saying, Minato?" Naruto's voice held a dangerous edge. "Because it had better not be what I just pieced together." Minato paused for a moment, obviously thinking hard about the outcome of his next few words. He spared a look to his wife, but Kushina seemed just as angry as Naruto. He'd get no help from her, not that he could blame her. He'd had a bit of time to calm himself after he finished the letter, sent by a dog summon. Kushina not only had a shorter fuse than him, even if it had lengthened over the years, but her temper was similar to coal in that it took a while to cool. The Hokage locked eyes with his father and, upon realizing that the truth would be his best option, told the dark-haired man as he knew Naruto would have wanted. "I'm saying that Kakashi has been wounded and that he and Team 7 are currently stuck in potentially hostile territory." There was a moment of silence in Minato's office before Naruto released a growl from his throat and turned around, heading for the door. He didn't stop when Minato appeared before him, a blur of movement, but he was forced to when the blonde placed a hand on his shoulder. "Don't Toussaint," Minato warned. "Kakashi and his team will require quieter extraction than what I believe you'll try. I'll assemble a team to move immediately." "And how long will it take to assemble this team, Minato?" Naruto questioned, his voice short. "How long will it take them to get to Nami no Kuni? Make sure that you compare that time to what Koji could have left before you tell me." Minato sighed. "Toussaint, I can't send you after Koji. This is an official mission. Whatever Minato was about to say was cut off as Naruto continued towards the door, freeing himself of his son's hand. Beyond aim, the part of him that was Hokage wanted to call his father back and stop him from leaving, while the side of him that was Koji's father begged himself to let the man go, to get his son and see him safely returned. Before Minato could address his father's actions, and pick which side of him that he wanted to follow, Kushina spoke. "Where are you going?" she questioned, slightly angry and confused at how Naruto was walking away. Not only did Naruto not give up that easy, but she had hoped he'd stay longer to help talk some sense into Minato. "On a holiday," was Naruto's short reply as he reached the door. Minato paused suddenly at the response and Kushina's voice got caught in her throat, making her cough slightly. "You're going on a holiday?" she asked incredulously, the tone of anger in her voice easy to detect. "Where? And now of all times?" Naruto paused as he opened the door, sparing a moment to look back into his son's office. "Nami no Kuni," he replied before shutting the office door. Now with just himself and his wife in the room, Minato smiled as he realized his father's angle. While it was illegal for a civilian to interfere with shinobi affairs, Konoha couldn't stop its civilians leaving the village, and if his father decided to go to Nami no Kuni, and just so happened to bump into his grandson on his mission, there was nothing wrong with that. The Hokage was sure that, if one wanted, they could argue that Naruto had purposely left with the intention to go to Nami no Kuni and intended to interfere with an official mission, but who would? There was a difference between sending a civilian to interfere in a mission and said civilian coming across the mission by chance. Minato couldn't be more grateful for it at this moment. "Tora!" Minato called to one of the ANBU hidden in the room, the masked figure's sudden arrival startling neither himself nor his wife. "Get me 3 jonin. It doesn't matter who as long as they're available. Inform them to prepare an emergency extraction." Naruto knew that eventually Koji would be forced into this position sooner or later. It was inevitable with the child's occupation, and he had resigned himself to that fact. However, Naruto had hoped that it had been when his grandson had more experience in his chosen profession, rather than roughly 1.5 months of doing what basically amounted to chores. This didn't take into account the training that Koji had done with his parents, which from the descriptions he received from Minato, Kushina and their son, wasn't light. So admittedly, Koji was probably slightly more skilled than Naruto believed, but that training still wouldn't amount to much in the face of someone of Jonin rank. Naruto walked with a purpose, his eyes active and roaming while his chakra spread out like a blanket, searching for his grandson. As he moved through the streets of the town in the land of Wave, Naruto idly slapped a hand that was hovering around his rear, sending the pickpocket scampering off empty-handed. It was the 3rd one so far. The neglected state of the town spoke of an extended period of hard times. Windows were broken, Doors were hanging from a single hinge, while holes in the walls of some buildings allowed an outsider to look straight in. Many people were laying in the street that Naruto walked down, many with rags on their bodies, while others watched the street from the alleys. The black-haired man wouldn't be surprised if all of the children over 6 had some degree of skill in picking the pockets of those who walked the streets. Only a dozen or so meters away, Naruto laid eyes on another pickpocket in progress as a mercenary, clad in leather armor with a mace strapped to his waist, was walked along completely unaware of the small child reaching into his pockets. Naruto watched as the child not only emptied the mercenary's back pockets, but then aimed for the ones at the hip as well. This proved to be the pickpocket's downfall, as they had to reach further to access the pockets while still maintaining a healthy amount of distance between themselves and the target. Because of the amount they had to stretch, the child accidentally lost their balance and fell forward slightly, pushing against the pocket that they were aiming for. With a quick movement, the pickpocket retreated on swift legs, running into a nearby alley, just as the mercenary felt for his pockets. Yelling at the realization that he had been robbed, he swung around searching furiously for the pickpocket. Naruto had almost stopped paying attention by that point, having almost passed the mercenary by, but it was at that moment the man glanced his direction, and his eyes narrowed. "You!" he accused, pulling his weapon free of its sheath. The street became quiet immediately at the commotion. The hushed conversations that had been happening between the few people that walked the street stopped. "It was you stole from me!" Naruto refrained from rolling his eyes in view of the idiot. It was obvious that he hadn't stolen anything, being too far away, but the mercenary was trying to save some sort of face or reputation. "I didn't steal anything," Naruto replied, continuing forward, content with passing and ignoring the man. "Yes, you did," the mercenary argued, now following Naruto as he passed him. "Now gimme my money or I'll make you regret it." "I don't have your money," Naruto responded, not even turning around to address the man, content with moving forward and hoping that he'd just give up. Thinking back to this moment, Naruto really shouldn't have expected the mercenary back down. His pride had been wounded by being stolen from, and Naruto's own nonchalant attitude to the man's threats probably didn't help. Even before the warning he got, the mercenary giving a yell as he swung his mace towards the back of his head, Naruto had already heard the growl given off by the man, giving away his intentions. Leaning forward, Naruto allowed the weapon to pass through the air that his head had once occupied, and then with one smooth movement, pivoted on his right foot and lashed out with his left. The kick struck the man in the jaw, and though Naruto was sure that the mercenary wouldn't be able to move his mouth without pain for some time, he wasn't sure if it was fractured or broken. But as the man rolled on the ground, moaning and holding his jaw, Naruto didn't feel any amount of pity for the man. With the small issue now resolved, Naruto continued to search the village and surrounding area for his grandson. He wasn't sure if Koji was on this side of the island that made up the Land of Waves, but if he wasn't, then Naruto would just check the other. He should have asked Minato if Kakashi had said where he and his team were staying before he left, but Naruto was here now and it wouldn't take long to find the Jonin and his team. So it took an hour for Naruto to find his grandson's chakra, coming from a large house on the outskirts of one of the larger towns that Naruto visited near Wave. The only thing that made it stand out in Naruto's mind was the incredibly long, incomplete, bridge that tried to stretch from the mainland of the island to the southern coast of the Land of Fire. Walking towards the structure, Naruto couldn't help but breath out a sigh of relief as the knowledge that nothing had happened to his grandson filled him. It may have only been 2 or so hours since Minato had received Kakashi's message, but it was 2 or so hours in which anything could have happened. Knocking, Naruto waited patiently for someone to open the door. When it did, Naruto was greeted with the sight of a young woman, giving him a small smile. "Hello?" she greeted him. "How can I help you?" It wasn't the slight shake in her voice when she spoke that gave away her nervousness, though it did help Naruto to confirm it. It was her posture that gave it away for the most part. The woman seemed like she'd be more comfortable to talk to him with the door in between them. "I'm looking for my grandson," Naruto told her, seeing no reason to hide it. She had to have known that she had people in here that she wouldn't usually. "I believe that he's currently staying here." At first the woman seemed surprised, not expecting the response that she had, but she eventually recovered and spared a slight glance back into her house. Hoping to get her to trust him more, Naruto continued. "I know that you have a team of Konoha shinobi staying here," Naruto told the woman, a startled expression coming over her features at his admission. "One of them is my grandson and I would like to make sure that he is okay." I don't. She struggled, her face now becoming tinged with slight fear at his knowledge. Sighing, Naruto decided to try a different, blunter route. Naruto placed his hand on the open door to keep it from being closed. Naruto pushed past the woman and into the house. Whoever is hiding behind the door better not think of attacking me, Naruto commented, sensing someone hiding behind it as he strode into the dining area. It was rather small considering that Naruto could sense 7 different people currently in the house. Gigi? Naruto heard Koji question, the boy stepping out from a doorway that led into another room. The grandfather breathed a sigh of relief at the sight of grandson physically unharmed, aside from a few small scratches. What are you doing here? I came to see if you were alright, Naruto responded, moving towards his grandson to take a closer look at his person. Kakashi only sent word about what happened a few hours ago. I decided to come here and make sure that you were okay until the extraction team arrives. Extraction team? A voice questioned from behind him. Naruto turned around and was faced with Kushina's Uchiha friends, Mikoto's child. It was the younger one, thankfully, Sasuke. The woman who had answered the door stood hesitantly behind him. Why have they sent an extraction team after us? From what I know, answered Naruto. It was because my son feels that this mission isn't suited for genin. Sasuke scowled at that but said nothing in response, despite the protest that Naruto could see forming in his mind. So we'll be going back to Konoha? A new voice questioned. Turning back to the direction of Koji, Naruto guessed that the pink-haired girl who spoke was the last member of his grandson's team. The pink-haired girl's tone indicated that she'd find going back to her home as an agreeable idea. Behind her was an elderly man, close to Naruto's projected age, along with a boy who looked to be a few years Koji's junior. Wait, Koji interjected. If we go back to Konoha, what about the mission? What about the people of Wave? We won't just leave them, will we? That is for your two-san to decide, Koji. Naruto told his grandson, but the boy didn't find this sufficient. But it wasn't Tazuna-san's fault that he lied about the mission ranking. The blonde child insisted. Naruto opened his mouth to say something before his eyes narrowed as what Koji said sunk in. As if realizing what he said, Naruto's grandson paled and clammed up immediately. Koji, Naruto said warningly, his tone demanding an answer. At first, the boy seemed determined to remain silent, but a single look at his grandfather's stern face compelled him to answer. It really wasn't his fault. The boy offered weakly, but it did nothing to placate Naruto. What wasn't his fault? Naruto took a second to turn his gaze from his grandson's form to the elderly man, who could only be Tazuna. The man paled and Naruto turned back to Koji. There's this dictator. The blonde began, slightly nervous. He's taken over all of Wave and Dash. Naruto stopped his grandson with a raised hand. He knew enough to be able to guess the rest. And Tazuna-san decided to do something to break this dictator's stronghold on Wave. Naruto guessed. Only this dictator decided to try and kill Tazuna, and so, Tazuna decided to travel to Konoha in the hope of hiring some shinobi to protect him. Turning to the elderly man, whose face had paled at the expression sent his way, Naruto asked, Was I close? So tell me. Naruto said after a moment of silence. What did you lie about that forced 3 children to be caught in an incredibly dangerous situation? Sasuke scowled at the insinuation that they were children who needed to be protected while Koji frowned. Tazuna stuttered for a few seconds before he took a breath and spoke. I didn't have enough money. The man admitted. Gato has drained this country almost completely dry. Nearly all of my savings went into the construction of our bridge. The last of my money has went into hiring shinobi to protect me while I completed it. But I didn't have enough for the B rank mission that I originally wanted, so I settled for a C rank. And in doing so you needlessly endangered 3 children. Naruto responded, eyes pinning Tazuna where he stood. You chose to lie instead of simply appealing to the fire daimyo, or even the water daimyo, both of whom I'm sure would have been willing to free you from this dictator. But they could have asked for anything. Tazuna protested. They could have demanded that we become a vassal state dash, which would have been worse than your current situation. The question brought Tazuna up short. Both daimyo would have faced international scrutiny, trading partners would have deserted them, should they treat you poorly. They would be forced to treat you better than you are now if they took you as a vassal state. Naruto shook his head at the man and turned to Koji. Where's Kakashi? The purple-eyed boy stared at his grandfather for a moment before responding. He's upstairs, Kakashi-sensei suffered chakra exhaustion, so he's resting. Naruto thought over what to do, and eyed Koji and his teammates. Do the three of you have something to do? The grandfather asked. Well, the pink-haired one began. Kakashi-sensei gave us some exercises to do. Then go do them. Naruto told her, speaking to the two male shinobi as well. Thankfully, the pink-haired one seemed to realize that Naruto was asking them to leave kindly and took the hint. Sasuke and Koji moved behind her, the former with a look of discontent on his face. As the door to the house closed behind the shinobi, Naruto turned to Tazuna. The man gulped as their eyes made contact, but he calmed when the other grandfather spoke, his tone non-threatening. While I criticized your decisions earlier, I must thank you for taking in my grandson and his genin team. Naruto thanked the bridge builder. If you hadn't, this situation could have been much worse. Tazuna gave a small nod. It was the least I could do. The man replied hesitantly, unsure how to treat the man who stood across the room who gave him criticism and praise. That said, Naruto's voice didn't rise, but his tone gained a cold edge. If you ever endanger my grandson like this again, I will not be pleased. Tazuna nodded vigorously in response as Naruto broke eye contact with him. Naruto watched silently as Koji and his team practiced the exercises that Kakashi had given them. The trio were attempting to walk up trees while using their chakra to stick to the surface of said trees. It was a simple exercise in theory, but putting that theory to use is usually more difficult than one thinks. It was the pink-haired one, Sakura, Naruto learned, who had the most ease with the exercise, her smaller reserves allowing her a level of control that the two males of the trio didn't. In return, she couldn't do the exercise for long. Feeling the presence of someone coming up beside him, slowly, and with the chakra signature being significantly larger than any of the genin, not to mention the civilians, Naruto guessed that it was Kakashi. It was either him, or the worst assassin in the world. Naruto could hear the person making their way closer. They stopped, and Naruto spared a look to his side. It was Kakashi. I didn't think that Minato-sensei would send you, Naruto-san, Kakashi admitted as he watched his students work. He didn't, Naruto replied. I'm on holiday. Kakashi turned to look at the man. And you decided to spend your vacation at Nami no Kuni? He asked skeptically. No one is going to believe that excuse. I decided that I liked this area, Kakashi, was Naruto's response. He didn't turn to look at the younger man. Though that may change once Koji leaves. The Jonin stared for a moment before turning away. You play a dangerous game, Naruto. From what I know, there are a couple on the Shinobi Council who don't like you, and who also won't appreciate a civilian as skilled as yourself interfering with something that they consider shinobi affairs. Kakashi's warning came as a surprise to Naruto, making him pause in his observation of his grandson to turn to face the silver-haired man. I have enemies on the Shinobi Council? He questioned with a frown. When did this happen? Kakashi raised an eyebrow, and Naruto was sure that he was smirking, at least slightly, behind his mask, before he responded. You don't remember insulting Tsuminozuka, matriarch of the Inuzuka clan? The Jonin questioned. The mention of that name did inspire a picture of a slightly feral woman that Naruto could vaguely remember. He said something about seeing her children in ditches after they fought in a war, or something along those lines. I think I may have said some things that she could have been insulted by. Naruto mused. But you said there was a couple on the Shinobi Council that I offended. Who else? Well, Kakashi began, more hesitantly than before. From what I understand, the head of the Aburame clan doesn't like how involved you seem in shinobi affairs. Being a civilian, he sees it as illogical from what I know. Naruto gave a hum of thought as he began to think about the information that Kakashi just gave him. Eventually, he just placed into the back of his mind. He couldn't really do much with it. Tell me, Kakashi-san, how did you come across this information? Naruto questioned, curious, not only to how reliable this information was, but how Kakashi was able to get information on people held in such a high status within Konoha. The Jonin gave Naruto a smile that was only slightly visible through his mask. Gossip circles, he supplied, to which Naruto gave him a dry look. Gossip circles? Shinobi gossip circles. The silver-haired man corrected helpfully. Naruto gave a sigh at the stupid answer but said nothing against. He had no business prying into Kakashi's secrets if the man didn't wish for him to know them. On to the more serious subject then, Naruto said, causing the man beside him to shift from his more relaxed position. What happened for you to end up injured? Ordinarily, any other shinobi would have told Naruto that, because he was civilian, he wasn't privy to shinobi affairs, which inquiring about the status of a mission would fall under. Kakashi wasn't ordinary. He's smart enough to know that Naruto was the only line of defense between his currently injured self and Genin and the Rouge shinobi who had attacked him earlier. Keeping information from him would do neither himself, nor his Genin, any good, especially considering that the nuke Nin would return eventually. Kakashi had enough experience to know that the show he put on against the shinobi for hire wouldn't be enough to deter said shinobi from their current paycheck, especially if they felt they had the advantage. Any information that he could provide Naruto would increase all of their chances of survivability. The journey to Wave was fine, Kakashi told Naruto. No interruptions, no sign of something else going on in the background or foul play, but once we were halfway between the land of fire and Wave, we were ambushed. A group or by one person? Naruto questioned the Jonin. One person, Kakashi supplied. But you can never be sure a missing Nin is working alone, though this one has been sighted alone frequently. You know who he is? The silver-haired adult nodded in response to Naruto's question. His name is Suigesta Hozuki, according to our latest bingo book, a former shinobi from Kiri whose bloodline grants him the ability to turn his body into water. Naruto nodded and motioned for Kakashi to continue. Originally from Kiri, he desired to obtain mastery over all of the legendary blades of the 7 shinobi swordsmen of Kiri alongside his brother. But when one of the swordsmen didn't allow him to wield one of their swords, he became impatient and took it. He's been on the run since. Naruto hummed thoughtfully as he processed what he was told. Suigetsu surprised me when he first attacked. Kakashi continued, detailing his encounter with the missing Nin. I was unprepared. He had the upper hand and used the water around us to amplify his own jutsu. I managed to take my genin and the client safely to land, at which point the fight became slightly more even, but I was tired from creating clones to take my genin and the client. Suigetsu retreated when I hit him with a lightning technique, something that was extremely effective against his body because of its bloodline, but by that time, I had expended too much energy. I collapsed and my genin brought me back to the client's home. I awoke the next day and after another day to regain my chakra, I sent out the message via my summons. What about the sword that he supposedly stole? He never used a sword, was the reply. Whether our information was wrong or Suigetsu didn't use it, I don't know. Perhaps he sold it. We'll have to be careful until we know for certain. All of the swords that the swordsman used can cause damage, though we don't have to worry about Samahata. Its wielder hasn't been a part of Kiri for a while. Nothing was said after Kakashi finished his explanation. Naruto, content to think over what he was told as his grandson, and his teammates continued to work on their exercises. There was several seconds of quiet, after which, Naruto finally responded to Kakashi's explanation. While I came to protect Koji, it's not my job in the same sense that it was when he was younger. That job now falls to you. Sparing a look to Naruto, Kakashi found his single eye locked with a pair of intense green ones. My son trusts you, Kakashi. Don't prove that his trust was misplaced. There was another short moment of silence before Naruto continued. I know what happened after Obito was unmasked. Kakashi tensed as much as he could in his wounded state, and his eyes broke contact with Naruto's. I know that the incident has caused you damage that you haven't fully recovered from, and that this has impeded your progress as a shinobi. Minato had told him as such. I'm sure that my son told you to remember who Obito was rather than who he became, so I'll spare you that lecture and instead leave you something new to think about. I'm trusting my son's judgment, Kakashi. The Jonin didn't know how, but somehow his eyes locked with Naruto's again, allowing him to see the seriousness within them. That you will be able to protect Koji until he can protect himself. This mental damage that you still hold after your attempted suicide. Kakashi visibly winced at the words and the memories of guilt and sadness they brought up. If you can't get over it, whether you forgive yourself for not finding Obito and changing him, blame him for the things that he did, whatever, I don't care, but if you can't get over it, then remove yourself as Koji's Jonin instructor. Kakashi's lone eye widened at the harsh and blunt ultimatum. You have been given years. Naruto continued, unsympathetic to Kakashi's feelings. To get over your problems, and while I can understand that these things can take years to overcome, I will not let your inability to move past this to be the cause of Koji's death. I want to be able to leave Koji in your care and not have to wonder if something like this will happen again, if I'll be forced to come and defend my grandson until an extraction team can retrieve them. If you can't move past this and put my fears to rest, then put yourself in a position where the death of my grandson and 2 other children won't be because you failed in your duty. The last of the Hatake clan was silent when Naruto finished, not quite knowing what to say. There was always the chance that he could simply ignore the Yandame's father. He had no real power in the village after all. The only problem with this was that he was right. Kakashi couldn't disregard that. The silver-haired Jonin knew that he hadn't been an exemplar example in regards to regular training or growing strength. He trained irregularly, and even then, it was without the passion that had driven him in his younger years. The years following the Kyuubi attack, Kakashi could feel himself healing, the wounds inflicted from Obito and Rin's deaths shrinking as he found purpose in defending his ANBU teammates, all of whom looked up to him as the squad captain. He would even go as far to call himself semi-normal again. All that progress was undone, however, upon the news that Obito had been alive for years. The wound that had been healing was split open once more, and Kakashi bore a gash that was as large, if not larger, than the one he had worn before. Kakashi had stewed for months over the fact that Obito had been alive, wondering how he could have missed it, wondering why his friend hadn't shown himself earlier. The simple fact that Obito had lived through the collapse of the cave made Kakashi doubt himself horribly, to the point where the only reason he knew Rin was still dead was that her body had been retrieved. But even then, a darker part of Kakashi's mind whispered about how he had been unconscious before Konoha's reinforcements had arrived, that they had never found out how the Kiri forces that were there had been massacred. Could someone have switched her body? Was Rin alive somewhere in the world? In the end, it was only Minato's insistence that the body they had buried was Rin's that had gotten Kakashi to drop the matter. It hadn't stopped the whispering. It had all come to a head several months after the revelation of Obito, and Kakashi had attempted to kill himself. Minato, who had been watching for that exact reason, managed to get him to help before he bled out. Waking up within in a hospital bed, Kakashi felt a well of shame and guilt as he fully comprehended what he had attempted to do. He had vowed years ago to not go out the way his father, yet he had tried to do just that. Years, and many visits to a therapist later, Kakashi's depression hadn't dissipated completely. He still trained, but the drive that he felt he had gained in the ANBU was gone, and he spent most of his time staring at the grave of Obito Uchiha. Up! Someone hissing in Kakashi's ear slowly woke him from his slumber, and he gave a small groan at the action. Being injured and woken from needed sleep wasn't a good combination. Wake up, Kakashi! Wearily, the Jonin opened his eye just in time to catch a foot that was about to collide with his side. Turning his, now awake, gaze to the owner of the foot, Kakashi found himself staring into the utterly unimpressed expression on Naruto's face. Good, you're awake, the man commented before he pulled his foot from Kakashi's hand. We're surrounded. The silver-haired man almost completely missed what Naruto had said, simply because of the casual way with which it was said, but the moment he did, Kakashi's lone eye widened. Sitting upright, the man immediately pulled himself to his feet, ignoring the way his muscles protested the sudden movement. You're serious? The question from the Jonin was answered by a nod from Naruto. By who? Kakashi asked as he exited the room, asking another question just as he approached the door to the two male genins' room. And are the others awake? From what I've seen, they're mostly mercenaries with a few samurai mixed in, Naruto replied. And you're the only one awake besides myself. With a nod, Kakashi opened the door he was standing next to. Knowing that there was little time for the awakening that Naruto had given him, the Jonin grabbed the mattress that Sasuke was sleeping on and flipped it, doing the same for Koji a second later. This resulted in yells of surprise and curses from both boys. Enough! Kakashi ordered, his stern tone ceasing all complaining, the two genin realizing instantly that their sensei wasn't doing this for amusement. Get up and meet me downstairs. Retreating from the room, Kakashi then moved down the hall to Sakura's room and performed the exact same act to her. The Jonin then moved to his client's room and woke the man swiftly but gentler than he had with his own genin. Kakashi then moved downstairs, Naruto following him, and the two arrived just in time to see Sakura sit down at the table, Koji and Sasuke already seated. What's going on, Kakashi-sensei? Sakura asked, slightly hesitant after the awakening she received. Wait until Tazuna wakes up his family, Kakashi answered, leaving the room in silence. Seeing how it might take a while for the rest of the house's occupants to come down, Kakashi took a quick walk to the window. He idly noted that while his muscles were healing, he was still far from fully recovered, though it should be enough if they weren't surrounded by too many mercenaries. Pulling back the curtain slightly, Kakashi's vision with his lone eye was clear enough to make out movement in the forest around Tazuna's house and human-shaped figures moving in the shadows of the early morning. They must be preparing to storm the door down at this very moment. Kakashi thought about the sea that the rear of Tazuna's house faced. He might be able to get his genin and Tazuna's family to escape with some shadow clones, should the worst come to pass. He quickly scrapped that idea when he remembered who he could possibly be facing. Tazuna eventually came downstairs, bringing his daughter and grandson with him, and Kakashi moved away from the window. Not willing to wait any longer, Kakashi broke the news before Tazuna and his family had any time to consider sitting down. To put it bluntly, we're under attack. The admission brought reactions of surprise and shock from those who didn't already know. We're surrounded by mercenaries. Gato, Tazuna whispered with a tone of defeat after the shock faded. At his side, Tsunami clutched her father's arm, in worry and fear. Inari just stood with his head bowed. Most likely, Kakashi replied, paying no attention to the bridge builder's tone. I should be able to dispatch the mercenaries, but the problem lies with Suigetsu. The shinobi that Gato hired? Tazuna questioned, to which Kakashi nodded. Your house is right next to the sea, he'll have an advantage there. But so long as the mercenaries surrounding us are taken care of, we should be able to flee into the woods if the worst comes to pass and Suigetsu appears. But, Tsunami questioned hesitantly. You defeated him earlier, didn't you? You can defeat him again, can't you? Kakashi shook his head and folded his arms across his chest, something that everyone saw, but only Naruto noticed the small shuffle that he did. If we were further inland, the Jonin explained, then perhaps I could defeat the mercenaries and Suigetsu as I am, but he can amplify his Suiton jutsu using the sea. That's a major advantage, and I'm not fully recovered. So we're fleeing. Tazuna summed up with a sigh, placing his head in his hands. I've lived here for 5 decades, now I'm being forced to leave. There's no point in even trying to leave. The boy Inari spoke, a morose air around him. We won't make it far. Out of the corner of their eyes, Kakashi and Naruto saw Koji scowl in response, the latter going to motion for the blonde boy to be quiet, but it was too late. Shut up, kid, you don't know anything, Koji replied with an angry tone. Kakashi-sensei and Jiji will kick their ass, you'll see, Koji, Naruto admonished. That was incredibly rude. His grandson rounded on him, a finger pointed towards the younger boy. But he said dash. Naruto interrupted the boy with a sharp tone. I don't care what he said. He told the blonde. I care about what you said. You don't respond to opinions like that with insults, you only give him the reaction that he wants. Koji looked set to argue, but another look at his grandfather's stern expression made him think better of it, and the blonde merely mumbled an apology. Tsunami hesitated in her words, addressed to Naruto. In the short time that she had known the man, she had become slightly intimidated by his threat towards her father. The man's eyes had shown Tsunami that he would have been all too willing to go through with it. Are you a shinobi too? Koji-san spoke about you and his sensei. Please. Naruto heard the woman's voice gain a pleading tone. Please, if you can help us. She trailed off again. Sparring his grandson a quick look, Naruto turned to Kakashi, ignoring the woman and her question, which seemed to dishearten her from what he saw through his peripheral vision. Kakashi, however, seemed to want an answer as well, and simply stared back at Naruto. I need to know if you'll help me, Naruto. The Jonin told him, crossing arms over his chest, perhaps in some vain attempt to appear even slightly intimidating. This appearance was let down through the slight shuffle that Kakashi did. Not that you'll act when Koji is threatened. Naruto frowned as the eyes of the room focused on him. There was no point in quoting the rules that prevented civilians entering in shinobi affairs. He was in the middle of breaking them, and Kakashi would throw that back in his face if he was smart. There was no bond or real sense of friendship between the two of them, especially after the ultimatum he gave the Jonin. A glance to his grandson's face and Naruto knew his opinion. The boy was practically begging him to help these people with his eyes. Not helping would mean that Kakashi might die, or at least get grievously wounded. There was no small amount of mercenaries surrounding them. Combined with Kakashi's still injured state and the missing nin that had attacked before, it made the Jonin's chances of survival perilously low. Naruto knew that he would be forced to step in the minute that he had realized that the reason for Kakashi's current state was still around. The journey from Konoha to Nami no Kuni was a week at a slow pace, and while a shinobi moving at their fastest could have that easily, Naruto's best estimates placed the time of arrival for the extraction team for Koji would be 3 days, and that would be if they left on the same day that Naruto had. Seeing as how this was only the day after Minato had received Kakashi's message, as it technically was a new day, just incredibly early in the morning, Naruto could expect no help to arrive anytime soon. This really left him with two options. The first was to not help and leave Kakashi's fate up to the man himself while he protected Koji. This would undoubtedly get his grandson angry with him, liking his sensei, and anger Minato as well. Kakashi was the final third of the genin team that his son had left. The second was to help Kakashi, something that would keep him alive and relatively unharmed, and keep Naruto from gaining the ire of his son and grandson. The only problem with this was that Naruto didn't want to save Kakashi. He didn't want to get involved in the shinobi business. Protecting Koji was something that Naruto was fine, at least until the boy could protect himself, but he didn't want to do Kakashi's job for him. Naruto wasn't a shinobi. As it was though, he'd have get involved. Kakashi wouldn't be able to hold back all of the mercenaries, at least not in his current state. Throw in the missing nin and you had a guarantee that some would get past that Naruto would inevitably have to clean up. Koji and his genin teammates could probably take care of them, but Naruto knew that this wasn't the time to knock their opponents out, and Koji, and his teammates, if Naruto had to guess, weren't ready to end lives. Koji, at the very least, had proven his immaturity with how easily he was riled up by the words of a child. A part of Naruto didn't want his grandson to see the more violent parts of his chosen profession, to keep him blissfully innocent and unaware, but he also knew that this would do more harm than good. He wouldn't be around to always protect his grandson, and Koji would need to realize that the world he had chosen to enter was a dangerous one. Fine, Naruto answered eventually, the frown on his face letting everyone know of his disagreement with this plan. I will help you, Kakashi. The Jonin released a nearly inaudible breath as he relaxed slightly. Koji smiled brightly and grinned at Naruto. Sasuke stared the Yandame's father, attempting to imitate a calculating look, while Sakura gave a hesitant smile, not entirely sure why Koji or Kakashi-sensei wanted the former's grandfather to help them. But you will handle the missing nin, Naruto continued, looking to Kakashi, the tone of his voice still displaying his dislike of the current situation. You are the shinobi here, not me, Kakashi. The Jonin gave a nod. That's only if he appears though, Kakashi added on, only for Naruto to shake his head. He's here, he told the Jonin. And he brought some friends as well. Naruto could sense a relatively large chakra signature out over the ocean, but two more, both larger than the one over the ocean, stood behind the large band of mercenaries that surrounded them. Well, this complicates things, Kakashi said, frowning with slight worry. More missing nin spelled trouble, as it was now impossible to tell how many more there could be, perhaps hiding from Naruto's senses. I had hoped that the right unjutsu I hit him with would have been enough to lay him out for longer than a few days. But Naruto shook his head again. This changes nothing, he said to Kakashi. You'll take care of the shinobi who's waiting on the water while I deal with the mercenaries surrounding the house. The other shinobi will most likely attack me considering where they are. Naruto then moved towards the door, but spoke to the rest of the room without turning around. When you're done, either help me clean up the mercenaries if I'm not done or guard your charge. I don't care. With that, he exited the house. Now standing outside, Naruto released a sigh and rubbed a hand down his face, steeling his resolve to end this quickly. The sooner he finished this, the better. Thinking back to the conversation that he had with Minato before he came here, Naruto realized that he really shouldn't have expected any other outcome than this. He was going to protect Koji, so he shouldn't be displeased with the fact that he had to act in his grandson's defense. Naruto knew the circumstances of why he went. Kakashi was injured and Koji was trapped in potentially hostile territory. He shouldn't now get annoyed at having to act to protect his grandson. Turning his attention to the woods surrounding the front of Tazuna's residence, Naruto rolled his shoulders. At the very least, he could release some frustrations on these sorry excuses for people. He started a slow walk into the dark forest, the darkness of the early morning hiding the presence of the mercenaries from his eyes but not their chakra. He could feel them, hiding in bushes and behind trees on the path to Tazuna's house, but as he got closer, they peeked out from behind their cover. It was once he had moved into the ranks of the mercenaries, pretending as though he hadn't seen them, that one of them decided to act, attempting to sneak behind him. Naruto heard the slight crunch of dirt beneath the mercenary's foot as they approached, the small sound of leather rubbing on steel as the man unsheathed a weapon. Whipping around, Naruto only paused long enough to identify the arm of the mercenary that held the weapon, a small dagger, before using his opposite hand to grab said arm, twist it around and drive his foe's weapon into their own chest. Pulling the weapon from the mercenary's chest and hand, allowing blood to soak their shirt, Naruto then drove it straight into the man's forehead, killing him. He then withdrew the dagger, and let the man drop to the ground. Naruto flipped the dagger in his hand and, ignoring the blood that coated it, caught it on the blade. A smooth throwing motion later, the weapon was lodged in the forehead of an unlucky mercenary who was peeking from behind a tree. He too collapsed. Turning his attention to the downed mercenary at his feet for a moment, as a roar came from the remaining army of mercenaries, several of them charging him in an attempt to avenge their fallen comrades, Naruto eyed the sword at the dead man's side. It wasn't anything special, a simple katana, most likely one of many that some blacksmith turned out as fast as he could, but it would suit Naruto's purpose for now. Reaching down, he pulled it from the sheath at the dead man's side, took a moment to inspect the blade itself, before swinging around with a vicious slice that took off the neck and raised arm of a charging mercenary. Naruto stepped to the side to avoid the falling body and angled the blade to deflect a strike from another sword, allowing the blade of his enemy's sword to slide down his own. A swift punch to the nose with his opposite hand and Naruto's assailant stumbled backward. The punch weakened the man's grip on his weapon and Naruto took the opportunity to snatch it with his free hand, while his sword-bearing hand found an opening in another enemy's guard and pushed into their throat. Slashing at the former user of the sword he recently acquired, Naruto tilted the blade of his other sword upwards, still lodged in a mercenary's throat, and pulled his outstretched arm towards him. Naruto grimaced slightly as he felt blood run onto his hand, the body of the man still on the end of his sword leaking from the wound. Pushing off the feeling of the red liquid on his skin, Naruto twisted his body slightly and dragged the limp body around before holding it out like a shield on the end of his sword, allowing a few arrows to pierce into the man's back. Naruto ignored the not-so-dead man as he cried out in pain as the projectiles impacted, choosing instead to pay more attention to his other hand as he slashed at the mercenaries that tried to take advantage while he had one arm rendered essentially. His free blade found hole after hole in the defenses of those that approached, inserting itself into the attacker's body before leaving a corpse soon after. A man with a tanto regretted not paying more attention to the reach that a longer sword offered when Naruto's entered his forehead. Another protected his body but forgot that his limbs were also a target until he was reminded when Naruto cut off his weaponing-bearing hand, his head following the appendage a second later. A woman discovered that two weapons didn't make one a better fighter when Naruto attacked below her raised swords and slit her waist open. His blade then found her eye. Naruto wasn't sure how many he killed like that, the faces almost blurring together, as he made the mercenaries pay for not practicing more caution before taking him on. A roar from his left saw Naruto bringing his sword to clash with another's, the two locked in a momentary stalemate, the frailness of his own sword preventing Naruto from bringing more strength to bear. "Got you now, fucker!" came a yell from Naruto's right side. Turning to the source, and noticing a person attacking from his front as well, Naruto found the mercenaries attempting some sort of strategy for the first time in this fight, trying to attack him from 3 different angles at once. Keeping his free sword locked with his current attacker, Naruto straightened the blade of his other sword and pushed the body off, the back looking like that of a porcupine's, sprouting arrow shafts. Naruto didn't focus his attention on the mercenary who he was currently locked blades with, knowing that if they tried anything that he would be able to find a vital point instantly. Instead, he focused on the archers who, after noticing that Naruto's body barricade was gone, fired a volley of arrows once more. It was the arrows that Naruto focused on as the world slowed down, and he fell into swift release. He allowed them to make their way towards him, holding his free sword up to meet them. Taking a look back at the mercenaries around him, Naruto took the time to study them and where they stood. It took almost 5 minutes for Naruto to do, but was nearly instantaneous to the outside world. Turning back as the arrows came within range of his sword's tip, Naruto tapped the arrowheads with the blade's tip. They weren't particularly strong taps, but they were enough for Naruto. Almost a minute later to Naruto, a second to the mercenaries, the world sped up, and the arrows that were once aimed towards Naruto sped past him, instead impacting several mercenaries around him. Their exclamations of shock as arrow shafts sprouted from unsuspecting targets, each shot lethal. Those single taps that Naruto had done with the tip of his sword against the arrowheads had altered their trajectory. The alteration was only slight, but it was enough to drastically change the direction. The mercenaries to Naruto's left and right dropped, arrows appearing in their heads, which left only the mercenary at his front to immediately contend with, and the already pitiful opponent faltered as he neared Naruto, the sight of his fellows losing their lives making him hesitant. That hesitation cost him as Naruto leapt, both swords free to act. The first sword whacked against the flat of his opponent's sword, knocking the weapon away from its wielder's body. Naruto's second sword then removed the man's head from his shoulders. Unlike his most recent opponent, there was no hesitation in Naruto's movements. The dark-haired grandfather spun around and charged down the archers, all of whom were in the middle of bringing new arrows to bear. Thanks to the fact that these mercenaries weren't completely stupid, there was a clear avenue for Naruto to move down to reach the archers, the weapons for hire, knowing that the archers would need a clear line of sight to loose arrows. They also wanted to minimize the chance of the archers hitting them by accident. This worked against them as Naruto sprinted down the open path, aiming for the bow wielders at the end. Several let loose arrows, but once more, the world slowed and Naruto casually altered the arrows' flight paths with the tip of his sword, though he didn't attempt to aim the ricocheting arrows, merely shifting their destination from himself to somewhere else. The deflected arrows pierced into mercenaries behind Naruto that attempted to halt his advance against the bow and arrow wielders. More stepped in front of Naruto now that the archers didn't have another volley ready. They didn't make Naruto blink. The first one approached with a nodachi raised in and attempted to slice Naruto in two, flipping the sword in his right hand around, so that the blade's flat ran parallel to his forearm. Naruto lifted his right arm to meet the descending sword. The man's nodachi slid down the smooth flat of Naruto's own blade as he continued to run past, not stopping. Before the man's blade reached the end of Naruto's, he was already past the mercenary. Raising his right arm, Naruto brought the sword forward where he flicked the blade, allowing the edge to fly outward and slash the unprotected neck of the attacking mercenary. A second later, Naruto was forced to duck as a war hammer occupied the space where his head used to be. The clumsy weapon continued on its swing and decapitated the mercenary whose throat he had just slashed, the head's connection to its body already weak. A brute of a man brought his weapon back around and attempted to crush Naruto with it, grunting as he did so. Naruto flung both his swords forward, using them to pierce the unprotected forearms of the war hammer wielder. The man yelled in pain as the metal broke his skin and entered his arms, making him reflexively loosen his grip on his weapon. His yells were cut short as the bottom of Naruto's foot collided with the front of his face, silencing him. The momentum of the hit knocked the mercenary backwards, making him land on his back on the ground with a thud. Whether he was dead or not, Naruto didn't care as he continued to advance towards the archers, picking up the dropped war hammer and beginning to swing it around with speed that a weapon of such size and weight shouldn't have. The war hammer was a crude weapon, this one especially so, with metal spikes on one end of the weapon's head and a flat face on the other with a length. Its length was almost greater than Naruto's height. An ordinary man wouldn't be able to lift it, let alone use it effectively in combat, but Naruto made it work. His greater-than-normal strength gave him the ability to swing it around like it weighed as much as a twig. It made the already devastating weapon even more brutal. Naruto swung the weapon forward, breaking bones with each person the end met, smacking enemies aside with meaty crunches as their mundane bodies fell to his weapon. A brave mercenary tried to rush Naruto with a sword, but he just swung the weapon, almost without care as he passed them. The flat face of the war hammer snapped the mercenary's sword and continued to smash into their chest. They went down with a wet thud and didn't get back up. Bringing the weapon back, Naruto gripped it by the base of the handle and turned, rotating on the spot while sticking his newest weapon out. More than one person didn't duck as the war hammer passed by, mercenaries that had tried to surround him, not counting on Naruto preventing their move. With the space given by his wild swing, Naruto jumped the short distance to the archers, propelling himself over the heads of several mercenaries by pushing off of one of their heads. Transported over his enemies, Naruto didn't spare them a second of his attention, keeping his gaze firmly on the archers, all of whom he could see the beginnings of fear within, having become clear that he would landing in their midst. A few vainly tried to knock arrows, but Naruto knew it would all be for naught. He'd land before they took their shots. Then he was among them, his massive hammer's head smashing into an archer's chest as it came down. Naruto heard bone give way as the hammer's force broke the man's ribs. A single swing of the war hammer, and the archers were down. The clustered formation that they had taken in order to pepper him with arrows becoming their downfall. When the last of them were dead, Naruto turned back to look to the rest of the army of mercenaries and found himself faced with men and women who no longer looked as eager to engage him as they had before. He'd made them bleed. But it wouldn't matter now, as they would all be dead soon, and any who survived would flee. Naruto hadn't gone after the archers because they were any sort of nuisance or threat to his being. He could have continued to fight this army and come for the archers last, and it wouldn't have made much of a difference. The reason that Naruto went for them, however, was because he knew that they would be at the rear of this group of mercenaries, and that he would then have this entire army before him, grouped together, if he reached them. Gripping the pommel of his war hammer, Naruto raised it over his head, using strength greater than his frame would imply he had. The mercenaries closest to him tensed in preparation for his attack, for all the good it would do them. Before he acted, Naruto spared one fleeting look at the surrounding forest, and idly wondered if it would ever be the same. He would have to make a reminder sometime in the future to come back here in 100 or so years. If the damage hadn't repaired itself by then, he'd do it himself. This place did seem like it might be quite peaceful without the mercenaries. Then Naruto brought the hammer down, smashing the flat head into the earth with tremendous force. The ground buckled and broke. Dirt flew, the feet of those before Naruto left the ground, and trees were uprooted. The earth split and shifted, rising and falling unnaturally from the force that Naruto pushed into it. The mercenaries screamed. The war hammer's head shattered, despite the chakra that Naruto had channeled through it to increase its durability. As a round wave, and even the southern coast of Hai no Kuni, people were knocked to the ground as tremors spread outward. Kakashi and his opponent both froze for a second as the sound of the earth shaking reaching them. Neither was facing the direction of wave, and neither was willing to spare a second to face it. The silver-haired Jonin pushed any worries from his mind, knowing that Naruto was there, and that the display of power that he had felt was the man finishing the mercenaries that had surrounded the Tazuna's house. The kunai in his hand flashed out to block a strike from the giant meat cleaver of a blade that was being wielded against him, stopping a strike aimed for his neck. Kakashi frowned as he once more engaged Suigetsu in combat. He knew the blade that the missing nin was using was Kubikuribocho, the blade of Zabuza Momochi. Kakashi had heard rumors of Momochi's supposed protectiveness of his blade. One even spoke of the man skewering a fellow Kirinin after the man had stared at it too long. Another more humorous tale was that Zabuza slept with the blade next to him, like one would a lover. Whether these stories were true or not wasn't the problem. The problem was that Zabuza was incredibly protective of his blade. This was a fact. So Kakashi had to wonder where the man was. It wasn't as if it could have taken the man long to realize that it was missing, and even if Zabuza couldn't go to retrieve the blade, the silver-haired Jonin knew that Kiri wouldn't be eager to release its hold on one of their 7 blades, especially since one was missing already. They could potentially send an entire squad of their ANBU equivalent shinobi. But even that shouldn't take too long. Suigetsu had taken the blade almost 3 months ago. It was more than enough time to track one person down. If Suigetsu had more skill or experience, or even was older than the 13 years old that he appeared to be, then Kakashi could believe that he could evade the shinobi sent after him. But he wasn't, so Kakashi had to wonder where his seekers were. With a cough and application of chakra, he managed to push part of the fallen tree off him, allowing him to slip out from underneath it. "Fuck!" he muttered. Pulling himself to his feet, Zabuza stretched his back. The position he was pinned in wasn't the most comfortable. A slight crack of his neck later, and his thoughts turned to his partner. "Terumi?" Zabuza wouldn't ordinarily call out in the current predicament that he and his partner found themselves in, but the dust that had been kicked up from the Namake's attack made it difficult to see 5 feet in front of him. He was glad that his face mask hadn't been knocked off his face, the fabric filtering the air as it entered his lungs. "Here!" A slightly muffled voice called to him. Zabuza turned to see his companion appear through the dust. May looked slightly worse for wear, sporting several cuts to her skin and blue dress, but looked relatively unharmed. A torn piece of the dress acted as a makeshift air filter that she pressed to her mouth. "Let's go back to camp, we'll have to rest and regroup." Zabuza scowled. They had been set up far enough from Namake's attack to escape any serious injuries, though it hadn't stopped the tree they were perched on from being upturned. Scrapes and bruises seemed the worst that they had received, and Zabuza was more than willing to continue. He still had gotten neither revenge nor his sword back. "Not without Kubikuribocho," the man replied with a growl. "That fucking shit isn't touching it for a second longer." May frowned at her partner's stubbornness. "In case you didn't notice, we're out of our league here. Namake's will destroy us and you won't ever get your precious sword back." She spat, sick of the man's attitude. He'd been in a foul mood the entirety of their chase. Her frown then deepened as she continued. "And if you had been willing to wait a few days for the rest of squad to prepare, we might have been able to continue, but the matter of fact is that we can't." "Hey, I didn't ask you to follow me," Zabuza snapped as he narrowed his eyes. "You have a problem with the way I do things, then go take it up with the Mizukage. Until then you either do as I say or stay out of my way. Both of you shut up. Head swiveled to the source of the words, Mei reached for a kunai from a holster at her waist while Zabuza drew a katana from its sheath on his back. Out of the dust cloud stepped the one person that they had hoped to avoid, Namikaze. The man gave the two piercing looks as his form became clearer through the dirt that littered the air. Irritate me and the luck that caused you to survive will run out very quickly. Zabuza growled, stepping into a more aggressive stance. But a hand on his shoulder made him pause with the look he received when he turned to Mei, the owner of the hand, making him stop. That didn't stop him from giving a shrug of the shoulder roughly to remove the hand. We mean no harm. Mei spoke swiftly and curtly, realizing the precarious position she was. While Zabuza was nearly single-minded in his goal to get his sword back, she wasn't in any way similar. There was no way she was throwing her life away for Kubikuribocho, no matter how much her village wanted it. But she had a feeling that Zabuza didn't see things like she did. Despite being a civilian, the Yondaime Hokage's father had displayed he was more than capable of tearing apart foes who would annihilate a regular civilian. While his victory over Orochimaru was most notable, it was the way he dispatched the kidnappers who attempted to take his grandson that stood out, at least to those who knew of what happened. Namikaze showed that his bloodline was far more than just speed, that it could be used in a variety of ways more than one would initially think. And for those in the know, the speed and ruthless efficiency that he used to stop, not only a rising prodigy but a man that Kiri's spies said was either Madara Uchiha or some other Uchiha, named Obito. Regardless of who it was the way that they were killed that caught the attention of Kiri. We're merely retrieving some of our village's lost property, Mei continued steadily. And I suppose that you intended to do this only after Kakashi had made your property tired? Namikaze tested the word, saying the words as if his lips were coated in poison. Mei grimaced internally at the words, knowing how close to the truth it was. She and Zabuza had hoped to use Kakashi's fight with Suigetsu to weaken the latter, at which point, they'd swoop in, either capturing or killing Suigetsu, in the least, and retrieving the sword he stole. Kakashi's death, whether at the hands of one of them, or Suigetsu, was merely a bonus as the two of them could claim the large bounty on the Koppinin's head. It wasn't like Suigetsu could claim it when they killed him. We were scoping the situation, Mei said eventually. We would have helped Kakashi-san, however. Our recent injuries force us to make a retreat. She prayed, to whatever gods were listening, that Namikaze would buy the excuse. While she could feel slight injuries on her person, and could see a few scraps on Zabuza, they were nowhere near enough to hinder them in any significant way, should they decided to attack Suigetsu. The distance from the epicenter of Namikaze's attack allowed them to escape with little injuries to speak of. Mei just wanted to retreat and focus on getting Zabuza's stupid sword. The sooner that they got it, the sooner that she could leave this country. Do you take me for a fool? The words were said with a calm anger that spoke of a coming storm. Mei tensed, instantly realizing that her situation was now far more dangerous. Her eyes flickered to Zabuza and she noticed that the man was bunching his muscles. She refrained the urge to shout at the idiot to not do what she knew he would. They couldn't win this. He'd get them both killed. Quickly, she tried to think of something to say that would defuse the situation. Something that would allow her to live for longer than a few more minutes. Many shinobi were well aware of the danger that Namikaze posed in battle, that his prowess could potentially equal, if not surpass, his son's, but then there were also those who didn't care. Whether they were arrogant, ignorant, or stupid, these people tended to ignore the warnings. Thankfully, they didn't tend to last long as shinobi unless they had the skills to back up their reckless choices. Mei didn't know which one of the sections in the indifferent category that Zabuza was, but she knew that he wouldn't increase their chances of survival. Kiri is not on the best of terms with Konoha, Mei began, attempting to use twist the political landscape her village had with Konoha to her own advantage. Interfering in a mission could dash. It was at that moment that Zabuza moved, leaping forward the relatively small distance between the two of them with his sword ready to slice Namikaze in two diagonally with a double-handed swing, and for a fraction of a second, Mei thought that he might actually do it. Years of working with a sword far heavier than a katana had made Zabuza strong, especially when he needed to be able to wield the relatively ungraceful Kubikuribocho to match the speed of those who wielded shorter, lighter swords. That strength applied to the lighter katana allowed the demon of the hidden mist to move incredibly quickly, and it was within less than half a second that he had crossed over 3/4 of the distance between himself and Namikaze. Mei watched as the blade made its way unopposed to the Yondaime's father's shoulder. The following movement would be one of if not the fastest movement that the Kiri Kunoichi had, and would, ever see. Namikaze's arm, the arm opposite to the side that Zabuza's sword was coming from, lifted up and over the latter's katana as it came down, the former's body moving forward as he did so. From there, his hand came down on the spine of Zabuza's blade, gripping it tightly and stopping its descent, while the other hand took advantage of the opening now present and buried itself in the Kiri shinobi's larynx. The force propelled Zabuza backwards, several meters May calculated from some corner of her mind that wasn't preoccupied with watching her partner be tossed around, his katana remaining clenched by the blade in the opposite hand of Namikaze. It was only then when he hit the ground again that the rest of the damage done with that one punch became apparent. Loud and wheezing breathes was all the demon of the hidden mist was able to make, his windpipe having collapsed from the force of the blow to his throat. Immediately, one of Zabuza's hands went to his throat, eyes widening as he too realized what had happened. Then Zabuza coughed, and May instantly noted how his face mask darked around the mouth. It was easy to recognize as blood, and from there, instant conclusions were drawn. Zabuza had internal bleeding, and as centered around the throat as it was, the chances of the injuries being fatal skyrocketed, especially with no medic Nin around. Both she and Zabuza knew some first aid, but it was incredibly basic, nothing close to what was required to be able to stem internal bleeding in such a delicate part of the body. For a moment, May's eyes connected with Zabuza's. She watched as his shock faded into a fierce resolve as he too realized the situation he was currently in. He would die here, there was no changing that. He was only in control of how he would die, and judging from the look in his eyes, the true wielder of Kubikuru Bocho had chosen. Unsteadily, one of the most skilled kenjutsu users in Kiri's forces rose to his feet. He coughed again, causing the stain on his face mask to grow larger, spreading downward, until it reached his chin. Reaching down to a holster on his thigh, Zabuza drew a kunai and faced Namikaze. "Get the sword!" Zabuza's words were muffled by the slight gurgle that came from his throat as blood trickled into his windpipe. Soundlessly, the man then leapt towards Namikaze and his end. May had her eyes open to many truths of the shinobi world and knew that things that genin and civilians dreamed about happening rarely, if ever, did happen. A valiant last stand against the vastly superior enemy never ended in favor of the former. Thusly, she knew full well that Kiri was about to lose another swordsman. As soon as he was within arm's reach of his opponent, Zabuza surprised May by not aiming for a frontal attack with kunai. Instead, he dropped low and aimed to sweep Namikaze's legs out from under him. A sandaled foot to the face stopped that plan in its tracks. Swift and brutal, the strike held everything that May knew about the Yandame's father, being ruthless and brutal. It forced Zabuza's head and body backwards, much like his initial punch. But unlike his last move, May knew that this one, the fatal one. The pressure placed on the neck from the forceful head movement would have only aggravated Zabuza's lethal injuries, making them worse, and would have allowed the injuries to kill him faster, had the man's neck not snapped from the force placed on it. The body collapsed backwards with a slight gurgle as small pockets of air escaped from Zabuza's damaged throat before he went still. Eyes glazed up within moments, and May knew he was dead. It was a far wearier and shaken May who turned to face Namikaze after she turned away from her dead comrade. His eyes showed no remorse for the death he had inflicted, either for Zabuza nor the mass of mercenaries before that. It unnerved her slightly that he didn't feel anger at Zabuza's attempt to kill him or sadness at the death of so many. The eyes gave nothing away. It then clicked in May's mind that Namikaze was one of those people. He was like Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, one of those people who was so far above everyone else that their skills would fall to legend when they died. How he had never been discovered before, May didn't know, but if she had to guess, she'd put her money on no one being alive to report about him. For several seconds, all May could do was stare at the man. He held her life in his hand, they both knew that. She could try to convince him that the political ramifications for her death would cause the Fourth Shinobi War, but he would ignore it. The tension in May's shoulders grew heavier the longer the silence stretched between them. She couldn't run, she couldn't fight, and she couldn't barter. None of those things would ensure that she lived, and May wanted to live. She wanted to return home and lie in her bed, to grow more proficient in her bloodline abilities just like her mother. She wanted to meet someone nice and settle down. She didn't want her last vision to be the blank green eyes of Namikaze. She didn't want her life to end like this. Eve. The words were so sudden that May almost missed them, but she couldn't, miss the way Namikaze's eyes, for just a second, softened. "Leave," he repeated, his eyes then losing their soft quality and hardening in an instant. Now. And tell your leader to keep a better watch on their shinobi. It took a second for the words to fully register with her mind, but when they did, Mei almost stumbled in her haste to back away. Mindful of her comrade's corpse, she backed past it, keeping her eye on Namikaze in case he proved to be luring her into a false sense of hope. Not that it will do any good, a part of Mei's mind responded pessimistically. It was only when Namikaze's silhouette in the dust cloud, which still hung in the air, disappeared that she turned around, bolting as fast as she could away from the carnage. She didn't pay that much attention to the direction she ran in. Mei just got away from the area as quickly as she could. It wasn't the first brush with death that Mei had experienced in her career as a kunoichi, but it was by far the worst. One she knew she'd remember for as long as she lived. Naruto watched the red-headed shinobi run away with shrewd eyes. He knew full well that the mercy he had just shown might come back to haunt him, but he frankly couldn't bring himself to care. The woman had wanted to retreat from him when he eliminated the army of mercenaries, and it was only her male companion who forced her to stay. Had they left, he wouldn't have pursued them any further. But they hadn't, and he had confronted them, ending in the male's death. He wouldn't kill her for the man's stupidity and stubbornness. Even when confronted, she had still tried to avoid a confrontation, albeit through lying. And though her partner had attacked him and paid for it, she still hadn't been drawn into the fight. Turning away, Naruto allowed his shoulders to relax and let the tension drain from them. He was glad that this was finally. Naruto sighed as a flare of chakra grabbed his attention. Kakashi was still fighting the missing nin that he had encountered originally. It seemed that this day wasn't over like he had wished. He turned in the direction that the two chakra sources were clashing, walking towards it at a sedated pace. The world around Naruto slowed down as his body's ability to observe and interact with reality increased dramatically. He strolled through the cloud of settling dust, stepped over fallen trees and crumbled bodies of the mercenaries caught in his attack with the sledgehammer. He soon broke through what was left of the tree line around Tezuna's house. In the window, he could see the faces of Koji and his teammates, all looking out through one of the windows that pointed towards the forest. A part of Naruto was discontent with the fact that they had been watching him. He wasn't doing anything impressive, merely removing some of the worst people in the world with such ease that it was almost disgusting. Yet there was awe in his grandson's face, along with those of his pink-haired teammates and the Uchiha child. Naruto put those looks out of his mind as he continued. He had no wish to dwell on them any longer. Stepping out over the water was an unusual experience for Naruto. He had stood on top of the water's surface before, but there was a difference between doing that while channeling chakra to his feet, in order to keep surface tension, and doing it without channeling that chakra. He had never walked over water using swift release, and the pure speed that it offered, always either flying or by boat if the impulse struck. The surface of the water felt no different from the earth beneath his shoes. It held his weight with ease as he stepped onto it. It almost looked like painting, his vision of the sea frozen as it was, and out on the distance, Kakashi and his opponent prepared to clash again, the latter wielding a large sword that reminded Naruto of a butcher's cleaver. Walking out to the two, Naruto wondered what he'd do. While he wanted to end this entire situation, he didn't want to fight Kakashi's battle for him. Several dozen thoughts had run through Naruto's head by the time that he had made it to two frozen shinobi. Eventually, he decided on something that satisfied his want to end this quickly, but to also not fight this battle for Kakashi. Moving towards the missing nin, Naruto plucked the sword from the man's grip, enveloping only Suigetsu's hand in swift release chakra in order to remove the sword without breaking any of the missing nin's fingers. Having the large weapon in his hands, Naruto took a second to study it. He could feel a minute pull at his chakra from the sword, using what it took to fuel the seals that Naruto tell were on it. Hidden from view, they branched from the handle to the very tip of the blade. It took a few minutes of studying the sword, flipping it over a few times, to decipher the seals and their purpose, but he found it quickly. An unorthodox task for the seals to accomplish, taking the iron from the blood that was stained on the blade in order to rejuvenate it, healing it of any nicks or parts of it that may have broken off. Theoretically, so long as enough of the blade was left, it could reform from any kind of damage that it took. With his curiosity over the blade sated, Naruto stepped back several meters, keeping his hold over the handle of the massive cleaver. When he was out of range of the fight, and had made sure that he was ready to channel chakra to his feet in order to maintain his position on top of the waves, Naruto allowed the world to speed up. What did they want in exchange? The voice was deep and echoed around the large chamber, which was situated deep underground. No one else spoke, all wanting to hear the response from the messenger. They wanted our assistance in a plan that they are going to undertake in a few months' time. The messenger, a woman with blue hair, replied, her voice as blank as her leader's, the man who had spoken earlier. But they promised us immediate access after it's carried out. Which is? If the leader felt any irritation with the messenger's vague response, they didn't show it. The only emotion they felt was annoyance at having to wait in order to access what they wanted, but so long as they gained access it mattered little how long they waited. I don't know, was the response from the blue-haired woman. But they sent a messenger of their own to explain the plan and answer any questions we may regarding it. They seemed sure that we would agree. He's currently waiting outside. Very well. The leader spoke after a moment of contemplation. Bring him here. Now. A silky voice spoke behind the messenger, making her whirl around, several paper shurikens shooting from her sleeves in the direction the voice came from, only for the shuriken to be extinguished by a burst of flame that came from the shadows of the chamber. Behind the woman, the rest of her organization became tense at the intruder's presence, many unsheathing weapons. That wasn't very nice, said the same silky voice as before, though this time with a noticeable edge. Just like it wasn't nice to make me wait. The edge had disappeared from the voice's tone, and gained an almost teasing quality. You are the one that IWA sent? The leader asked, showing none of the weariness displayed in his subordinates and their stances. He seemed completely at ease with the sudden intrusion. Of course, but where are my manners? Stepping forth from the shadows that hid him, a black-haired man, with slitted irises, gave a sadistic smile to Akatsuki organization, his gaze lingering for a moment of the ring-purple eyes of its leader. My name is Orochimaru, and the plan is rather simple. Chapter 32. Naruto remained in his meditative state even as he heard the footsteps approaching. He felt no need to address the person that walked closer to his seated position in the shrine of the Namikaze compound's garden. They might not be approaching to talk to him, but instead looking for peace of their own in the quiet and solitude of the garden. It was a long shot considering that he had never seen anyone use the garden for the privacy that it provided, besides himself, but there was always a first time for everything. Despite these thoughts, Naruto prepared himself to speak with Kushina as she approached, her chakra giving away her identity before he laid eyes on her. She walked up the steps of the shrine and came to a stop, but still said nothing to him. A second later, she sat down, facing Naruto's front. For almost a minute after she had seated herself, Kushina was silent aside from the odd shuffle of her body. Naruto idly wondered if she waiting for him to acknowledge her presence, in which case, he prepared to finally open his eyes and greet her, only for the redhead to finally begin speaking. Naruto! Kushina paused for a moment, hesitant about how to approach the subject of this visit. It was at this moment that Naruto realized that he and Kushina probably hadn't talked as frequently as he had initially thought. This might have contributed to why she was so hesitant. I know that I don't really have much of a reason to ask this. Naruto groaned internally as the words reached him, but showed no external change. So this was going to be one of those talks where he was asked to do something? Perfect. In his current, irritable mood, Naruto would have, at this point, told whoever was asking to go away, albeit maybe not as nicely. He was a second away from doing it too, but, at the same time, realized that he hadn't done much for Kushina. He'd saved Hitomi, which while asked by Minato, was on Kushina's behalf. However, that in no way meant that he'd say yes to this request. It meant he'd hear what Kushina had to say instead of brushing her off immediately. I was wondering if you could train Koji like you trained Minato, in Jintan, swift release. Kushina continued, unconsciously tugging on a lock of her hair with her fingers, unaffected by Naruto's thoughts. Opening his eyes, he stared his daughter-in-law, finally acknowledging her presence. Before I say anything, why do you want me to? Naruto kept his gaze locked on Kushina's and didn't allow it to slip. Even you must realize that Koji's too immature to have such power within his grasp. I know, she admitted, her lips pushed into a line. Koji may take after his father in a few aspects, but he was still a child prone to mistakes. I know that he's too young, but couldn't you dash? I am still waiting for a reason, Kushina. Naruto interrupted, his eyes still holding her own. For several seconds Kushina said nothing, but Naruto could see the internal debate happening as her eyes, while still directed at him, lost focus. Silence descended between the two as her inner debate continued, Naruto waiting patiently, until finally she sighed. Minato told me about what you said to Kakashi, she began, speaking hesitantly as if she wasn't supposed to say anything. Naruto didn't particularly care. Kakashi could tell whoever he wanted, it wouldn't change that he would have to decide eventually. About what you said to him about fixing his issues or resigning as Koji's sensei. Minato disagrees with you. That wasn't surprising to Naruto. He knew that his son's faith in whoever he had placed as grandson's teacher wouldn't have been weak enough to make him want to remove that person after one bad mission. It was unfortunate that Naruto's own faith wasn't so sturdy. And while I love Kakashi, like a little brother, Kushina continued, unaware of Naruto's musings, after the mission to Wave, my confidence of him just isn't as strong as what it once was. He nearly lost to someone he could have handled with ease years ago. The redhead paused from speaking and released a guilt-filled sigh. I just don't think he's in the right frame of mind to be able to look after Genin, especially having two that many would consider targets. She didn't elaborate further, but it was obvious Kushina was talking about Koji and Sasuke, the former for his connection to the current Hokage and the latter for his connection to the reduced Uchiha clan as its heir. And because you can't get him removed, you decided to come to me, Naruto assumed, correctly going by Kushina's small nod. A part of me doesn't want to replace him with someone else, Kushina said. I know that Kakashi has much to offer, that he has a strong grasp of all of the main shinobi arts. In some ways, he could help Koji decide what kind of shinobi he'd like to be more than Minato or myself. Naruto studied his daughter-in-law as she sighed. She seemed genuinely saddened and wanted to have Kakashi removed, believing that he could give her son much. However, even if he was inclined to help Kushina at the moment, which he wasn't despite his own wish to see his grandson gain the ability to protect himself, he could not grant Kushina's request, and for a good reason. I can't help you, Kushina, Naruto spoke finally. Koji's immaturity is too great of a hindrance and danger, both to himself and others, with the kind of power he could obtain. The redhead gave a small nod but didn't look too surprised at the decision. But also, while it is possible for Koji to learn to mold his chakra correctly to form the kind necessary for Jintan, lacking the natural talent towards it like Minato has, it would take years to learn, even if I started today. Kushina frowned slightly at Naruto's words as she processed them and realized that they contradicted what she had already known. But Koji has the same Kekkei Genkai as Minato, and he managed to pick it up within the first day of you training him. Naruto shook his head. As I said before, Koji lacks the talent for Jintan that Minato did. It was that talent that allowed Minato to pick up Jintan as quickly as he did. Naruto explained, but continued, realizing that he wasn't using the correct wording to get his point across. An easier way to put it would be to say that Koji doesn't have the Kekkei Genkai that Minato does. How can you tell? The redhead questioned, the frown still adorning her face. And why should he still be able to use Jintan if he doesn't have the Kekkei Genkai for it? While it was never confirmed whether or not Koji did have Jintan, it being impossible to tell the difference between someone who had the potential to use a Kekkei Genkai and someone who could, many had simply assumed that the genin had it. This was mainly thanks to the fact that both his father and grandfather possessing the ability, and the similarity in appearance between the boy and his father. Due to the lack of chakra control at birth, and up until they receive training, a person's control is heavily influenced by emotions, Naruto explained after a moment. At infancy, a person's control is non-existent, and as such, their chakra flails about like fish out of water. Thankfully, because of a child's small chakra capacity, anything that happens is internal. For Minato, the flow of his chakra through his coils was erratic, speeding up and slowing down nearly constantly when he was awake, influenced by his natural disposition towards Jintan. Koji has shown none of this, and this has led me to believe that he doesn't possess the natural talent for it. As for how he could still use it even without the Kekkei Genkai, Naruto loosed a small snort of amusement at the name as he continued, all chakra natures are available to anyone. Those that have a natural disposition to certain natures merely have an easier time gaining a good grasp of them. Naruto paused before he continued again, a small smile on his features as he cut off Kushina, who was about to speak. And before you ask, he said preemptively, the reason that this isn't common knowledge is that everyone who knows how to do this is either dead or knows that keeping the information secret is a good thing. If you don't mix the chakra natures together correctly, the results involve body parts exploding in dramatic fashion. Kushina's jaw slightly dropped at the knowledge before she shut it. She felt her well of respect and worry for Minato grow, knowing that he was treading a fine line when he used his bloodline. She also felt much better knowing Koji wasn't able to do that. Seeing some of her worry creep onto her face, Naruto continued on a bit more to help alleviate whatever fears Kushina had. Someone who has the natural talent to use more complex chakra nature like Jinchūriki doesn't have to worry about losing limbs. They instinctively know how much of each chakra nature to combine. The worry on Kushina's face diminished slightly once he had finished, but it was replaced by a saddened expression. So there's nothing more I can do to help Koji? She questioned, a slight undertone of begging evident. I'm training him, Kakashi is training him, and he sometimes goes off to train by himself. Kushina sighed. Is there anything more he could do? Naruto frowned thoughtfully as he pondered the request for advice. It wasn't something too hard to grant, so he saw no reason to withhold it from Kushina. There was just one problem with that. There is not much that you can't do that you're not already doing, Kushina, Naruto told her truthfully. All you can do is train him to the best of your abilities, teach him what you can. The rest is up to him. Kushina sighed. I see, she was clearly disappointed, wanting more to guarantee the safety of her son, but even what Naruto could offer had its limits. I'm sorry I can't help you anymore, Kushina, Naruto replied. No, it's okay, she said, giving him a smile. Thank you for letting me speak with you, Naruto. Naruto returned the smile. It's fine, Kushina. If you ever need anything, don't be afraid to ask. Sensing the end of the conversation, Kushina stood up from her position in the shrine. I'm going to make some lunch for myself and Minato when he takes his break, Kushina told him, still smiling. Would you like to join us? Naruto nodded in response to the offer. I'd love to. Naruto breathed in deeply, holding his breath for several moments, before he released it. The garden was still, the animals made no sounds and the wind didn't blow, but unlike many premonitions of bad luck or something unnatural lurking, this silence didn't carry with it a feeling of unease. Instead, it was as if nature had decided to relax from its daily cycle. It was good for Naruto, as he needed to concentrate at the moment. Despite his many years of living, it would be foolish to say that he knew everything. Most things, perhaps, but still equally wrong. The growing field of science seemed to always find something new and interesting about the world that he had lived in for so long. How the animals, both predator and prey, along with the flora, all seemed to interact in a cycle that they all benefited from. How the body seemed to be constantly at war with disease and sickness, fighting them both off constantly, repelling the bacteria that caused them. How the eye took in rays of light from objects within its field of view to form an image. Thanks to these insights from people who dedicated their lives to understanding all that was around them, it allowed Naruto to test the limits to which chakra could interact with the world. Chakra was a unique energy that contained few rules and limitations. One of the limitations, or rules rather, was that each of the unique elements didn't have to react normally with how they would other elements. A flame created from chakra, for example, wouldn't create the same explosion of heat and light when exposed to magnesium like a natural flame would. From several experiments that Naruto had conducted himself in the past few months, this was because of the naturally leakage of chakra that was given off by a chakra-created flame, a sign of the imperfect chakra control that nearly all people had. It interfered with the reaction of chemicals that would normally occur. The best reason for this happening that Naruto could come up with that the chakra user's will was imprinted in their chakra, which then acted. In this case, it was to create and maintain a flame, not a magnesium-influenced flame, just a regular flame, and so the chakra fought against the magnesium when was introduced, halting the reaction. But this was not the reason that Naruto was spending his time in the shrine, thinking back on previous experiments, but rather performing new ones. Currently, he was attempting to test the limits of light-natured chakra, or light release for short, and what it could do. Previous experimentation with light release had allowed Naruto to create invisibility, but this was under the impression that one could see what light touched, and so he had bent light to avoid him. While this was true, Naruto's previous belief didn't have any involvement of the eye itself, merely that what light touched you could see. It was basic and had holes, but it was something that never had any evidence to the contrary, and he had thought it up several centuries earlier. Now though, working with the knowledge that light had to enter the eye in order to see, Naruto was attempting to perform something far more interesting than invisibility, at least in his mind. He took a breath to steady himself before he allowed his mind to work, lightning-natured chakra combining with yang chakra. Opening his eyes, this part being essential to what he was trying to do, Naruto funneled chakra to his eyes. They became lit with a pale yellow color as his vision changed. No longer was it limited to the entrance of the shrine, but Naruto could now see all around him. The space directly behind him, the ceiling directly above, even Anko crouching on top of the shrine attempting to surprise him. He'd sensed her far earlier, but the fact that he could see her purple hair and the mischievous glint in her brown eyes without having his gaze on her was amazing. Deciding to quickly wrap up his experimentation, Naruto noticed the way his vision was blurred slightly and distorted in front of his eyes, quickly realizing that it was due to the amount of light being funneled into such a small space before he cut the flow of chakra to his eyes. It wasn't a second later that Anko decided to act. She leapt into the shrine through the open window, flying towards the back of Naruto's head. The dark-haired man's only reaction was to lean his upper body forward, allowing her to pass harmlessly over the top of him, her momentum carrying them out of the shrine and onto the path, where she landed and spun around. Naruto opened his mouth to give Anko a half-hearted complaint about how she was always ruining his meditation when he noticed the large grin on her face, and he didn't even bother. He'd spent enough time around Anko to know when it was worth complaining and when it would just slide off. Now was one of the latter times. Still, even as the purple-haired teen continued to give him that cat that ate the canary smile, Naruto said nothing to inquire as to why she had it on, knowing that it would irritate her. It was petty, incredibly so considering his age, but she had interrupted his experimentation just when it was getting exciting. Eventually, after a few moments of silence, Anko's grin finally faltered and she pouted. "Come on," she complained. "Aren't you going to say anything?" Naruto simply raised an eyebrow and Anko rolled her eyes. "You weren't doing anything, there was nothing for me to interrupt." Naruto said nothing, but his eyes managed to convey his words in a conversation the two had many times before. "You were meditating, which involves not moving," Anko listed, "and not thinking. Last time that I checked, if you were doing those things, you weren't doing anything." "Sleep involves both of those things, Anko," Naruto told, finally speaking. "Yet it plays an important part in how our bodies function from day to day." Anko immediately opened her mouth to respond, but closed it after she couldn't think of anything to say, her face gaining a slight frown as she did so. Naruto paid it no mind. Anko always had that look after she lost this common topic of debate. Fine, she grumbled, crossing her arms and turning away. It took a moment of silence before Naruto sighed. While he wouldn't normally mind the purple-haired woman's presence, she had interrupted his training, if one wished to call it that, and he was eager to get back to it. "What is it, Anko?" he questioned in a slightly bland tone. "Why were you smiling?" Anko paid no mind to his tone as she perked back up and turned to him, uncrossing her arms. "I was given a position of great responsibility," she said proudly. "I'm the proctor of the second stage of the upcoming Chunin exams." There was a notable note of excitement in Anko's voice as she spoke. Naruto put a small smile on his face as Anko then began to ramble on about what her position as proctor for the second stage of exams entailed, and what she thought about setting for her task. "I actually really need to think about what I'm going to set as the second stage," Anko said, in a rare show of seriousness, after she had calmed down from the excitement of being assigned the position. "I'm thinking that if my task looks like I put in a lot of forethought into it, that I might be able to convince Hokage-sama that I'm ready for Jonin rank." "Congratulations, Anko. I know that my son wouldn't give you the position unless it was well earned," Naruto praised. Anko gave a grin back, her face reddening from his words, something that Naruto paid no mind. Naruto choked slightly on the piece of meat in his mouth at the news, drawing looks from the other people at the table. He quickly swallowed his food before speaking. "Sorry." He gave another short cough. "I swallowed my food without chewing correctly." He gave a nod to Koji. "Go on, Koji, continue." The blonde-haired boy gave his grandfather a smile before he returned to addressing the table, comprised of his parents, grandfather, and himself. "So Kakashi-sensei said that all we had to do turn up with the papers signed at the academy 2 days from now, and we'll be in the Chunin exams." The boy had an excited look on his face, practically vibrating with energy. "Isn't this great?" he asked, looking around the table, meeting the eyes of all those seated. "I could be a Chunin soon." Naruto only barely managed to give the genin a grin. He knew that Koji would eventually go through these exams, whether it would have been in the next month or year, but he had hoped that it would have been towards the later. The boy was ready, from what Naruto had seen of past exams. Koji had more than enough skill and the tactical mind necessary to match those that had participated in the Chunin exams Konoha had held in the past. But Naruto also knew that these exams were unpredictable. He'd heard about favorites dropping out in the first stage while unknown genin swept through the entire exams, taking all by surprise. It was the latter that Naruto was worried about. "Congratulations, Koji," Kushina said excitedly as she stood up and moved around the dinner table to hug her son, placing a kiss into his yellow hair. "I knew you'd be offered a place in the exams, you worked too hard not to." "Well done, Koji." Minato also congratulated as he rose, moving around the table to his wife and son, slower than the former had. "We're all so very proud of you." If it was possible for the boy's smile to widen, it did as his father added on the praise. In order to keep the smile on his grandson's face, Naruto allowed none of the unease he felt to show. He knew that despite the possibility for death in the exams themselves, that Minato would do all he could to monitor the status of not just Koji, but also the other participants. But his son wasn't omnipotent, just like he wasn't himself. Mistakes were prone to happen, and while Naruto knew that Minato would do all that he could, he got the feeling that these exams spelt the end of whatever innocence that Koji had remaining. It was the distinct feeling of a Biju's chakra a few days into the Chunin exams that told Naruto something was wrong. Specifically, it was Shikaku's chakra. The source barely tickled the edge of Naruto's senses, but it was there and stood out like a black stain on a white shirt. Shikaku was only one of the 3 Biju that Naruto had yet to find, hidden as they were among their hosts in possibly any of the nations, but it appeared that one of the nations had loosened their grip on theirs, and Naruto would make them regret it. He immediately moved towards the source, using his swift release to close the distance in what would have appeared like a second to the outside world had someone been able to witness it. This led Naruto into the Forest of Death, an area that Naruto remembered vaguely staying in during the first time he had visited Konoha, if only because the name was memorable. Moving past the chain fence around the forest and moving further in, still utilizing swift release, Naruto eventually found himself before a tower that, much like the area he was in, he vaguely recognized. Entering said tower, it wasn't hard to locate the source. In the center of a large open room, with twin balconies that stretched to the side of the room that the door led to, Naruto found his grandson squaring off against a child who seemed to have half of Shikaku sprouting from their body. While the legs were still human, the child had an upper body covered in sand and resembling a likeness to Shikaku. It wasn't that much of a stretch to believe that this was Shikaku's host. Naruto had barely dropped out of his state of heightened movement before he was forced to enter it once more, moving to save his grandson from several tendrils of sand that lashed out from what must have been Shikaku's host, who then released a cry of "Prove my existence." Moving in front of Koji, who was seen to be stunned by the appearance of his current adversary, if his expression was anything to go by, Naruto launched both of his palms forward, peeling back part of the protective layer of his swift-release chakra that covered his palms. Twin forces collided with partially formed raccoon and its tendrils, tearing chunks of its sand body off and knocking it with enough force to send it sprawling on its back. Those unseen forces continued on and slammed into the wall on the opposite side of the room, cracking it. Turning around to face his grandson, Naruto was startled for a moment when he found the blonde boy missing. "To-san," Naruto heard his son call. Once more spinning around, he breathed a sigh of relief as he spotted his grandson leaning against a balcony, Minato standing next to him, a small smile on his face. The Hokage opened his mouth to speak but found his attention taken from his father by the partially transformed jinchūriki getting back to its feet. Its eyes immediately landed on Naruto as the person standing across from him, and Naruto noticed their eyes widened slightly as a low growl came from their throat. "You!" The jinchūriki rumbled in a distorted voice, 2 distinct voices overlapping. One of the 2 Naruto recognized as Shikaku's. "Ka-san calls for you, she wants your blood." The mouth of Shikaku's host opened into an insane-looking grin. "She wants your death." Naruto would have raised an eyebrow at the host's rather strange references to their mother if he wasn't forced to dodge a swipe from one of the host's arms, the limb extending forward to close the distance between the 2 quickly. Sliding back, out of reach of the arm as it passed, Naruto rushed forward, wanting to take down the jinchūriki as fast as possible. The sooner he did that, the sooner that he could attempt to remove Shikaku from its host. Moving in a blur of motion, Naruto appeared behind the jinchūriki ready to swiftly end the fight but found that he was forced to dodge instead, ducking to the side as a limb sprouted from the host's back to strike at him. Retaliating, Naruto used his arm closest to the limb to break it off from its body, simply bringing his own arm down on it, and snapping the sandy appendage. Now going on the offense, Naruto slammed his other arm directly into the stump that the extra limb had sprouted from, enveloping his arm almost to the elbow in sand. Instead of panicking that his arm was now trapped, the older of the 2 combatants merely twisted his body around, swinging his trapped arm toward one of the four walls of the arena with the sand dragging itself, along with its user, with the arm thanks to its strong grip. Despite the grip the sand had on his limb, it couldn't hold up to the amount of momentum it quickly gained while attached to Naruto's arm as it moved. Its hold loosened and the host was thrown directly into a wall, the jinchūriki slamming face first into it, without giving the jinchūriki a chance to groan from the impact, which was strong enough to crack the wall. Naruto was upon them again. Channeling a fairly small amount of chakra, for him, into his hand, the dark-haired man slammed his palm once more into the upper back of the jinchūriki, connecting with skin and allowing the built-up chakra to disperse over the host's body upon impact. This had a dual effect, not only stunning the host, pushing all of the air out of their lungs, but also destroying the control they had over the sand around them. The armor-like construct that Shikaku's host had created seemed like a rather ingenious idea, using a natural, abundant element as a shield and strengthening it with chakra, but it had a large weakness. It relied on the chakra influencing the element to always be linked to the body. If one was to cover the user's body with their own chakra, something that didn't allow the user's chakra to pass through unabated, the technique would fail and the element would simply fall under gravity's rule. This was exactly what happened to Naruto's current opponent. His partially transformed state was forcibly severed as the demonic chakra was cut off from its source, and the sand limply fell to the ground. After grabbing the host by their shoulder, pulling them back, spinning them around and then slamming their back into the wall, Naruto took a second to study Shikaku's host. It was a boy, no older than Koji, with short, red hair, deep rings around his eyes and a pale complexion. Now having access to the host's front, Naruto moved aside part of the sash that covered his stomach, before lifting up his shirt, exposing the boy's stomach. The sight that greeted Naruto caused him nearly gape in sheer amazement at the stupidity present. It was a modified storage seal. One so poorly designed that it looked like whoever created this abomination had merely put down whatever came into their mind first. In order for a storage seal to retrieve what was stored within, in this case Shikaku's chakra, the user must channel their own chakra onto the seal matrix. Considering, however, that jinchūriki were primarily used in war, it was obviously not practical for one to have to place their hand on their stomach each time they wished to do so, especially during a heated battle. So whoever had designed this seal created it to be opened purely by mental command, meaning that the user merely had to think about accessing Shikaku's chakra to use it. There were several problems with this, the first and foremost being that the mental link wasn't just to the seal but to Shikaku as well, considering that he was being made of pure chakra with a mind. It meant that Shikaku was most likely receiving these mental commands, which wasn't good considering that a Biju had no ability to understand a human's thoughts or emotions. While both humans and Biju could speak the same language and use chakra, that didn't mean that they were in any way similar enough for one to understand the thoughts and senses of the others. Furthermore, this mental link between the user of the seal and Shikaku was not only always open, never shutting off, but also open both ways, which meant that there was no reprieve for either side. They would always be able to hear the voice of the other. There were other reasons as why whoever made this boy a jinchūriki should be killed, for pure incompetence at the very least, but Naruto was forced to take his mind off them as the redhead attacked. Taking advantage of the momentary pause in the battle that was Naruto's shock over his seal, the boy had gathered his chakra once more and used it to gather sand around his right arm before he swung it towards Naruto, breaking the weak shroud of chakra that Naruto had surrounded him with. The punch was clumsy, slow, and spoke of not only poor taijutsu form but of a lack of experience, and Naruto punished the boy for it ruthlessly. Gathering chakra quickly, Naruto discharged when his forearm blocked the strike. Jin-tun! He spoke as a shimmer began to envelop the arm touching his own. Shini Sapisu, swift release, dead space. Quickly, too quickly for Jinchūriki to react, the shimmer had surrounded his entire arm, up to the elbow. Pulling his blocking arm away, Naruto launched a strike at the opposite arm, causing a shimmer to wrap around that arm just like the first. Immediately the boy tried to move away, to put space between the two, but he quickly found that it was impossible. His arms were stuck, rooted in the air and unresponsive to any attempt he made to move them. He pulled in vain at his arms, channeled chakra through them in an attempt to break free of whatever technique was keeping him restrained. Not that he had any chance to. His arms were currently experiencing time at a far slower pace than the rest of his body. Similar to how Naruto had restrained the Raikage, time was slowed to a crawl within the area, including all forces, such as gravity. No matter how hard the boy pulled, not matter what he did, it would all be useless because of the amount of time that it would take for the effect to happen to his arm. Eventually, the redhead boy seemed to realize that his attempts at escape were useless once it became clear that he wouldn't be able to move, slumping in his trapped state. Naruto had hoped that this would have been the end, that it would have signified that the jinchūriki was defeated and that he would give up. Instead, the boy began to mutter to himself, softly at first but it quickly rose in volume. "Oh no 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 and no!" Naruto met Shikaku's host's eyes, and saw immediately the insanity that he had missed before, the veil it had hidden under now gone. Evidently, Shikaku had not been kind to its host. "You won't erase my existence! I won't let you! Tanuki Nairi no Jutsu, play possum technique!" For a second, the boy slackened once more, then sand exploded around him. Suddenly, Shikaku's chakra filled the air around them and Naruto knew at once that the boy had opened his seal nearly entirely. Not all the way, as Shikaku would have been free to leave and the boy would be dead if that had been the case. Sand swirled and gathered, more than should have been possible coming together to begin forming a massive body that quickly reached the ceiling. "To Sand!" Minato's voice by his side made Naruto turn his gaze to his son, Koji in between them and rapidly turning pale at the sight of the forming Biju. The blonde moved his son against his father. "Take Koji back into the village and join the other civilians in the evacuation. I can take care of this." Shikaku was nothing like the Kyuubi. It would be far easier to seal but no less dangerous to deal with. Thus Minato had already sent a shinobi to begin evacuation procedures in the village on the chance that Shikaku managed to resist containment. A few of the shinobi present had already moved to get the genin away, while others stayed in order to assist their leader. The foreign shinobi had all left bearing the Suna team, the remnant of which were standing off to the side. Ordinarily Minato would find nothing about that suspicious, knowing that the Suna team consisted of siblings, but considering that it was their jinchūriki running amok, it only stacked more evidence against them. For a moment, Naruto made to protest but quickly quelled that instinct. He had no right be here, being a civilian, and had made it a point to drill into Minato that he couldn't rely on him to do what he could not. What would make this time dangerous? Because a Biju would be involved? That would create questions that Naruto didn't want to answer. A more subtle approach would be needed if he wanted to free Shikaku. Perhaps stealing away whatever Shikaku was sealed into and releasing him on the island with the other Biju? It was a good plan, at least for now. Naruto gave a short nod to his son, indicating his understanding and placed a hand over Koji, ready to transport both himself and his grandson to safety. It was at that moment, however, that Shikaku fully formed, the one-tail's head just scraping the ceiling of the arena. There was a moment of silence as the Biju registered that it was free before a wide, bloodthirsty grin stretched across its face. "Free!" Shikaku exclaimed, its voice tinged with a tone that Naruto was immediately wary of. It set him on edge, and with barely a second thought, he transported himself and Koji away in a blur. As he made his way into the village proper, it was immediate to Naruto that something was wrong. Civilians were running in a panic while shinobi raced across rooftops with an urgency written on their faces that Naruto knew wasn't related to Shikaku. The messenger that Minato sent couldn't have spread their message so quickly, unless they shouted it for the public to hear. Shikaku wasn't visible either, the massive trees of the training ground 44 masking the Biju's appearance, even if it had broken from the tower it appeared in. As he walked through the near-frozen village, Naruto took all of this in and more. He noticed that many shinobi were moving towards the village walls, visibly armed. He noticed that some of the civilians wore cuts and abrasions, some of which were serious enough to require someone to support them in order to move. Moving forward with his hand firmly on Koji's shoulder, Naruto weaved in between the still people. While Minato hadn't specified where he was meant to drop his grandson off, Naruto decided that the entrance to the evacuation shelters was the most ideal place. It didn't take long to get there, nor was it hard. All Naruto had to do was follow the direction the panicking people were moving and he eventually came to the entrance at the base of the Hokage monument. The entrance was merely an opening into the face of the cliff, but it was usually covered by an earthen wall. People were in the midst of entering when Naruto arrived, the world around him still frozen. Fear and confusion plastered faces while the shinobi escorting them seemed to have a sense of urgency about them, much like the ones before. They wanted to get people into the shelters as quickly as possible. Naruto came to a stop to the side of the shelter's entrance, Koji by his side, releasing his hold on the swift release technique and began to experience everything normally once more. His grandson stumbled as the technique ended and Naruto used another arm to steady the boy. "Are you alright, Koji?" questioned Naruto, to which the boy nodded after a moment. "Yeah," he said. I'm good, Gigi. Sure of his grandson's condition, Naruto motioned towards the fleeing civilians. I am going to be joining them, Koji, Naruto told him. I assume that you have a place that you need to return to? Koji gave another nod. The genin are meant to meet up at the academy for assignment, the boy replied, glancing in the direction of said building. I should get going. Naruto sighed and bent down to wrap the boy in a hug, gripping him tightly. A part of him wanted to protest, demand even, to have his grandson stay by his side, to make sure he was safe in some kind of last-minute plea. Another part of him knew that to be pointless and would only make Koji resent him. This was the path that Koji had chosen to take in life. It was time that he began to respect it. Stay safe, Koji, Naruto whispered in the boy's ear. His grandson responded in kind, wrapping his own arms around his grandfather. I will, I promise, Koji replied into his grandfather's neck. Eventually, the moment between the two ended and they detached from the other. Koji spared enough time to give his grandfather what he had hoped was a comforting smile, but Naruto saw through it to the nervousness that Koji held underneath. It did nothing so assure his worries. But it was too late to do anything now, as Koji turned around and leapt away, hopping onto a tree branch, then a rooftop before he disappeared out of sight. Naruto stared in the direction that his grandson had run for several moments before he turned around and began walking towards where the rest of the civilians were evacuating to. It was as he was walking, pondering if his grandson would return, safe and sound, or if he would count this moment as another mistake that he would regret, that Naruto felt a shadow pass over his face. It was fleeting, blocking the sun for a second, but it was enough that it made Naruto turn around. No birds should be around at the moment, having been scared off by the heavy amount of chakra that Shikaku was releasing. Naruto could feel it easily from here. Whatever it was held a distinctly human shape, legs and arms visible along with large, white wings that stretched from their back. They came from overhead, descending from directly above Konoha, specifically over Naruto and the other fleeing civilians. Naruto wasn't the only person to take notice of this person. The shinobi around Naruto took the airborne person's approach as a hostile enemy attacking and readied their weapons, taking aggressive stances. This only served to panic the fleeing civilians, many beginning to push forward in order to get to the safety of the shelter faster. None of the shinobi could take the time to deal with this as the winged figure came closer. In doing so, however, the flying person allowed Naruto to make out their features, something that struck a chord in his mind. He didn't know how exactly he knew this person, but he did from somewhere. Feminine features labeled the person as a woman, with distinctive blue hair and wearing a robe of red clouds on a black background. Naruto narrowed his eyes. The hair was enough to set off bells in his head, and he quickly realized why those bells were ringing. Kibaku Fuda Hidoaim, explosive tag shower. With the yell, the woman flung her arms forward, releasing a barrage of paper that seemingly peeled off of her body. The sheets of paper flew quickly, far faster than they should considering the wind resistance involved. The shinobi on the ground retaliated with techniques of their own: balls of fire, spouts of water, bolts of lightning, clumps of dirt, and gusts of wind all rose up to take out the paper projectiles. The two sides clashed in explosion after explosion that had the civilians ducking and screaming. Immediately, it was proven that this technique wasn't as easy to counter as initially thought, as the explosive tags began to curve around the shinobi's attacks, dodging them. In retaliation, the shinobi shifted their aim, but it proved too slow. The paper tags impacted the ground around the shinobi and retreating civilians, focusing more on the latter, sending shards of concrete and earth flying and knocking people over. The woman's wings, also made of paper, flapped as she passed over them and circled around, perhaps going for another pass. It didn't matter in that moment to Naruto, because she was close enough for him to see her eyes, a bright amber. The hair and the eyes were enough for Naruto to attempt to make contact with the woman, but what sealed the deal was the small origami flower in her hair. It was Conan. His little Conan. In some way, they had managed to cross paths. Before he even realized it, he was running after her, leaping onto rooftops as she flew over them. Stop! He called to her, hoping to grab her attention. He took a second to jump across a street, from one rooftop to another before he called again. Conan, stop! Perhaps it was the inclusion of her name. Perhaps it was just that his voice managed to get through, but Conan did stop, twisting around in the air to face the person who had called her. Her eyes quickly found him, standing alone. Naruto opened his mouth again to request her to come down, but before he could, Conan launched an explosive note in his direction. In an instant, Naruto was on the other side of the roof and out of range of the explosive tag when it hit the roof. It caused Conan's eyes to narrow, and he knew somehow that he had made some kind of mistake. The blue-haired woman hovered backwards but made no attempt to run, merely putting distance between them. "Conan, please come down," Naruto pleaded. He didn't want to have to use force on his own daughter to make her listen, hoping that she would hear him out at the very least. That being said, he would bring her down against her own will if she wasn't willing to do so of her own accord. Despite wanting Conan to listen to him voluntarily, he had spent too long wondering where she was, how she was, to allow her to reject him without hearing what he had to say. Though he shouldn't really be surprised by her reluctance to land. She wasn't in Konoha with the best of intentions if her bombing of those civilians and shinobi was anything to go by, and him being a citizen of the place she was attacking made it hard for her to trust anything he had to say. Another explosive note was launched by Conan, this one forcing Naruto onto another roof. "Conan, I'll give you one more chance," Naruto told, his voice changing from the pleading tone that it had been earlier. He cared not why Conan seemed to hate Konoha, but the reason was interfering with their reunion, and he would have none of it. "Please land and speak to me." "I know not how you know my name, Namikaze-san," Conan said, finally speaking, in an incredibly bland and monotone voice. "But if you know that much, then you must know why I am here." She began to launch a barrage of explosive notes, causing Naruto to have to rapidly change his position in order to avoid being hit. It was at this moment that Naruto had enough. He would speak to his daughter whether she wanted to or not. Dodging a note, Naruto thrust an arm towards Conan, calling upon his chakra to envelop her body, all save her head and the wings, and suspend them outside of regular time, slowing them down. Conan realized none of this until it was too late, and limbs were already unresponsive. From there she was stuck, floating in midair. Despite the fact that she no longer keeping herself aloft, her wings dispersing into the wind as it no longer received enough chakra to hold together, Conan didn't succumb to gravity. Well, technically she was, but at a fraction of the speed. However, this didn't last for long. Naruto shrunk the shroud around her until it was skin deep. This then caused her to come under gravity's hold once more, and she plummeted to the ground. For a few moments Conan panicked, knowing that a fall from this height would most likely kill her, considering that her chakra wasn't responding to her call, and thusly, would not reinforce her body upon impact with the street below. Before she could continue along this line of thought, she found herself held in a pair of arms. At first, she thought it might be her leader, but a quick look to the face of her rescuer dashed that line of thinking. It was Namikaze, looking at her with eyes that she didn't recognize and yet seemed familiar. They landed on another rooftop, and still Naruto didn't take his eyes off of Conan. Propping her up against the slanted roof he was on, he studied her for a few moments, taking in the similarities which she held with Minami, her mother, and himself. While her most distinctive features, her hair color and eyes, were all from her maternal grandparents, the shape of Conan's face mirrored her mother's, just like Minato. The shape of her eyes were much like his own, her straight hair only a shorter version of his. "I've waited so long to see you again, Conan," Naruto whispered to his daughter, who only offered a tensing of her body in reply, but her eyes, while trying to mask it behind a cold look, showed her confusion behind his words. Naruto decided to put that confusion to rest with a couple of extra words. "My daughter." Her eyes widened considerably upon hearing his words, and much like her brother, she did not immediately accept what he was saying as truth, at least not completely. He could see it in her eyes, a part of her that knew what he was saying was true, that unlike Minato originally, had some memories of the time before they were separate, but it was at war with another part of her that didn't accept it. Naruto immediately moved to end his daughter's mental war. Not releasing his hold on her, knowing that there was still a chance she might try to run before he could prove to her that he was her father, Naruto moved his left arm into his right sleeve, reaching for his right shoulder. It only took a second to feel for the right mark, searching for the most recent of the miniature ceiling arrays carved into the flesh of his shoulder. A small amount of chakra channeled to a finger held over the array caused a small explosion of smoke in his sleeve as a small scroll appeared in his hand. Pulling it out, Naruto unrolled it, allowing the image of their only family portrait to face Conan. Over the edge of the scroll, Naruto could see Conan's eyes widen, and he smiled. "You may not remember me, but I could never forget you, little Ko-chan." Conan's still wide eyes flickered to Naruto at his use of the nickname she was given as a child. Evidently, she remembered it too. "You're..." Conan trailed off with a tone of shock in her voice. Then her eyes narrowed, and Naruto knew, much like Minato, she realized that he had more than enough power to save their mother, yet hadn't. You! Why? Her face held anger in it now, far more than Minato had when he had first had this realization. Why? She asked again, her voice holding a tone of cold fury. Her eyes full of accusations and questions, of why he had let their family be split apart. She hadn't said it, but Naruto suddenly realized that fate hadn't been as kind to her as it had been to Minato. Konan, Naruto began, his features full of regret as he remembered a mistake he would never live down. I never Shinra Tensei, heavenly subjugation of the omnipresent god. Naruto didn't sense the force until it was too late, and it had already slammed itself into his side, sending him tumbling head over heels. Naruto only managed to catch a glimpse of his attacker, as he was propelled away from his daughter, and what he saw was enough to stun him to the point that he couldn't do anything to right himself. Cold purple eyes ringed towards the pupil. It was something he hadn't seen for thousands of years and something that he hadn't thought he ever would again. The Rinnegan. The world flashed before his eyes, and Naruto felt himself slam into unforgiving stone. The Deva Path watched with a stoic expression as the Yoso Sannin was sent into the face of the Hokage monument, sending out a shockwave that cracked almost half of the mountain and damaging the faces of the second and third Hokages. Only the fact that Namikaze impacted halfway up the mountain that stopped the faces from being destroyed completely. The single face of pain then turned its gaze towards Konan. A part of him was furious that it had taken him so long to reach her after the paper clones she had originally with him dispersed. He was God, it shouldn't have taken so long that his oldest friend had to be held captive until he got there. It had always been a risk, Konan being captured temporarily by Namikaze. But his friend had believed that it had been an acceptable risk when she had volunteered to attack the civilians in order to draw out Namikaze. Now that she had, it was up to Pain to remove Namikaze, the Yoso Sannin, completely. After that, their work was done, and they'd be able to take what they needed from Iwagakure's 2 jinchūriki. With that, and the sample that Zetsu would be taking from the Ichibi, they would, at last, have what they needed to move on to the next step of the plan, something that Pain was glad for. Madara's disappearance had been something of an annoyance, and a kink in the plan. While Zetsu had kept them in contact with the Uchiha, Pain found that not being told exactly what had caused Madara to have to focus on something else so suddenly to be disconcerting. The only consolation had been the continued assurance that they'd meet in person once more when the plan moved to its next phase. Konan, the Deva Path called, making Nagato's friend turn away from the crater that Namikaze's impact had created on the face of the Hokage monument. Konan turned away, and made eye contact with the Deva Path, allowing Nagato to see the internal conflict and confusion that was raging within her. Yes, Pain-sama? She asked, almost reflexively. The Deva Path gazed at her a moment, expressionless, before speaking. You are troubled. It was a statement. What did Namikaze say? She began after a moment, only to pause before shaking her head. We'll speak about it later, Pain-sama. You must focus on the task at hand. The Deva Path nodded. Indeed. The face of Pain spoke, it then gestured behind it. It is time for you to leave Konan, this is no longer a place for mortals. As on cue, the air suddenly became heavier, while an unseen weight made itself known, pressing down on the shoulders of all within its range. Konan and the Deva Path were no exception. Kilometers away, even Nagato, in his mechanical walker, had to stop himself from unconsciously hunching over. The feeling of oppression, of dominance, was so strong that even the feedback he got from the Deva Path was enough to affect him. Konan nodded absently at the Path's words, her anger forgotten momentarily as she realized whatever happened here today would be something that would be written in history books for millennia to come. Wings of paper sprouted from her back, and with one last look towards the man that was her father and the body of her friend, she launched herself into the air and flew out of Konoha, towards where Nagato was hidden. Just as she cleared the walls of the village, the cliff face of the Hokage monument exploded outward, showering the village itself with a hail of dirt, rock and stone. Naruto grunted as he pushed his body from rock, feeling the unfamiliar sensation of sting and stabs of pain as cuts mended and broken bones pulled themselves back together. It had been a long time since he had been hurt, especially this extensively. The majority of his ribs had been broken, all of them fractured to some degree, while his spine had taken serious damage. If anyone else had taken the hit, even with chakra reinforcing their body, they would have been lucky to be able to feel anything below their neck ever again. Naruto put the thought of the injuries he had taken out of his mind as purple eyes filled his vision. How? That was the question he needed answered. How did someone manage to gain the Rinnegan? The most obvious answer was that the person in question was of Senju and Uchiha descent, meaning that their mother was one and their father was the other. But that brought into question the who. Who were the parents? And how did they keep such a child secret from the rest of the world? These questions and more began to swirl around into Naruto's head, but he forced them down, making himself focus on the here and now. Naruto's body had carved a hole into the side of the Hokage mountain. The force of the blow that sent him here, having been focused solely on his body, had been enough to drill his body into solid stone. Thankfully, the hole created was large enough to get out of easily enough. It was only when he ran a hand over his face, to remove any dust or bits of rocks that may have settled, that he realized that something was missing. Looking over his body, then around him when he failed to locate it anywhere on his person, Naruto felt his face pale. Resting on some stone next to where he had come to rest, was a large shard of the scroll that held one of his most treasured items, the portrait of his family with Minami. The only portrait of his family with Minami. Gone, that's what Naruto quickly realized where the rest of the scroll was. Disintegrated into millions of tiny pieces upon his impact with the cliff face. The last image that he had of his wife, and the happier times that they had together with their children, when their family was whole, was gone. Sadness gave to anger rather quickly as Naruto's mind drifted from the destroyed portrait to who had brought it to such a state. Unconsciously, the tight hold that he had on his chakra loosened, and fueled by his rage, his chakra began to make its presence known to all those within its range as Naruto's aura flared. Turning his gaze towards the entrance of this new cave, eyes narrowed in anger and muscles tensing, Naruto could feel the person responsible for this, the one with his brother's eyes, waiting for him. He could also feel his daughter moving away from the village, towards the outskirts. Naruto made sure to memorize what her chakra felt like, refusing to forget and lose her once more. He would find her once more, and he would not leave her again, but once more, he found himself focusing on the one with the Rinnegan, his anger building as his focus on him continued and the image of his broken family portrait filled Naruto's mind. That portrait held a value to Naruto, the likes of which not many on this earth could conceive. Having lived such a long life, having seen family and friends pass on, whether naturally or otherwise, Naruto quickly found that anything that reminded him of someone with any kind of positive emotion was worth keeping. It was a way to help remember those that had cared for him, and to show to himself that he hadn't forgotten them. Because of this, whereas most people gave such items little value, at least in comparison to the person who said items were related to, Naruto gave the person and item a similar value. For the orange-haired man to have destroyed that portrait, however unintentionally, was almost tantamount to killing Naruto's family in front of him. Furthermore, unlike with the actual death of Naruto's second wife and the disappearance of his children, there was no accompanying grief to go with the anger. Only fury. Rage flowing through him, Naruto released himself of the restrictions and barriers he had placed on himself. Black hair faded to a brilliant white. Green eyes glazed over until they were the color of fresh snow. The wrinkles and lines on his face disappeared to reveal a far more youthful visage. Chakra exploded around him, releasing in torrents and waves that thousands to pause and swivel to face the source of such great chakra. The Hokage monument was then shattered from the force of said energy, sending stone raining down on all those within Konoha's wall, knocking people out of the near daze that many had found themselves in. While Naruto Namikaze had been sent into cliff face with enough force to shatter a normal person, it was Naruto Ōtsutsuki who emerged, and raged. Chapter 33. Pain knew much about the Yoso Sennin. Thanks to several successive efforts into spying on the man, performed by Zetsu, he had, as far as he knew, comprehensive knowledge as to the man's abilities and how he could use them. Any of elemental techniques that Pain knew of were removed from all strategies. The Sennin would be able to rip them from his control and return them tenfold. The Rinnegan user also knew that he needed to attempt any and all killing blows that he could manage, as that would be the only thing that would be able to stun the man from any length of time thanks to his advanced regenerative ability, the source of the man's youthful and unchanging appearance. Zetsu had even managed to gain information that, while not useful, was certainly interesting. The Sennin was apparently the father of the Yondaime Hokage, and was going by the name of Naruto Namikaze. Pain could feel that this was his ultimate test. The test of his resolve, of his determination, of his conviction, and of his righteousness. The test of his power, of his control over his gifts. The test of his godhood. Knowing what he knew about his opponent, and his own abilities, Pain was feeling confident about his chances. Unfortunately for him, Naruto quickly crushed that confidence, grinding it to dust and scattering it to the far corners of the world. It was not a man that emerged from the Hokage mountain when the dust settled, but something else entirely. The only warning the Deva path got was a figure emerging into the air, flying out of the dust cloud, before it was forced to dodge as a colossal column of air slammed onto the roof of the building it was occupying, along with 10 other buildings in a column, crushing them all. It was while he was midair, just after dodging the column of air, that the path felt a fist ram itself into its gut. The nerves barely had enough time to transmit the feeling of pain to the brain before the path was sent flying back, its spine snapping as it broke the sound barrier. No sound reached the path's ears, and therefore Nagato's, as it flew through the air. It made the sight of Namake's, hovering in the air with chakra surrounding his body like a shroud, with eyes screaming of rage and fury and horns on his forehead, all the more terrifying. The rags that were once his clothes did nothing to detract from this look, actually adding to the appearance of primal power that the Sennin was showing. The path's fellows passed underneath their flying comrade, none of them able to do anything, not able to react in time even if they could. The Sennin's right hand rose, then fell, pointing directly at the Deva path. Lightning gathered around the hand, sparking and crackling. The Deva path continued to fly through the air, carried by the momentum of the punch, but beginning to slow, passing over the edge of the wall that surrounded Konoha. Right, Sakim, lightning release, sunder! The world darkened as a new source of light outshone the sun, and lightning, on a scale the world had yet to see, looking more like a pillar of electricity than a bolt, tore through the air on a collision course with the earth. The Deva path didn't have time to react, to try and defend itself. There was no time to retaliate or counter, only witness. One moment, the Sennin was above it, and the next, white electricity filled its vision. The unnatural lightning moved through the path's body as if it wasn't even there, turning it, and its black piercings, into ash within milliseconds. That ash was then vaporized, the heat generated by the technique enough to make sure that nothing would remain of its target. But Naruto's technique did not disappear when its target was destroyed, it continued on, carving through the air to the ground below. On the outer walls of Konoha, hundreds, possibly thousands of shinobi had stopped in the middle of their fighting to observe the show of power. Shinobi of Iwagakure, Sunagakure, the newly formed village of Otogakure and of Kanehigakure, all pausing as, for only a few moments, the world seemingly gained a second sun. Regardless of the awe, shock, or fear that these people felt, their feelings quickly turned to panic and terror when that power was pointed in their direction. These people barely got a second to come to grips with what they were feeling before. Much like the Deva path, the power was upon them. Lightning slammed into the earth with a thundering roar as it killed 1,000 people instantly, those engulfed in the core of the attack. Hundreds more then died, caught on the edge of the beam of electricity, and electrocuted. The lightning didn't disperse into the ground as natural lightning would have done but drilled itself into the earth, carving itself a home and tunneling hundreds of meters for every second that the technique was active. The technique would be released soon after, but the damage would be done by then, and a hole over a kilometer deep would remain as a permanent reminder of the Sennin's power until the last building in Konoha crumbled to dust, hundreds of years into the future. What was that? Conan asked worriedly, standing beside her leader loyally, noticing the small clenching of his jaw and how his eyes tightened as they continued to look at something she couldn't see. Despite being enclosed in a hideout of her own creation, whatever had just happened was enough to make incredibly intense light stream through the tiniest of gaps between the slips of paper that made up their retreat. Nagato didn't answer her straight away, focusing on his paths. She didn't make to repeat herself though. Conan knew that her leader had heard her, and would answer her when he could. The Deva path has been eliminated, he replied a moment later, his voice tense. Conan stiffened immediately. The Deva path was Pain's strongest in regards to power. Its loss put him at a severe disadvantage as far as the battle went. As well, it was also Yahiko's body that the Deva path had been acting through, Nagato and Conan's dead friend. It is possible to revive him? Conan questioned, her voice bland but holding a tightness that Pain could pick out. Despite the initial sense of wrongness that she had felt when Nagato had first started using their friend's body, Conan had slowly come to see it as the Rinnegan user allowing Yahiko to take part in their work and contribute to the peace that they would bring. No, Pain replied a moment later, a strange tone in his voice, something that Conan hadn't heard before. It was worried doubt. fear. Things that Pain didn't feel, couldn't, as a god. They were what Nagato felt in his most private moments, and before he had become the leader of Akatsuki. When Zetsu had explained to Pain exactly what the Yoso Sannin could do, he had failed to not only impress upon the Rinnegan user the scale upon which Namikaze could manipulate the elements, but also the near lack of limitations that the man had. Zetsu had allowed Pain's own mind to conjure up images of how strong the Sannin was, of what was possible for the man to perform, and so on. This was a lethal mistake for one reason alone: Nagato had kept Naruto's possible power below his own. Nagato couldn't imagine anyone having more power than himself, and why should he? He possessed the power of the Sage of Six Paths. What power was above his? He did this when he was planning his encounter with Namikaze, and when he read the exploits of the Yoso Sannin throughout the years, unconsciously scaling down some reports in his own mind while consciously for others, believing that it had been glorified. It was that arrogant lens through which he had viewed Naruto Namikaze that was now being viciously torn down. Now beginning to see this fight correctly, Pain realized that sending his Deva path against Namikaze without backup, while freeing Konan from the man's clutches, forced his path to fight against the Sannin alone while the rest of the paths took the longer route. It was a horrible mistake, and as it was, Pain was lucky that it managed to surprise the man. Thankfully, while Yahiko's body was lost, the power that flowed through his body wasn't. A regular person couldn't take the full power of a Rinnegan user in their body, but they could take one aspect. This was what allowed Nagato to create the 6 Paths of Pain technique, by channeling an aspect of through the black chakra receivers implanted into each of the bodies. It was relatively easy to change a path from one aspect to another, but it meant he couldn't use whatever aspect that he chose to replace. Thinking quickly, Pain decided to remove the human path from the field of play. While that path was the easiest way to kill the Sannin, it required him to remain still for a time in order to rip out the man's soul. Having witnessed the man's power, Nagato doubted that he would get the length of time required for the technique to work properly. As well, the human path had little more to offer in offensive capabilities. His decision made, Pain subtly changed the chakra that he was sending to his human path, and like that, it became the new Deva path. It was not a moment too soon, as immediately after, Namikaze touched down directly in front of his remaining paths. Pain wasted no time in setting his paths into a formation, ready for attack. The ones able to attack or defend the best, the Azura and Preta, along with the new Deva paths at the forefront, while the Animal and Naraka paths took up position behind their brethren. Unlike before, the Sannin didn't attack immediately, choosing to instead stare at the 5 paths. Despite the man's blank, white eyes, Pain was able to see the intelligence hidden behind them, working to figure out exactly what he was looking at. Pain also took the time to study his opponent, having realized from what he had seen from Yahiko's body that he did not entirely match the descriptions of the Yoso Sannin. While his hair was white and long, much like tales of him told, his eyes weren't purple, but the same color as his hair. The man also had horns, not in the shape of an animal where bone had broken through skin but looking like his skin had grown over the bone. It disturbed Pain slightly that Zetsu was able to gather so much information about the man's abilities and background yet was not able to inform him of the reality of the Sennin's appearance. It made the leader of the Akatsuki wonder just how the plant-like being had gotten its information. He noticed them once he'd sent the first one towards the edge of the village, 5 other chakra signatures exactly like the one he was facing. Incredibly hard to miss. It made Naruto's anger reach new heights. It was in that anger that he had destroyed the one he had been facing. What were these people doing that they were able to make different people have the same chakra signature? It was unnatural. Was this all done to gain the Rinnegan? Perhaps to bestow the Rinnegan to multiple people. Now, with them standing before him, Naruto had to take a moment to find out what exactly these people were. Were they clones of the same person with modifications so that they wouldn't look entirely the same? That would explain how they could all have the Rinnegan. Maybe they were all puppets and the one pulling the strings wasn't even here. That would mean that these people didn't really have the Rinnegan, and that the eyes that Naruto was seeing were merely a manifestation of the connection between puppet and puppeteer. They could have had some kind of genetic modification done to them that allowed them to possess the Rinnegan. It would also explain why they all had the same colored hair. It could be something that they received when they gained their eyes, something that the original had. The piercings that they all seemed to be wearing, even the bald one, may have also been a part of it, considering that they were all wearing them. Though it may have been a part of some acceptance ritual that this group was a part of, and thus be done for completely aesthetic purposes. Even with these thoughts going on his head, Naruto was not blind to the fact that these people were also studying him, attempting to figure him out much like he was them. Naruto cared not for anything that they could possibly find while staring at him because, frankly, it wouldn't matter soon enough. Deciding to test one of his theories, seeing as how, if it was true, it would determine whether or not all of these people before him would be leaving in one piece, Naruto molded his chakra. Water mixed with yin and yang to become something far more specialized. Keton, blood release. It was merely to check whether or not their hearts were beating. If not, then they were puppets, which meant that there was some sort of string that would lead him to their master. If their hearts did beat, then he would have to make sure one of them stayed alive. Naruto's flashed red for a second as he tested the puppets. His eyes narrowed. They failed. Thanks to the shared vision that the paths held with each other, it wasn't a complete surprise for the more forward paths when the Sannin suddenly appeared in their midst. But it didn't mean that they weren't, at the very least, slightly surprised to see the Sannin behind them while he was still in front of them. Then the image of Namikaze in front of them blinked out of existence a moment later. An after image, the front-facing paths only managed to turn around in time to see the Sennin's eyes turn to a milky color, before their vision was obscured by a white haze. Anton, Kami no Mekakushi, cloud release, God's blindfold. The white haze grew, expanded and gathered, and within seconds it was almost 100 meters in any direction from the center. It was like a cloud had descended to earth, completely enshrouding those within from even the Byakugan's gaze. But that was not the point of Naruto's usage of the technique, unknown to Pain or any of his paths. The true reason for the technique was the fact that it allowed the user complete knowledge about anything that entered, or was already within, the cloud. Even such things like chakra strings that were supposedly untraceable. The technique was only active for a second before a gentle usage of gravity from the Deva path, almost using it like one would wind, blew the cloud away. Naruto let it happen. It only allowed him to hide his next move, which was to have the cloud float away in the direction the chakra strings were coming from. Simply because it had moved didn't mean the technique was broken. The artificial cloud allowed Naruto to sense the path the chakra strings were originating from. Soon enough, he'd have the location of the puppeteer. Now it was time to deal with the puppets. The bald-headed one attacked first, moving closer to Naruto, with the other, more bulky, Rinnegan bearer following closely behind. Naruto met the initial punch with one of his own, allowing closed fists to clash. Immediately, a horrible grinding sound came from his opponent, like metal scrapping on metal. The reason why became apparent when a piece of metal pierced out through the skin of the bald puppet's arm. Reaching out to his side, Naruto snagged the wrist of the puppet attempting to grab him, dragging it around to slam into the side of its bald compatriot. It sent them both tumbling to the side. Turning around to face the other Rinnegan bearers, Naruto felt a palm hovering just shy of touching his cheek. Shinra Tensei, heavenly subjugation of the omnipresent God. The voice came from the last of the more forward puppets, attempting to pull the same trick at the first one. An explosion of dust occurred as the technique went off, sending a strong wave of gravity into the earth. It would have killed the target, if it had been aimed at anyone else. Naruto just dodged instead, using swift release to easily escape the technique, maneuvering his body around the puppets to face its back. Wind and fire combined as Naruto's eyes turned a burnt red and he placed a hand on the path's shoulder. Shikuten, Kanso, scorch release, desiccation. There was only a second warning before all of the liquid within the path began to evaporate. Skin tightened and cracked as the water within the body disappeared. It took only a moment for Rinnegan Bearer to start looking like a dried-out husk. Removing his hand from the shell that now remained, allowing it to fall limply to the ground, Naruto casually held it out to block a beam of chakra aimed at his person, coated in a protective layer of his own chakra. It was coming from the bald one, whose head had opened up to reveal more metal. This attack was only to cover for another puppet, Naruto found out. An explosion of smoke to his side let him know of another of the puppets attacking. A large, strange-looking canine with twin heads emerged, adorned with black piercings, wings and a pair of Rinnegan in its eye sockets. Naruto frowned at the strange creature, knowing that this puppet user was utilizing the Rinnegan's ability to summon creatures. It seems as though they knew their ability to create completely new animals, but unlike Hagoromo, they did not see fit to allow their creations off of the proverbial leash. There was no sign of panic or strain on his face as the creature continued to approach, only mere meters from being able to leap upon Naruto with ease. Tilting his hand backward, Naruto angled his palm towards the incoming creature while still allowing the beam of chakra to impact his hand. Within, he mixed earth, water, and lightning chakra to form a far more complex chakra nature. Kaitan, Tawami, mirror release, deflection. As soon as the technique was uttered, the beam that had been hitting his palm and dissipating suddenly began to reflect off at an angle, aimed at the approaching multi-headed summon. Idly, Naruto saw an explosion of smoke cause the body, the puppet he had drained of liquid, at his feet to disappear. The redirected chakra attack struck the beast directly in between its two heads, craving out a groove in the creature's body, nearly slicing it cleanly in two, along with a number of buildings behind it. The one the attack originated from, the bald puppet, quickly ceased its usage after it realized the attack was being turned against it. Naruto had been fully prepared to turn back to Bald One, to finish him off, but that was when a horrible tearing sound reached his ears. It was flesh being torn apart. Rotating to the source, Naruto found himself frowning as the canine summon finished splitting itself into two completely separate beings, completely healed. Each summon then gained another head that was nearly identical to the other, along with another wing. The two large canines growled at him before they resumed their charge. The white-haired man paid them very little mind, swiping his hand in front of the summons as they leapt at him with open mouths. A large section of a nearby building, the metal framing, tore itself from the foundation and crashed into the airborne multi-headed dogs, sending the two tumbling to the ground. Another shift of his hand, and Naruto, with glowing gray eyes, caused the metal to slither around and bind, and pierce, the limbs of the summons, restraining them. They howled at him in pain and anger, but Naruto didn't let that bother him. It was at that moment, as another of the puppets attempted to attack him from behind, that a realization struck Naruto. These puppets were all only channeling one aspect of the Rinnegan each. None of them had displayed any ability that crossed over into another aspect. The only exception being the path he had just killed. Twisting around, Naruto grabbed the attacking puppet by the wrists, holding them up and away from his body. Staring into the eyes of the soulless husk, the elder male felt a small tingle in his hands, noting that there was no struggle coming from the puppet despite being held. It was stealing his chakra. He could feel it, amounts that would make a regular person collapse, flowing from him to it. Naruto wasn't a regular person, however, and the amount of chakra being taken was akin to taking a drop of water out of the ocean. Hagoromo hadn't been able to take a significant amount of chakra using this path. What hope did this pretender have? Gripping the wrists tighter, Naruto funneled chakra to his hands and down the pathways that this puppet had been foolish enough to create. His eyes turned to a shade of icy blue as he glared into a pair of blank Rinnegan. "You want my chakra?" he whispered, his grip now becoming painful as the puppet finally made to try and break from his hold, though it gave no reaction to the pain it must have been feeling. "Then take it." Naruto hissed his words as his chakra surged down the artificial connection between himself and the creation. Around his body, a shroud of chakra once more formed. Ice chakra raced forth, and while some was eaten by the puppet, the amount of chakra it was receiving quickly overcame its capacity. Spilling from the filled chakra pathways, it began to fill the body. The puppet's skin whitened nearly immediately before turning a cold blue. Ice then began to sprout from the skin, growing outward and completely encasing the puppet seconds after it had first entered the body. The puppet frozen, sealed into a large shard of ice, Naruto wrenched his hands, which had been frozen to the corpse, free. Incidentally, this shattered the ice and limbs of the puppet around the area that Naruto's hands had been gripping. The aura of chakra that had been around him faded away. As soon as he detached himself from the puppet, much like with the last one he defeated, it disappeared in a puff of smoke, faster than before. Pondering why this was, Naruto found part of his attention taken up by the bald puppet, the creation releasing sounds of metal scraping on metal. Turning to the source, Naruto saw its wrist on one hand dislocate itself, while its other wrist extended forward to reveal a secret compartment hidden in its arm, which slid forward. He remembered these. Naruto could recall his brother using something similar, though rarely. He could remember that the tubes of metal that sprouted from the steel connection from the wrist to the arm were some kind of projectile. It mattered little though, as even if he didn't remember exactly what these things were, Naruto knew how to neutralize them. At a wordless command, the metal tubes launched themselves at him, propelled by flames from their rears. On the other hand of the puppet, the wrist itself detached completely from the arm and followed the path of the projectiles aimed towards Naruto. As they approached, the small projectiles began to move in swirling motions in an attempt to throw Naruto off. It didn't work at all. Palm forward, the shade of Naruto's eyes turned an orange-brown. His chakra surged. "Seton!" he intoned, feeling no panic nor nervousness despite the incoming explosives. IBI, rust release, decay. Naruto's chakra exploded outward and enveloped all of the approaching metal objects. Quickly, the metal sheen that coated each of the projectiles began to turn brown as the metallic casings on the explosives decayed at a rapid speed. Within moments, the projectiles had changed from a metallic color to a dull brown. It was a moment later that they all exploded, the rusted casings not able to stand up to the velocity they were traveling at. With his view of the bald puppet obscured, Naruto then turned to Puppet with the ability to summon. It had retreated further back than it had been originally, standing up on a building and looking down at him. He could only guess that it was the reason that the other puppets he had killed were disappearing. Disappearing in a blur, Naruto reappeared upon the roof next to his target. However, he was forced to reconsider his objective once he reached the roof, as, hidden by the angle from which he had been looking up at, were two other puppets, one of which was the long-haired one that he had already defeated. Between the two of them was a being that Naruto vaguely remembered his brother calling the King of Hell, and in its mouth was the frozen body of the last path that Naruto had killed. It looked like a demonic face, sprouting from a portal ringed with purple fire. It was ironic that, despite its evil-looking features, it didn't do as such. Naruto remembered well what the King of Hell did: restoration. Not resurrection, as it didn't return the soul to the body of the deceased, but it returned the body to an undamaged state, reversing all injury or harm. It only took a second for Naruto to make a connection between the King of Hell and the restored puppet that he had first destroyed. Knowing that the returned creation used gravity, the feminine puppet was able to summon, it was easy to conclude that the last undamaged being was the one with the ability to control to the King of Hell. Shifting forward, Naruto switched targets from the feminine puppet to the male one with piercings in its ears. He appeared behind it, just as it turned around to lock eyes with him. Then it was just his arm that blurred, surrounded by swift-release chakra. Naruto's hand pushed against the fabric of the robe the creation was wearing, all 5 fingers extended forward. Naruto pushed until he felt all of his fingers pressed against the husk stomach, at which point he then spread them. The body exploded into 5 bloody chunks, the force that each finger carried enough to destroy mountains. 5 together, each extending in a different direction, had the same effect as pulling the body in 5 different directions. Immediately, the King of Hell began to disappear as the technique keeping it tied to the mortal plane dispersed, slowly retreating back into the portal from which it had appeared and taking the body of one of the puppets with it. The long-haired puppet, which had swiveled to look at Naruto upon his appearance, raised an arm. The white-haired man caught the movement, and frowned. He'd had enough of this particular husk and its abilities. Shinra Tensei. The technique was expected, and Naruto was no longer in the mood for playing with his opponent's puppets. That included his mood for dodging attacks that he could merely counter. The appearance of the King of Hell having removed the dark amusement he felt at slowly tearing this puppeteer apart. Naruto faced the incoming wave of force unfazed. He could feel it rushing towards him. Internally, he gathered chakra of the water, wind and yang varieties, mixing them together to create a chakra nature that, in theory, should remove the danger of this puppet completely. Shotan, Naruto called. Keiki Daishizen, erase release, return to nature. Despite its name, this particular chakra nature didn't erase things from existence, but rather it overloaded the percentage of yang chakra in all chakra techniques it came into contact with, causing the yin chakra to collapse. This didn't erase the technique itself, but rather it erased any control the user had over their technique, or if used on the user, it removed any control they had over their chakra. So while a shinobi could still launch balls of fire or bolts of lightning, as soon as the technique was released, any control they had was removed. It essentially meant a shinobi under this effect would sprout balls of natural fire that would extinguish itself as soon as it was released, having nothing to burn. This was what happened to the puppet's technique. It launched itself and encountered the technique that Naruto had launched in retaliation. Upon contact, the force known as gravity was released from the control of the puppet. The puppet, all of the remaining puppets in fact, in a rare show of emotion, stiffened when the technique had no effect. It was easy for Pain to release that Namikaze had countered his own technique somehow, but he had thought such a thing was impossible. Enough. The whisper was harsh and cold, holding an undertone of anger. This game is over. At that moment, Pain didn't know what exactly came over him when he replied. Perhaps it was a feeling of anger at Yahiko's body being destroyed, at the vision of his dream, his organization's dream, crumbling in front of his face. Maybe it was even because he was hoping to see the fabled Yoso Sannin squirm ever so slightly, and get some kind of small, near-childish accomplishment from this failed attack. Whatever the reason, all he knew was that he regretted it immediately. "This is not over, Namikaze." The words themselves didn't sound particularly threatening, but said in the monotone voice that all the paths used, combined with the fact that Pain emphasized the last name, something no one should have known the Sannin was connected to, gave the white-haired man the idea that his family would be brought into this. The Sannin blinked once, and then the feeling of chakra, pure chakra, crashed down onto the shoulders of Pain's paths as the white-haired man's face twisted into a look of intense rage. For a second, the paths froze as Pain mentally stumbled under the amount of chakra he could sense pressing down on his constructs. Monumental quantities of chakra were being outputted by the Sannin, amounts equal to the chakra capacity of the greatest shinobi ever seen being used in seconds. The more that was released into the air in Namikaze's rage, the more that Pain wondered if this man even had a limit. The amount of chakra that he could feel coming off of his techniques alone was enough to make Kage weary of performing them. Movement. Pain returned to focus just in time for this animal path to take a fist to the face that sent it down through the roof and the multiple floors below it. The path finally came to a stop on the ground floor, but Pain knew it was done for. Multiple organs reduced to paste, bones reduced to fragments, and limbs twisted beyond any sort of use. The animal path was down. And that was before the building came down on top of it. Out of the corner of the Deva path's eye, Pain saw the summons dispel themselves, their summoner dead. Now, cutting the dead path from his collection, Pain focused on what he had left, the Deva, formerly human, path, and the Azura path. Both paths were focused on the slowly settling dust cloud that had sprung up when Namikaze had struck the animal path through a number of floors. Namikaze walked out of the cloud as it began to disperse, his face holding an anger similar to what it had when he had begun this battle. Once more, the sound of metal grinding against itself resounded through the air. A quick look down through the eyes of the Azura path showed Pain the source. Its body was crumbling into itself under a will that wasn't its own. The vision of the Deva path showed the culprit, Namikaze, with his eyes glowing gray. Pain only received a few more seconds of vision through the eyes of the Azura path before he was suddenly limited to only two pairs of eyes, his own and that of his Deva path. One set filled with the blank wall of his retreat, while the other was suddenly filled with a vision of white eyes and a face of rage. Pain was only given a second to register this before he was yanked by his robe roughly, and thrown towards a building. Moving to halt his momentum, Pain went to hold out a hand, only to feel another on the small of his back and a whisper filled with anger in his ear. Then his world blurred. Jin-tun, Shisabiki Jinsei, swift release, mortal life. One moment, his sight had been filled by that building coming towards him, and in the next, Pain could see people and suddenly he was surrounded shinobi. It only took the Rinnegan user a moment to realize where his last path was, outside the walls of Konoha, where the defending shinobi had somehow managed to keep the majority of the attacking force from breaching their walls. Attempting to slow his path down or right itself was useless. What remained of the Deva path's arms and legs could no longer be referred to as limbs. Instead, it was more akin to a mangled mess of skin and flesh. Pain could only watch, helpless, though the eyes of his last path as it skidded along the ground a few times before burrowing into the earth, creating an open trench in its wake. Face down, the Rinnegan user could see nothing but dirt, and with the neck of the Deva path not responding either, Pain breathed a sigh as he prepared to cut the connection between himself and his last path. It was over. Akatsuki had lost. Before he could, Pain became aware of his path moving, and not of his violation. Focusing back, he could only watch as a bystander, as his path slowly floated into the air and rotated itself. The head lolled for a moment before it swiveled and stilled, allowing Pain the perfect view of Namikaze, floating above the path. Just past the shoulder of the Sannin, Pain saw exactly how it had managed to get outside of the walls of Konoha. It was through them. A series of holes, allowing one to look straight into Konoha and through a number of buildings if looked at right, leading from, if Pain had to guess, from his current position to where he had originally been struck. He had been hit with such force he'd gone through them all in a second. It was no wonder that none of his past limbs were working. All of its bones must have broken by the impact with the initial building, let alone the others that he must have gone through to get here. For a moment, just a moment, Pain allowed himself to realize how horribly outmatched he had been. Able to do nothing but stare into those white eyes, Pain could now see the sheer ancientness in them. It had been something he had similarly when he had taken his first good look at the statue of the demonic outer path. The Yoso Sennin was older than he could guess. He had known the man had been powerful, known he had been alive longer than any mortal had any right to be. He had known this, yet he had sought out the man, overconfident on the power of the Rinnegan and the victories it had brought him in the past. Pain was drawn from his thoughts when his path was dropped, suddenly no longer suspended in the air. The Deva Path's body plummeted towards the ground before it stopped, hanging once more in midair. As the head rolled around bonelessly before finally stopping at a downward angle, Pain was found that the remains of his Deva Path was hovering amongst the shinobi attacking the walls of Konoha, thousands of them, stretching from his position in either direction to where the wall began to curve around, engaged in combat with one another. Despite this, it didn't stop a number of them from pausing in their fights to stare at the hovering body of his path, and subsequently, the form of the Sennin still floating above. Ketan, Mazoka Sharp Eye, Sanran, Blood Release, Demonic Body, Spreading. Despite the fact that he had to modify a body slightly before it was ready for use, Pain didn't have to remove anything from within the body itself. All the Rinnegan user had to do in order to prepare a body was to make sure enough of his black receivers were embedded within in order for it to receive his chakra, which would then flow through the body and manipulate the muscles in order to make it move to his commands. It was a second after Namikaze had uttered that technique that Pain wished that he had turned his paths into true puppets, like those used in Suna. It would have made what happened an impossibility. The blood, which had remained within his puppet even after he was killed, exited the body of his path and speared downward from its owner. Tendrils of the red life liquid pierced into the bodies of the shinobi below, many screaming in shock and surprise, others gurgling as blood rushed to fill their punctured lungs. From there the technique became self-explanatory. From the shinobi hit by the initial tendrils, more sprouted from their bodies, stabbing into the bodies of others around them and continuing onward. Further and further this technique spread, adding more and more unlucky souls into its web of victims. 10 quickly turned into 100, then to hundreds. Into the ranks of the invading army, panic spread, fear following quickly after. But just before the horror of the technique could overwhelm the resolve of the invading shinobi, it stopped. No warning, and no sign of slowing preceded it. Its hunger for more just ceased. Weariness and anxiety began to set in as the invaders were forced to watch and listen as their fellows cried out in pain and fear. Their morale dropped lower. Thoughts about if this monstrous technique would begin again, and who would be next, ran rampant. At an unspoken signal, the closing of Naruto's hand into a fist if any had been able to see it, the second part of the technique began. Return. The words just reached the still function ears of the Deva Path. Then came the bodies, pulled by the tendrils of blood as they retracted. Those trapped, unable to resist the hold the technique had over their bodies, were sent on a collision course with the floating path, the focal point of the entire technique. Pain's last vision from his final path would be of hundreds of bodies flying towards it, the screams of terror and fear echoing in its ears. It was truly horrible, a sight that none of those witnessing would ever forget, something that the history books would never let anyone forget. Hundreds of shinobi all collected into a massive ball, brought there by the blood of their comrades pulling them inward. Screams and moans from the victims still rang out, those on the outside that weren't crushed by other bodies impacting them allowing their agony to be heard. Through all this, Naruto looked on with only a hint of regret. These people, they were allied with the Rinnegan bearer, their attack and that of the bearer coincided too well to be a mere coincidence. They chose their side the second the first of their weapons struck Konoha's walls. Not his. However, just because they had the misfortune of picking the wrong side didn't mean that they deserved torture. He gained nothing from it, and in the end it was just needless suffering. So Naruto ended their suffering. With a thought, a tightening of his fist and his eyes changing from a blood red to a shade of green, the ball of bodies tightened as hundreds of kilograms, in the form of pressurized air, suddenly pressed in. At once there was a loud snap and thousands of bones suddenly became a fine powder, muscles turned into a pulp, and the corpses of those unfortunate enough to get ensnared in Naruto's technique blended into a mass of red paste. Releasing his hold, Naruto allowed the remains of hundreds of people to fall to the ground before turning away and floating off. Pain allowed his eyes to close as his connection to his final path was forcibly cut. It was over. God had lost this battle, but there would be more. Whether it was tomorrow, next week, next month or next year, Pain swore that he would be back. He'd be stronger, he'd be faster, and he'd be smarter. This could not be how his dream ends. Fate would not have placed him on this path, and given him the gifts it had, all for him to trip on the final hurdle. It's time to leave Konan, Pain said eventually, after a moment to collect himself, opening his eyes to stare at his most faithfully companion. We must return. Zetsu should have taken what we needed from the Ichibi. What about Iwabikure? Konan questioned after a moment, internally gathering chakra in order to create their getaway. Regardless of the outcome, we performed our part, Pain told her. They will grant us access to their jinchūriki, or we will grant ourselves access. What about our need for secrecy? Konan reminded her leader. The Rinnegan user shook his head. We can no longer retain our secrecy, our anonymity is gone. If the Yoso Sanin didn't oppose us before, he will now, and with Konoha's backing. The time for stealth is over. We must now move quickly. Pain's eyes then snapped from his friend to the doorway of their hideout as movement caught his attention, Konan doing the same a second later. Both felt their eyes involuntarily widen at the figure standing there. The Yoso Sanin. Naruto Namikaze. The horned male took a step forward, his white eyes locked on the purple eyes of the only other male in the hideout. Did you really think I'd let you escape? He questioned, a hard glint in eyes. His words brought Konan from his shock, and she took a step in front of her friend and leader, ready to defend him with her life if necessary. At her movement, Namikaze turned his gaze to her, and neither Konan nor Pain missed it soften, though only the former had any idea as to why. Konan, he said, the man's voice a tone softer than it was before. Please step aside. I'm afraid I can't do that, Namikaze-san, she responded, her voice giving away nothing but her eyes showing her resolve. Naruto sighed at his daughter. He raised a foot and stomped once onto the wooden floor of the hideout, expelling a powerful wave of a force, not air, in all directions. Pain and Konan both had to close their eyes for a second as the surge hit them, kicking some dust into their eyes, but they were both quick to open them, quickly assessing the damage caused by the move. Konan forced herself to not tense. The cover she had erected for herself and Pain was gone, the pieces of paper that she had used to create the false tree having been blown away by whatever force Namikaze had just used. They were exposed, in the open air, with only the floor of their hideout, the stump of the original tree, remaining. She focused back onto Naruto, only to see his eyes glowing gray and the sound of metal tearing itself apart behind her. Swiveling her head, Konan found her eyes widening once more as all four legs of Pain's mechanical walker were torn off by an unseen force before tossing themselves away. This caused the walker itself to collapse to the ground as Pain let out a low grunt at the jarring motion. Her mind immediately made the connection between Namikaze and the glowing of his eyes, and she turned back around, only to find herself staring into pure white eyes that stared right back. Memories that had driven her onward during her darkest times rose to the surface of her thoughts, of a man with dark hair and green eyes along with a blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman, both with blurry faces. Phantom feelings of large hands holding her close and brushing her hair traveled over her skin caused her to shiver minutely. A whisper in her ear, a man's voice, telling her that he would always love his little Ko-chan. A woman exclaiming how beautiful she was. What little she remembered of her family came to the forefront of her mind as she stared into Namikaze's white eyes. They may have been a different color, but Konan's mind instantly reminded her of eyes that had gazed at her with parental love. Then the last part of her that refused to believe, that wouldn't acknowledge, that the man before her was her father died, just as she saw that same spark of parental love looking back at her. I'm sorry, Ko-chan. The words drew her from her internal revelation and snapped her back to reality just as her father's eyes changed from white to an icy blue. Suddenly, the shiver that she had felt for a second came back in full force as eyes quickly crawled up to surround her body, trapping her within. Only her head and neck is left free. She struggles, trying to break free, trying to gain leverage against her restraints, attempting to even get enough room to maneuver her hands, but all of her efforts remain fruitless. Her prison remains strong and unyielding. Her father walks past her, moving to Pain, and she forced her neck to twist around in order for her to look at him. No, she tells him, continuing to struggle in vain while he approached her leader, who had locked eyes with her father. Stop! By some miracle her father stops short, only a meter separating him and Nagato, but she can tell it's not because of her. Where did you get those eyes? Naruto questioned after a moment, his voice demanding an answer. They are mine, Pain replied, his tone even and giving nothing away. You're lying. Even if she hadn't been able to twist herself to see, Konan could feel the tension rising. It only made her struggles to get free more frantic. Twisting back around and calming herself, she manipulated her chakra and directed it down to the stump of the tree beneath her feet. Who else has them? Her father questioned Pain again. There is only one God. Concentrating as she was, Konan couldn't see her father, but she felt the tension between her father and her leader rising higher. Attempting to work faster, Konan felt no small amount of relief when pieces of bark, around the edge of the stump, peeled off. They floated upward and stilled as Konan continued to work, flattening each of them. Don't lie to me. Her father's tone became worse, his voice holding anger. Do not force me to take the information from you by force. Pain remained quiet, and for a moment Naruto didn't move either, but then the white-haired man began to step closer. Very well. No, Konan hissed under her breath, quickening her work. What were once pieces of bark from a tree finished their transformation into pieces of paper by flattening completely and turning white. Then they all flashed forward and sliced into different areas of Konan's ice restraint, just barely scraping the surface of her skin. Attempting to move once more, the blue-haired woman found she now had some range of movement, but she still couldn't break free. Commanding her self-made paper to do another pass, she twisted her neck again to see what was happening. Her face whitened when she saw her father reaching forward for the face of Pain, Konan's mind instantly reminding her of her leader's ability to absorb souls, and their memories, via touching the forehead of the victim. Fearing the worst, she abandoned her attempt to escape and launched her paper towards Namake's, feeling a dull stab of pain as she aimed to kill. Time slowed down as her attack flew through the air, 30-odd pieces of paper arching towards vital points on her father's body. Then time sped up, and he spun around, eyes glowing, not the ethereal, pure white that she had seen before but a more mortal color. Her paper froze in the air, the closest hanging inches from Namake's neck. Konan too froze as she realized that she was not the only person with her ability. Not only did he have the ability, he could use it better than she could, evident by the way he usurped control of the paper from her. This was just another nail into the coffin of the part of her that still refused to believe that she was looking at her father. The hissing sound of releasing steam brought Konan's attention back, her gaze focusing in time for her to witness her leader pull one of his arms free from his machine. Faster than his atrophied frame should have allowed, Pain's arm snapped forward, aiming for Namake's head. Konan didn't need to think about what her leader was attempting to do. He was going to try to remove her father's soul from his body in some kind of last-ditch effort to defeat him. Like all of Nagato's previous tries, it was for naught as Naruto's other hand blurred in movement, and clamped around the wrist of Pain's offending arm. Then, to make a vicious point, her father brought a single piece of paper around and had it cut the hand off of said limb. The hand fell to the floor, and for the first time that she could remember, Konan's leader gave a strangled cry, one that she could tell he desperately tried to swallow. Blood spurted from the wound, and that seemed to take up more of Pain's attention, not the fact that he was missing a hand, the knowledge that he could bleed. Naruto's other hand that came up and slapped itself to the side of Nagato's face, forcing him to look Konan's father in the eyes. The paper user glowed a light green and stiffened as she waited, helpless, for the outcome of her father's doings to become apparent. As the green light faded and her father retracted his hand, she felt no small amount of relief at the fact that Pain was still alive, and that the Rinnegan user's handless arm had healed over into a stump, most likely to prevent him bleeding out. Those eyes aren't yours, her father told Pain. There is evidence that your body's nervous system and chakra pathways were previously severed from your eyes. They belong to someone else. Who? They are mine, Pain repeated through gritted teeth. Despite the fact that the wound from his severed hand had been healed, it would take some time before the aftershocks of pain would vanish. Then allow me to prove it in a way I'm sure you can understand. With that, her father's free hand, his other still holding up Pain's dismembered limb, reached, once more, for her leader's face. As it came closer to touching the skin of Nagato, Konan only realized, a second before he acted, what her father was planning to do. Pain realized this also, but only had enough time for his eyes to widen, right before they were ripped out of their sockets. The scream that came from the red-haired man could have been heard in Konoha from how loud it was. There was no anesthetic involved. Naruto had merely stuck his finger straight into the socket that housed the eye and fished it out. The only thing that Pain had to be fortunate about was that Naruto wasn't looking to cause pain, but was merely aiming to scoop out the eyes, which he did in a second. Then he went for the second eye, and the split second of reprieve from the pain that Nagato had was gone, and it began anew. In a desperate attempt to escape from the ice that held her, Konan attempted to wrench control of the hovering paper. For a moment, they wavered in midair, and she felt a small amount of hope for freeing herself, then they stilled. The hope plummeted, Her father didn't even turn around to acknowledge her effort to break free. Still staring at her leader, who was breathing heavily with blood leaking through his closed eyelids, Conan watched her father hold up his hand, the one holding the pair of Rinnegan, and clench it into a fist with a squelch. Conan felt her mouth drop open slightly in shock at Namikaze's casual destruction of what many would knew as the strongest bloodline the elemental nations had ever seen. Pain too seemed to realize what her father had done, despite his lack of sight, his mouth parting slightly in shock, much like her own. Pain, however, seemed to find his words before Conan. What have you done?" Nagato whispered. He then repeated his words again, voice raised. "Do you know what you've done?" "What was needed?" Namikaze responded, shaking off his now bloodied hand to rid it off the remnants of the Rinnegan. Then, once more, Conan's father's empty hand descended to Pain's face. The daughter of said man found herself forced into a state of trepidation over what her father would do this time. Namikaze's bloody hand touched Pain's forehead, and the man flinched slightly at the contact. Green lit up her father's palm once more, and Conan noticed Pain tense in preparation for whatever the elder of the two planned on doing. She noticed her leader sucked in a short breath only a moment or two before Namikaze withdrew his palm, also releasing the amputated limb held in his other hand. Pain blinked, and Conan noticed immediately that where there should have been empty eye sockets, instead purple eyes sat. Only they weren't the kind of purple eyes that Conan had come to expect from her leader. It wasn't the color of the Rinnegan, being off by a shade or two, nor did it contain the rings that the Jujutsu had. The eyes were the same as those of the Uzumaki clan, merely holding purple irises. "I can see," Conan heard Nagato mutter. "But—" The now former Rinnegan user turned his focus back to Namikaze. "What did you do?" Conan was incredibly grateful to her father for ignoring her friend's aggressive tone. "Given you proof," Namikaze replied. Again, he raised a hand towards Pain, but unlike the other times, it didn't approach the face of the younger man. Instead, the skin of the palm seemed to ripple like a stone had been thrown into a palm, and suddenly, Pain found himself staring at his reflection. "This is what your real eyes look like," Namikaze explained patiently. "Had you truly owned a pair of Rinnegan, I wouldn't have been able to return to restore your sight, and you would have remained blind. The Rinnegan are the eyes of the gods, and cannot be healed or restored by mortal means." Shock and rage seemed to war across the man's face, each one fighting to be the most prominent emotion shown, as purple, ordinary, eyes stared into Pain's own. Eventually, rage surfaced. "Undo it," the younger man hissed at the older male. "Give me back what is mine." Conan's brow furrowed in worry. Nagato's Rinnegan had been what had pushed them this far, to where they were. It was the only reason that Amigekyo was free of Hanzo, the reason that Akatsuki could be considered a global threat and not held in the same regard as the bands of mercenaries that dotted the world. It was the reason that Konoha had backed Hanzo, which caused the death of Yahiko. For the source of their organization's success and greatest travesty to be gone, without having accomplished their goal, Conan knew it was enough to drive her friend over the edge. Conan could only hope that the plan didn't further require the Rinnegan. She didn't know how her friend would react if their plan could no longer continue. Unfortunately, this act of aggression wasn't overlooked by Conan's father, the man's hand reverting back to normal before lashing out and wrapping itself around her friend's throat. Conan instinctively pushed against her restraints as Pain choked. Slowly, the metal walker peeled away, the casing that surrounded Pain's body and remaining hand seemingly repelling itself from his body. Atrophied muscles were readily apparent as Nagato's lower body came into view. Skin clinging to bone made up his legs, while a pair of worn, plain, brown shorts covered the man's modesty. With nearly no muscle to speak of in his legs, Pain's body was nearly completely unresponsive as Conan's father continued to squeeze his throat. Only his arms, which feebly tried to pry the hand away, acted in his defense. Only gasps made through Nagato's airways as the arm holding him aloft retracted, pulling him closer to his strangler. "You seem to not realize the position you're in," Conan heard her father whisper. It seemed that it was now his turn to have anger in his voice. "You are nothing to me. The only reason that you still live is that you have information I want. I've tried to be nice, kind even, despite all that you have done to me, but you seem to wish to die. I've run out of patience. I'm now taking what I want." Her father's free hand reaching forward, Conan watched as it became wreathed in a purple-looking aura. It touched Pain's forehead and the man sucked in a breath before stiffening. "Shinton, mind release," she heard her father whisper. Both remained frozen for several moments, during which Conan tried to escape her bonds but found that they were still solid, then whatever her father was doing ended. Namikaze, in the first show of real weakness that she had seen, dropped Pain, the man landing on his side and avoiding being impaled by the black rods sticking out of his back, before her father staggered backwards with a hand to his forehead. The ice holding Conan then melted and the paper that had been hovering in the air fluttered to the floor. Momentarily surprised by the sudden freedom, the paper user hesitated for only a moment before attempting to move to her leader, wanting to check him for injuries. Conan was only halfway there before she stumbled back as chakra seemed to explode around her father, accumulating into a shroud that surrounded his entire body. His eyes glowed brightly just from the sheer force of chakra that was expelling from that area of his body, and it did nothing to mask the anger, the rage, that she could see just beneath the surface. The rags hanging off of his flame fluttered in a non-existent breeze. Namikaze stepped forward, bent down and, once again, grabbed Nagato by the throat, lifting him up as he did so. Unlike last time, Pain quickly began turning purple, a sign of the pressure that was crushing his windpipe. "You ignorant child!" the Sennin spat. "You have no idea of the consequences that your action have brought upon this world. You think that world peace is so easily obtainable that one person alone can achieve it with one of your silly techniques?" There was then a silence that was only broken by the gasps of air from Pain, Conan unable to move under the immense pressure that her father's chakra placed on her shoulders. Around his feet, she noticed that the wood was becoming indented from the force pressing upon it. "I should kill you," her father spoke again. "I should pop your head like a grape and be done with it. But I won't," he then continued after a moment of silence. "That's too quick, too easy for you." There was another few seconds of silence before Namikaze seemed to decide on a punishment. "See your plan." The word was spat like it was toxic. "Unfold. See exactly what you fight for, what your years of turmoil and hardship accumulate into." His eyes glowed purple again, and this time, so did Nagato's, then the man's stilled arms falling limply by his sides. The purple glow retreated from both of their eyes before the elder of the two tossed the other to the ground, Nagato landing on his stomach, eyes blank. The pressure then released itself from Conan and sucked in a breath that she hadn't known she was holding. Breathing deeply, she pushed herself up from the ground. Straightening up, she found herself staring into green eyes. Namikaze stood before her with horns gone, long black hair and green eyes that held none of the rage that they previously did. Instead, there was only a tenderness that Conan had seldom seen before, much less directed at her. "What did you do?" Conan questioned, her eyes cutting back to her blank-eyed leader. "Is he still alive?" Instead of answering, she was pulled into a hug. Conan gave up only a token of resistance before surrendering and allowing her head to rest on her father's shoulder. "I'm so sorry, Conan," her father told her softly. "I'm sorry that I was never there for you. I'm sorry for all of the trials and tribulations that you were forced to undertake at an age when the most I would have expected of you was to merely listen to me." Conan felt her throat swell and something catch within it. "I'm so sorry that I failed you," he continued, "and I will spend the rest of my life trying to correct that. I don't expect, with how little time that we have spent together, for you to care about me, nor do I expect you to, but I hope that however you feel about me, that you will give your brother a chance to come back into your life." That's right, Conan thought to herself, she had a sibling, a sister-in-law and a nephew. "Regardless of how you feel about me," her father spoke again. His voice held something in it that she only had memories of, parental love. "Know that I will always love, just as Kao-san does." She felt the man shift slightly before a pair of lips pressed themselves to the crown of her head. A murmur reached her ears, "Never forget that," and then she found herself drowning in memories from her own past. It wasn't anything recent, however, but things from her childhood and before, things that she had no idea were still stored in her own mind. She felt arms lift her up, a moment of weightlessness, and then she was back in the pair of arms as a smiling face stared back at her. Golden hair tickled her nose as a breeze kicked up while blue eyes focused on her. It was her mother, Conan realized. Then that memory faded as another took its place and she was suddenly tired, half-lidded eyes gazed upwards, fighting sleep, as a slender hand rubbed her head while another caressed her hand. Two heads looked down at her, one blonde and the other black, her mother and father. Another, she was giggling as she ran as fast she could on two chubby legs. Turning around, she found her mother smiling, as she followed after her. The sound of a boy squealing made her look over at her father wrapping his arms around a blond boy, lifting him into the air as his hands found spots to tickle. She then felt arms around her stomach and Conan felt herself let out a squeal of her own. The flash passed faster and faster, each one imprinted itself into her mind, making sure that she would always remember the family that cared for her. Konan choked a breath and struggled to swallow. The emotion that she could feel building was suffocating. Her arms rose up and wrapped themselves around her father and squeezed, pressing herself closer to him. "I love you too." She whispered the words, but judging by the way her father's own grip tightened, he had heard them. Naruto bathed in the feeling of holding his daughter, the knowledge that she still loved him. He didn't know how long he stood there holding her, but however long it wasn't enough to satisfy him. It was his daughter that pulled away, despite Naruto knowing that he would need to act if he wanted to prevent the attempt to release the Jubi, for nothing else could be accomplished by combining the chakra of the Biju. Despite not having the Biju themselves, all they needed to do was combine large enough amounts of the chakra of each Biju in a way that it would mix it, like within the body of the original tailed beast. The Jubi wouldn't return at full power, but much like the other Biju, it would begin to generate chakra and most likely gain it quickly. From there, the being that his brother had sealed away, at the cost of his life, would break free. However, despite the possible ramifications of the Jubi being released, Naruto was in no hurry to deal with the remnant of Akatsuki. None of the other members, from what he had seen within the mind of Nagato, had any real idea of the final goal besides the Zetsu character, whose appearance rang a bell somewhere in Naruto's mind, and none of them were any threat to him. To control the husk of the Jubi, one needed the Rinnegan, from what he had seen in Nagato's memories, and Naruto had just destroyed the only pair. But still he didn't know how the small samples of the Biju would react being so close to their progenitor. He'd leave soon enough to deal with it, but for now Naruto was content to spend some time to his daughter. "What did you do to Nagato?" Konan questioned, focusing once more on the last of her friends. "Is he still alive?" Naruto sighed, wondering how such a person could have kept the loyalty of his daughter. The quick sweep he had done of Nagato's memories had shown Naruto everything the man knew. It was pitifully little considering he was meant to be the leader of his organization, but it had been enough for Naruto to put the pieces together. The man's arrogance was his downfall. Even when he knew that he knew nothing, he neglected to act on it, believing that he would be able to overcome with the power that the Rinnegan granted. "He is alive," Naruto confirmed, making Konan breathe a small sigh of relief. "But he will not be conscious for some time. His mind is currently experiencing the outcome of your plan succeeding, a vision of the future he would have brought," he explained, sparing the body a cold stare. Naruto's daughter digested this, before asking her father a question. "What would have happened?" she asked. "If we had succeeded?" While she knew that her father was obviously against their goal, they were aiming for peace, even if she didn't know the exact way that it would be achieved. If he opposed their aims, then either he was looking to rule the world, or he saw something in what they were doing that they didn't. Given how easy he could accomplish the former, and considering that it hadn't happened yet, Konan was highly inclined to believe the latter. "Thousands would die initially," Naruto answered bluntly, "and thousands more would follow trying to stop what you would release. If you succeeded, you could very well have brought about the end of all chakra-bearing life in the elemental countries." There was a small pause before he continued. "I have also systematically removed all of his knowledge about the usage of chakra." Konan's jaw opened slightly at that, before closing it and turning back to her friend. Naruto knew she was thinking about how this would affect the red-headed man. Nagato would never be the same again, at least in regards to chakra usage. All the knowledge, the little tips and tricks he'd picked up thanks to the Rinnegan, was now gone. Nagato's very personality, in recent times, had begun to revolve entirely around his supposed godhood and usage of the Rinnegan. While he had cared for Konan and the goal of his organization, every action he had taken had been influenced by his own belief in his divinity. With the eyes gone, all of its techniques out of reach, and everything he had learned regarding chakra erased, he would be the opposite of a god, and that would pose a major problem to the psyche of the man. There was then silence between the two as the conversation died and Konan turned back to her father. Naruto knew what was coming now, the same thing that had happened with Minato when he had realized that the power that his father wielded. With a sigh, Naruto opened his mouth. "I suppose you want to know how our family was separated, despite my power?" Naruto questioned with a resigned tone. He knew, after his conversation with Minato, that his fears had overridden his common sense. "I remember flashes," Konan admitted after a nod. Kasan screaming, the sound of fighting, an explosion, but nothing more. Releasing another sigh before lowering himself into a sitting position on the wood of the tree stump, Naruto began his story with his daughter following him a moment later. I know that you realize that I'm older than I appear, Konan, Naruto told her. Konan had been there when Zetsu, the strange being that struck a chord within Naruto, informed Nagato of some of his secrets. He resolved to find out just how the being knew such things. What you don't know is just how old. Naruto continued on, explaining his other two children while leaving out the families they had started, the incident that occurred between himself and them and how it colored his actions even after so long. Much like her brother, Konan wasn't particularly satisfied by his reasoning. Whatever points he had managed to build up with her so far were quickly erased. But unlike her brother, Konan didn't show her displeasure through angry looks or growls. Instead, she gave him a cold look that cut Naruto all the same as Minato's anger had. He could see the ire lurking in her eyes, but, as he was quickly learning and from what he had seen from Nagato's memories, Konan was no longer as expressive and happy as she had been when she was a child. Konan stood up after sending him the look for almost half a minute, before moving over to the near comatose body of her friend. Raising her arms, Naruto watched for several seconds as hundreds of strips of bark pulled themselves from around the edge of the massive tree stump that they sat on. They all began to collect into a large group, all the while flattening and paling in color, molding themselves before finally forming a large paper bird. Naruto realized that his daughter was leaving. Where will you be going? He questioned, pushing himself up from the ground. Home, Konan supplied curtly, putting the finishing touches on her transport. Back to Amigakure. With Nagato incapacitated, I am the leader of the country. She didn't turn around to speak her reply, and Naruto winced. Konan, before you leave, Naruto called to her just as the last pieces of paper forming the bird stilled. Would you please tell me what happened to you? There was no need for Naruto to clarify what exactly he was talking about. Konan was silent for several seconds, unmoving, debating whether or not she should tell him or not. From what I know, she began without warning. When Ka-sen was eventually caught, it was by a bolt hole belonging to a shinobi of Amigakure. The moment the shinobi chasing Ka-sen saw him, the two fought. Ka-sen tried to hide me after getting the yandame to run, she managed to, and went to hide herself but was caught by the shinobi chasing her before she could. She was killed and the two shinobi fled. I assume that they sense you approaching. Fleeing to his bolt hole, the Amigakure shinobi stumbled across where Ka-san had attempted to hide me. He took me when he hid. She continued, judging that I was from a wealthy family from the clothes I wore, and that they would be willing to pay in order for my safe return. No one ever turned up, and he eventually grew impatient, so he handed me off to one of the many orphanages in Amigakure, believing I must have been some bastard daughter. I'm sure that you saw the rest from your escapade into Nagato's mind, she said, having discerned what he had done before administering his punishment to the redhead. With her last words said with a little bit more of a bite than the rest had been, Konan finished her explanation. Konan then moved from her paper creation to the still body of her leader. Several more strips of bark started breaking off from the edge of the tree stump and began moving towards her, flattening and whitening as they did so. As the pieces of paper smoothly slid under glass-eyed man, creating a makeshift stretcher, Naruto processed what he had been told. His daughter had been right by him all that time. His rushed expansion of his senses had exploded outward, valuing speed over precision, and he had missed his daughter, held hostage and terrified out her mind. Just another failure. He could see it now, her teary-eyed face as her mouth was held close by some disgusting man who was irritated by the crying of a scared child. The guilt pressed down on his mind, knowing that his daughter had gone through such a horrible experience. Being so old, one would think that Naruto wouldn't be able to make such mistakes. Evidently he wasn't. Naruto was not surprised that he had missed that advertisement for his daughter. He had isolated himself heavily after the death of Minami, barely traveling to the local town for food, let alone to receive some kind of wanted poster for his daughter's family. He saw the stretcher of paper lift itself off of the ground, carrying Konan's friend, and transporting the man to the paper bird, his daughter following close behind. I'll visit you soon, Naruto promised as she lowered her friend onto the back of her creation. Konan didn't respond, not that Naruto had truly expected her to. Minato had taken 2 days before he was willing to speak to him again. But before you go, reaching for his right shoulder to lift up the sleeve, only to pause when he didn't feel any fabric. It was then he realized that the majority of his clothes were still rags, having been shredded when Nagato had used the power of the Rinnegan against him. Pushing that to the back of his mind, Naruto quickly located a small ceiling array, located closer to his elbow than his shoulder, showing it as have been made recently. After unsealing its contents and the puff of smoke that accompanied such an action dissipated, Naruto was left holding a small scroll in his hand. Neat writing, along a small strip that kept it from unraveling, labeled the scroll as Conan's things. Wordlessly, he passed it to his daughter, who had halted her movement to board her transport back to Amagakure at his action. She took it and turned it over in her hand, brow furrowing when she noticed the label bearing her name. "It's your things," Naruto told her, having judged what was on her mind from her expression. "Most of it is just toys from when you were small, but there are some things that you may like to keep. I assume that the yandame has one as well?" she questioned after studying the scroll a few seconds longer. Naruto said nothing about her inability to refer to Minato as her brother, but knew that these things would take time. Just like he said nothing about the fact that she had yet to refer to him as her father. "Yes," Naruto replied. "I gave it to him on his birthday a number of years ago." "Then why have you given it to me now?" Conan questioned, her gaze finally turning back to him. A sad smile graced Naruto's lips, and he felt a slight burn at the back of his eyes but forced it away. "Conan, today is your birthday." The answer received a physical reaction from the blue-haired woman, her eyes widening slightly. "Happy birthday, Conan." Moving as fast as humanly possible, and then some, a figure sprinted from Konoha, a body slung over one shoulder. The invasion was a failure, but it hardly mattered to him. He'd gotten what he came for after all. Leaping from tree to tree, attempting to use as little chakra as possible to make tracking him difficult, the figure cut a trail northward. He knew he would have little time with his prize, but it didn't matter, he'd have enough to do what he needed. With a grin, imagining the possibilities that were now open to him, Orochimaru leapt to another branch, jostling the body on his back. It didn't stir, merely hung limply. Chapter 34. Returning to the village, Naruto found the invaders had retreated. The battlefield that had surrounded Konoha now contained only the bodies of those that had fallen. The walls of the village were still vigilantly manned, however, in case this was simply a lull in the fighting. Smoke still rose from some residences, the result of attacks that had overshot the fortifications that surrounded the village. Most of the fires still seemed to have been put out. Naruto silently walked through his house within the Namake's compound, after having changed into some fresh clothes, wondering what he should take with him to Amagakure when he went to stay with Conan. There wasn't much he truly valued in this home. A few gifts from Minato, Kushina and Koji, perhaps some books that he was in the middle of reading, but not much more. He had time to decide. Conan was most likely expecting him tomorrow or the day after, but it paid to be prepared. A quick detour before he arrived to take care of this Zetsu character, and then he would be spending some time with his daughter. Much like with Minato, Conan was the leader of a village of shinobi. She was also a grown woman, and so Naruto realized that her time might be split. Still, he had time with his daughter that he had to make up for. Idly, Naruto reminded himself that he needed to take Shikaku before he left. The one tale was sealed within a large scroll held within the lower levels of the Hokage Tower. It was most likely a quick prison that his son had created with the limited time he had, as it was easy for Naruto to sense Shikaku's chakra leaking from it. He highly suspected it would be shifted to a far more secure container soon, most likely once Minato had finished meeting with his council regarding the state of the village. A sudden flash of yellow and burst of chakra alerted Naruto to another presence that was suddenly within his house. He tensed, and was prepared to whirl around and deliver a solid strike to the face of whoever was stupid enough to attempt to sneak upon him, only to relax as he recognized the chakra signature of his son. He turned to greet his son with a small smile, ready to greet him the news that he had found his sister, but was greeted in turn by the expression that he knew Minato wore only when he was acting within his capacity as Hokage. Just beneath that, hidden in the way his son's eyes stared into his own, Naruto saw a small amount of worry. "Two-san, did you take Koji and hide him away from the fighting?" No greeting, only a tone that demanded an answer. Naruto frowned and shook his head, watching as the worry he had seen grew and slowly began to morph into fear. "Is something wrong, Minato?" Naruto questioned, concerned with what he saw. "Koji is missing," the yandame admitted after only a moment. "He never reported to the academy." Naruto's frown deepened and his body tensed slightly. "I brought him to the bunkers for the civilians. I wanted to take him with me, but he said that the genin needed to report to the academy for assignment," he told his son, whose look of worry only grew more pronounced. "I've had shinobi sweep the city." Minato's hand brushed through his hair, a sign of his unease. They haven't found anything, and there isn't any sign of a battle further than 100 or so meters from the walls of the village. Here Naruto saw his son shoot him a look. Barring, of course, the battle you had between yourself and people wearing Akatsuki robes. The elder male blinked in surprise. You know of them? He asked, momentarily sidetracked. Minato gave a stiff nod. Jiraiya has tried to keep me informed about their movements. There hasn't been such a large gathering of S-rank shinobi before, barring the formation of hidden villages, and especially not in an organized fashion. Naruto pondered the information before discarding it in the end. It would be useless either today or tomorrow. He will have dealt with the remnants of the group by then. He met Minato's eyes. Did you know that the second in command of the group is your sister? The question was blunt, but Naruto could think of no better way to ask it. Predictably, his son's eyes widened as what he had just been told sunk in. Naruto had seen in Nagato's mind that the man rarely left Amigakure, along with Konan. His daughter was always by the man's side, so it was no surprise that Minato hadn't known what she looked like. Naruto watched as Minato's eyes narrowed slightly. He could see the gears turning in his son's head. Attempting to connect Akatsuki and the attack with Koji's disappearance, for there was no way the two were separate incidents. Could someone in the group have taken Koji? Naruto felt his own eyes harden as he read between the lines. You think that Konan would be willing to do such a thing? Not her, Minato said, relenting slightly. He could see that his father wouldn't take kindly to even pondering such a thing unless there was proof, and he had nothing of the sort. But others in Akatsuki, could they have realized Konan's relation to either of us? They may have taken Koji to get to me. Naruto just shook his head in regards to his son's theory. It was close but wrong. Nagato's memories told him that much. No, he replied resolutely. None in the remnants of Akatsuki knew of our relation to Konan before today. Naruto then paused, eyes narrowing in thought as some information that he had taken from Nagato's mind came to the forefront. He had put it to the side with the revelation of what exactly Akatsuki's goal was, but, remembering it now, it made him rethink what he'd be doing today. But I have some suspicions as to who it could be. Who? Minato asked a second later, wanting to know who could have taken Koji. Naruto knew full well what his son was going through. The white-haired man had gone through that and worse. Orochimaru. Minato's response to that was a frown. He's dead. The Yandame's father shook his head. Someone managed to resurrect him. Naruto paused to take a second to think about how this could have happened. Despite his belief that immortality wasn't something someone should possess, and how he enforced said belief, this wasn't the first time that he had encountered someone who had the ability to return from the dead. A cult to some pagan god sprung to mind, Jashin or something in a similar vein. There had been only a few cases in his memory where people had actually developed viable ways to achieve immortality, and in each one Naruto had subsequently erased both the people involved and the knowledge. If Orochimaru had managed to resurrect himself, and this wasn't a doppelganger, then Naruto would make sure that he would end up like all the others who had tried to live past the years that fate had in store for them. Even if this was some poser, they'd still die a painful death. He managed to convince Iwagakure, Tsunagakure and Otogakure to enter an alliance against Konoha. Naruto informed his son, who only nodded at the information. Yes, from those that we managed to interrogate, we knew as much, Minato admitted before gaining a troubled look. Orochimaru's involvement is news, however. If he truly is alive, then Orochimaru taking Koji begins to make some sense. And how is that? Naruto questioned his son. You killed him, Minato replied bluntly. In addition to that, from what we managed to recover from his hideouts in and around Konoha, Orochimaru had begun to develop a fixation with power, bloodlines specifically, and immortality. If he returned to discover that you hadn't aged a day, that alone would be enough of an incentive to come after you, never mind the abilities you demonstrated before you killed him. That's all well and good, Naruto said. But that implies that he'll come after me in, what I can only guess, an attempt to capture me before performing a series of experiments to understand how I can do what I can. We're accusing him of kidnapping Koji. How do these two theories link together? Minato hesitated for a moment. Orochimaru is logical, a genius, he began. He must realize that you easily defeated him before, and that the second time would be no different. But assuming he knows that the child inherits from their parents, he could achieve the same thing that he wants with someone of your blood. A stiff expression made it to Minato's face as it became obvious as to what Orochimaru planned to do with his son. I'll find him, Minato, Naruto promised upon seeing his own son's features. Minato seemed to relax slightly at that, but didn't do so completely. But in order to do so, I'll need some of Koji's blood if you have any. Minato simply nodded at the request and was already moving to retrieve what his father needed the second the words left his mouth, wanting his son found as fast as possible. He disappeared in a yellow blur through the open door. Naruto watched as his son left, knowing that he would be back in a moment. Taking a look around his house, Naruto decided that he would continue packing when he returned with his grandson. Currently, he needed to center himself. His chakra had grown tremendously in the past few years and was now getting to the point where Naruto couldn't hold it, at least without a month or two of actual training. While he had always had the because Naruto seriously doubted that any being had more than him largest chakra pool of any living being, it had never truly stopped growing. There had been slower periods than others, but unlike what happened to most people when they grew old, his body's ability to produce chakra had never degraded. Naruto knew this was thanks to the youthfulness of his body. Pure chakra was composed of yin and yang chakra. Yang chakra was produced by the body through movement and exercise, while yin chakra came from learning and expanding one's mind. Naruto had always had plenty of yang chakra. His wanderings and movement made sure it was plentiful, but his flow of yin chakra had dwindled somewhat until recently. While Naruto knew that he would never become all-knowing, he had stopped his scholarly pursuits after a certain point in his life. The sciences of the elemental nations had been horribly stymied until the creation of the hidden villages, those smart enough to research and experiment either dying before their knowledge could be shared or hoard such things, keeping it within clans. With widespread warfare no longer such a problem, at least as much as it used to be, the sciences were allowed to grow and expand. It was reading about these new inventions, these discoveries that allowed a better understanding about how the world worked, that had sparked a resurgence in Naruto's body's yin chakra production. The result was the newly created yin chakra mixing within his excess yang chakra to allow more pure chakra to flow freely through his coils. It was at this point, however, that a problem became apparent. Naruto's chakra coils had expanded to their maximum point centuries ago. This was part of the reason why his chakra was so much denser than others. With his coils stretched as far as they could go, his chakra became forcefully compacted which, thanks to his eternal youth, hadn't burst his chakra coils as they didn't have the brittleness that someone of his age should have. Despite it originally having mystical origins, the chakra network was visible with the human eye and similar to a secondary cardiovascular system that flowed throughout the body. Naruto's own coils had expanded to the point that it was now his own body hindering him, the flesh around his coils on the inside of his body being the reason they could no longer grow. This had first come to his notice as an actual problem when he had been facing Nagato and his puppets. His chakra pool was becoming too large for him to be able to handle properly. Many of the attacks he had used, while simply the manipulation of different forms of chakra, were incredibly chakra-intensive for the most part. In his anger, Naruto had, consciously, simply tried to shove a bunch of chakra down a tube to power his attacks. Normally, the excess chakra of such a thing would bleed off into the air, but due to his larger chakra pool and denser chakra meant that Naruto could now use smaller amounts of chakra to power attacks that should have required more chakra to use. Combining this with the fact that he had been already using more chakra than needed to attack, it meant the runoff created a visible shroud around him before it dispersed. While this was rather simply solved by merely pushing himself to his limits, in order to mentally reevaluate the strength of his chakra, it was easier said than done in this day and age. Humanity populated nearly every corner of the world and instant communication was no longer something that was restricted to only the skilled and few in jutsu. The chances of him being sighted, and the consequences of him flexing, would doubtlessly high. I could create another island, Naruto pondered to himself as he waited for his son to return. Similar to the one I gave to the Biju. It was only a second later that he shook his head and dismissed the thought. And I would only use it once every 5 centuries or so. Pointless, especially for the size that it would need to be to truly train. There are then the defensive seals that I would need to put in place, along with the seals to hide the island itself. It would be too much time wasted for something I'd use so infrequently. Still, the idea did hold some merit. It wasn't like he wouldn't have the time in the future, but he just didn't have it now. Unlike Minato, Konan, who he planned to spend at least a year with before moving back and forth between his children, didn't know him well enough, nor vice versa, for him to feel at ease with him simply vanishing for days, maybe weeks, at a time. Naruto turned his focus back to the world around him as a chakra signature registered on his senses. Minato had returned. His head swiveled to the source, finding his son having returned, a vial of blood held up in one hand. "Is this what you need?" Minato questioned the instant his father's gaze was on him. Naruto merely nodded and wordlessly held out his hand for the vial. It was handed over a second later. "Could this be taught?" the yondaime asked after a moment. "Whatever technique you're going to perform to track Koji? Everything can be taught," Naruto replied. "But I'm guessing that you're wondering if it could be taught within a reasonable amount of time?" Minato nodded. "Then no, not unless you have several years that you're willing to dedicate to learning the technique. I'll leave you to it then," Minato told his father, moving to leave once again. "I have to get back to coordinating the reconstruction and relief efforts." At the open doorway, the yondaime paused. "Please find him quickly, Too-san." Naruto nodded at his son's pleading tone before the man disappeared in a yellow flash. Now alone, Naruto set about tracking down his grandson. Much like the rest of his techniques, the way he planned to find Koji was all about freely manipulating the element, which in this case would be blood. Similar to all things that came from the body, such as hair, skin and chakra, there would always be a connection between it and its host, a bond that was incredibly hard to break. It was this bond that Naruto was going to use to find Koji. Holding the vial between both hands, Naruto slowly poured his chakra into the liquid it contained, his eyes turning blood red in color as he did so. Finding the connection between it and who it had come from was slightly harder than he remembered when he first practiced the technique, but that was easily put down to the age of the blood sample. An extended period of time was the easiest way to break the bond that the body shared with itself. Touching the connection within the vial of blood only slightly, Naruto sent the tiniest sliver of his chakra, imprinted with will, that he could manage. Naruto couldn't feel the chakra that he sent down the connection, having ended up wherever Koji was, far out of range of the area his senses encapsulated, but the vial of blood did. With Koji's body acting similarly to a star, the vial quickly came under its gravitational field, attempting to pull itself away from Naruto's grip in a single direction. Northward, he realized. Knowing where to go, Naruto disappeared from the room in a flash of color, leaving the door to his house opened. He'd be back in a moment after all. It was near the northern border of Hino-kuni, in the middle of one of the many forests that made up the land, that Naruto found his kidnapped grandchild, hanging limply from Orochimaru's shoulder. The snake-like man was in the middle of landing on a tree branch, a subtle smirk on his face that Naruto would take great pleasure in wiping off. Experiencing time at a faster pace than the supposedly dead shinobi, Naruto took the opportunity to study the man, aiming to see if there was any difference between this person and the man that he had killed 12 years ago. He was of flesh and blood, not some puppet, though that still left the possibility of a clone of some kind. More questions entered Naruto's head as he considered the many possibilities of how Orochimaru could have returned from his apparent death. It was a minute later, in regards to Naruto's perception of time, that he acted. Jumping up to land on the tree branch that Orochimaru was currently on, Naruto connected his foot to the former sand and sighed as time around the elder male began to speed up once more. Snatching his unconscious grandson from the man's loosened grip, the white-haired man then jumped down to the forest floor, where he placed Minato's son in the shadow of a tree, several meters from his kidnapper. Whipping around, Naruto launched himself back at the kidnapper, who had managed to right himself and landed back on the earth. A vicious kick to the center of the shinobi's chest propelled him backwards, feet leaving the ground. Before Orochimaru had even realized what was happening, a hand, placed to the back of his head, forced his face into a very close embrace with the earth below him, the man's body following. Standing above the former Konoha shinobi, Naruto wasted no time in using Shinton, mind release, to delve into his memories. He was in no mood to talk with someone who had somehow managed to come back from death. It was with some surprise that Naruto encountered, not any kind of defense but a counterattack. Orochimaru was trying to overcome Naruto's mind through the connection the elder man had formed between the two. Still, despite his momentary surprise at the counterattack, Naruto was able to crush the resistance with the equivalent of house-leveling punch. Nothing stopping him, not that the meager attacks that Orochimaru had launched at him actually succeeded in anything. Naruto ripped through his victim's mind with the gentleness of an elephant. What he found made Naruto scowl in annoyance and anger. The person was Orochimaru, not a clone or anything of the sort. He was the exact same person that Naruto had killed so many years ago. He hadn't survived, He didn't even have immortality, but what he did have was a secured means of resurrecting himself, using a type of clone made of chakra, along with technique that was developed, apparently by Tobirama Senju, to temporarily resurrect the dead. Orochimaru was able to return his soul and chakra to the mortal plane after death. Then, through the use of a willing participant, though unwilling worked just as well, and a self-created technique, he was able to transfer his soul from his temporary body into a permanent one, thereby returning to the land of the living. It was one of the most horrifying, immoral, and rage-inducing things that Naruto had ever seen in his long years of life, leveling with the forceful creation of the jinchūriki. That wasn't then going into all of things that the person beneath Naruto had done in his search for such knowledge. Murder was one of the better things that he had seen within the mind of Orochimaru, and was the one of the best ways that anyone who was captured by the snake summoner could afford to leave his presence. Naruto pulled himself from the mind of the despicable man to the sound of him giving a pained chuckle, and a grin threatening to split his pale face. "So you know." Orochimaru smiled nastily, despite not being able to turn his head and look at Naruto, what was most certain several broken ribs. "You know that no matter what you do to me here that I'll simply be back soon enough, that I'll keep returning until I get what I want." He gave a dark chuckle. "I'd have to thank you, Naruto Namikaze, though it is not the immortality that I had envisioned, it is still better than nothing." Because his cheek was kissing the ground, with Naruto's hand still pressing onto the opposite cheek to prevent him moving his neck, Orochimaru was unable to witness Naruto's look of anger melt into one of amusement. The former Sannin member did, however, feel as he was yanked upwards by the back of his clothes, experiencing weightlessness as he moved through the air. The sensation swiftly ended when he impacted a tree, the bark cracking and the trunk nearly snapping in two from the force. Sliding down to rest at the base of the tree, Orochimaru looked up, his pained smirk morphing into a look of slight confusion at the expression on Naruto's face as the man approached. "Do you honestly think you're the first to gain immortality?" Naruto questioned, entertained by Orochimaru's false belief in his superiority. "There have been plenty." The Sannin's foot lifted up, attempting to strike at Naruto's crotch. It was a dirty shot, but Orochimaru knew who he was fighting. So long as he landed hits against the other male, he didn't care how he went about doing it. It was for naught as with expert precision, Naruto left his own foot and rose it above the ankle of Orochimaru's attacking leg before Naruto brought his heel down hard. The ankle snapped and Orochimaru gave a sharp hiss at the pain but nothing more. "Before you. So ask yourself, why aren't they still around today?" Naruto finished his words with amusement in his eyes. Knowing that with a leg out of commission that he was as good as done for, especially against an opponent of the caliber, the Sannin resigned himself to his death, at least for the moment. Despite the Sannin's words, Orochimaru brushed them off as an attempt to rattle him, holding strong in his belief in his method of immortality. Naruto saw the acceptance in the former Sannin member's eyes, and gave a small chuckle in spite of what he was about to do. Orochimaru was just the same as everyone else who had achieved immortality, believing that their methods of retaining their life was secured and that nothing could overcome it. Each and every one that Naruto had brought to this point looked the same. They expected death, but didn't anticipate it keeping them down for long. "In every method of obtaining immortality that I've seen," Naruto began, "there was always a weakness in the way they went about achieving it." Leaning down, he grabbed Orochimaru by the front of his collar, the man doing nothing to struggle, and lifted him of the ground before pushing him against a tree, which groaned the pressure placed on its weak trunk. "You people," the elder man continued, referring to those who had sought never-ending life, "always focus too much on the physical aspect of immortality, healing the body of injury and making it more resistant, and ensuring that permanent damage has been done to your brain or mentality." Naruto's free hand suddenly lit up in a purple fire, his eyes glowing the same color under the illusion covering them. Wind, yin and yang combined internally to create a chakra nature that, while limited in its uses, was arguably the most powerful nature possibly obtainable. Thrusting forward, Naruto shoved the light hand straight into Orochimaru's chest, the man gasping aloud at the sudden chill that penetrated his body, cutting through years of shinobi discipline. A glance down revealed that, while the hand had pierced his clothing, the cloth wasn't torn, nor was blood leaking from any sort of wound. This was no ordinary attempt to kill him, the snake summoner realized. Yet, Naruto began again, continuing from where had ceased. "You people always forget to defend the spiritual aspect of immortality, your soul." The last word had unhealthy emphasis in the former Sannin member's mind, which was only compounded when Naruto sunk his hand further into his prisoner's chest, up to the wrist, disappearing while the coldness spread. In that instant, Orochimaru knew that he was in danger, that he had to get away or something irreversible would happen. He began to struggle, shifting his weight around as he attempted to slip from the plain gray robe that covered his body, the quickest way to escape, knowing that a more physical attempt against Naruto was useless. These actions were halted as, with a tug of the hand still sunk in Orochimaru's body, Naruto forced Orochimaru to discontinue from his attempts to escape, as a pain unlike any other shot throughout his body. It wasn't physical, nor mental, it was something else entirely, something that Orochimaru wasn't used to. Staring into the eyes of the person who had attempted to use his grandson in a sick and depraved set of experiments, Naruto felt no guilt for what he was about to do. Tugging further, and ignoring Orochimaru as the man began to scream in agony, Naruto pulled back the hand that he had pushed into the man. Slowly it emerged from Orochimaru's body, curled into a fist despite having been an open palm when Naruto had pushed it in. The screams increased in volume one final time as, with a final tug, Naruto pulled his hand free. At the exact same moment, Orochimaru slumped bonelessly, his body collapsing to the forest floor as Naruto let go of the robe he had held to hold him up, breathing but with no higher brain activity. Naruto paid no mind to the outer shell of the snake summoner, more interested in the dull blue sphere that he held, pulsing, in his hand. Naruto studied it for a few moments, rotating his hand to observe it from different angles. The sphere, Orochimaru's soul, struggled minutely, attempting to escape his grip, seemingly aware of what was about to happen, but Naruto merely clamped down on it tighter. Kantan, soul release, the chakra nature derived from the combination of wind, yin and yang, gave the user the ability to manipulate the soul of the user's choosing. It was utterly lethal in the extreme, as the only way to fight against the user of Kantan was to also know how to control the same nature. Thus, once someone using Kantan managed to grip another person's soul, there was no freedom unless the user let it happen or was killed. Should Naruto have let go of his soul as it was now, Orochimaru would have died, then most likely be resurrected by one of the many Kage Bunshin that he had scattered about the lands, ready to raise him from the dead should he not send out signals at specific times. That was unacceptable. Instead, Naruto would inflict what, he felt, was the worst possible punishment that he was able to pass on someone. The Pure Lands was the place where everyone ended up after death, where worldly concerns and negative emotions and feelings had no place. It was where soul went to for peace after the body was compromised. But the Pure Lands was not simply the place where souls relaxed, it was also where the soul was cleansed of their memory and personality before being returned to Wheel of Life, to be reincarnated on the mortal plane as clean slates. Naruto felt that the Pure Lands were the right of every sentient being, and that to deny one their final resting place was the most heinous of acts. It was also the worst of punishments. This was one of the reasons why Naruto had not killed Nagato, because the former Rinnegan user would have gone to a place that he didn't deserve. He would let the leader of Akatsuki stew in the realm of the living, knowing that he had nearly condemned the world to pain and suffering on an unseen scale, the exact opposite of what he had been trying to achieve. The knowledge that he had been wrong, that a god had been wrong, would be a far better punishment than the pain of death. It would shatter the Nagato's psyche and force him to either admit that he wasn't a god, or would drive him insane. For people like Orochimaru, however, those who had obtained a form of immortality, to extend their life beyond that which they were allowed, death didn't solve anything. They'd return eventually, perhaps their mind was broken, their bodies scarred, but they would recover. There was only one sufficient punishment, permanent and irreversible as it was, holding the struggling soul of Orochimaru, a pupil for a time. As short as it was, Naruto gave it a final look before, with a frown, clenched his hand into a fist. For a moment, the soul resisted, halting Naruto's squeezing hand. Even with the slight amount of surprise that Naruto felt at the Orochimaru's soul actually managing to fight against its end, he crushed it a second later, squeezing just a little bit tighter. There was no sound that signified the true death of Orochimaru, no final scream nor a brightening of the sun to signify such a horrible person being erased from existence. The small ball of blue light was simply snuffed out like a tiny flame. Naruto didn't move for a few moments, simply taking the fact that the person that was Orochimaru no longer, and would never, have a physical presence in the elemental nations. Despite the swift way he had acted, Naruto loathed the complete destruction of anyone's soul. It was a weapon of last resort. Unfortunately, Orochimaru had proven that he had been willing to go after his family, and that was something that Naruto wouldn't stand for. In addition, the former member of the Sannin had held a method of resurrection, something that would make truly killing him difficult in the best of circumstances. Despite knowing the locations of all of the shadow clones that Orochimaru had sent out into the world, the fact was that there were still plenty of Orochimaru's followers who would be willing to perform the Edo Tensei technique in order to return him to this world. No, it's better to make sure that the man was out of the way permanently than to have him show himself at a time that could cost Naruto something dear. Releasing a loud breath of relief at knowing that Orochimaru was no more, and that Koji, Minato, and Kushina were all safe from the man's ambitions, Naruto walked away from the comatose body at his feet, leaving it to rot, and moved towards where he had hidden Koji's still unconscious form. On his way back through Konoha, Naruto dropped Koji back at his parents' house, tucking the child into bed to let his body eat through whatever drug was keeping him knocked out. He'd obviously made sure that nothing malicious lingered within his grandson's body before leaving him alone. Something of the sort would have fit in well with Orochimaru's personality. Neither Orochimaru's memories, nor Naruto's own check, surfaced anything other than whichever drug was used to keep Koji unconscious, so Naruto had decided to simply allow the boy to sleep off the drug. Straightening out the covers on his grandson's bed, Naruto decided that he'd go inform Minato that his son was returned before he continued his packing. He'd let Minato tell Kushina that her son had been returned, which would be after he told her that Koji had been kidnapped in the first place. It hadn't escaped the grandfather's notice that she hadn't appeared at all when Minato had informed him that Koji had been missing. This only left the idea that she was already out searching, which was unlikely given how Minato had said that they had searched all throughout Konoha already, or that she hadn't been told. Naruto was highly inclined to believe the latter. Shaking his head to dispel his thoughts of Kushina's reaction to the fact that her son had been abducted, and that she hadn't been told immediately, out of his mind, Naruto left Kushina and Minato's house in a blur of yellow movement thanks to his use of swift release. Slowing down, only after speeding through nearly the entirety of the Hokage Tower, Naruto stopped just outside the door to Konoha's council chambers. While he would have normally gone to his son's office, he felt his son's chakra signature, along with a multitude of others at varying strengths, coming from the chambers. Naruto's sudden appearance startled the guards, ANBU, on either side of the doors, causing them to pull out kunai and fall into aggressive stances where they stood, while around him, 3 other hidden shinobi tensed in preparation for an attack. Holding them in Naruto's general direction for a second, the kunai was gone a moment later to be replaced by an irritated frowns on the faces of the masked shinobi, something that was shared by those hidden in the shadow. Hiding a small smirk of amusement at the reaction he got when appearing around shinobi, Naruto moved to enter. While he could have used swift release to appear in the council chambers, Naruto also realized that with the current state of Konoha that his son would be meeting with people nearly constantly for the foreseeable future to discuss aid distribution, infrastructure repairs and temporary housing for those displaced. Minato would not appreciate his father suddenly appearing in the middle of the meeting. However, Naruto also knew that his son would want to know that his son was safe. So while he would interrupt whatever meeting that was most likely happening, he would not act so casually around his son when such serious matters were afoot. Knocking on the doors, Naruto waited patiently to be answered by those inside while the shinobi kept shooting him discreet looks of annoyance, which only increased the amusement that he felt. Minato had admitted to him, with a grin on his features, that a few of the more senior ANBU captains wished to restrict the use of swift release from security-sensitive areas, something about not wishing to accidentally skewer someone who can move faster than senses can detect. One side of the double doors opening brought Naruto out of his memories, causing him to look at the one who had answered his knock. It was a member of the ANBU. They stepped aside a few seconds later, not so much as recognizing Naruto, but receiving signals, minute bursts of chakra, from the guards outside the chambers that nothing was amiss. Entering the room that Konoha's council used to house their meetings, Naruto was aware of all eyes tracking him as he moved, from the heads of the civilian sectors of the village to the clan heads of Konoha's major clans. While he knew of the amount of attention he was receiving, Naruto kept his gaze on his son, who was seated on the opposite end of the room. It was the nervousness radiating off of many in the room that made Naruto knew that something was. He hadn't sensed it immediately, but it had become more pronounced the further into the room that he went. To add to the mystery, the apprehension was directed entirely from the Shinobi Council's side of the room. Minato's face went through 2 major emotions the moment that his father stepped into the room, relief and resignation. The relief was from his son's obvious assumption that Koji was safe and unharmed, but it was the resignation that made Naruto tense. Namikaze-san, one of the shinobi members of the council, Shikaku if Naruto remembered correctly, said the moment that he approached the middle of the room. He was also that same one who had attempted to engineer a series of coincidences in which the two of them would happen to bump into each other, all apparently in the vein of attempting to befriend Naruto. The Nara had stopped after Naruto had, bluntly, told him that it was going the right way for a beating. "Why have you interrupted this council meeting?" Something about the man's voice only served to amplify the feelings of weariness that Naruto felt in the room, but despite this, he answered. "I have merely come to inform my son that Koji is resting at home. Is there anything wrong with that?" Naruto noticed his son's shoulders hunched slightly at his words, obviously finding the hint of a challenge that his final words had hidden within his tone. "Of course not," Shikaku responded immediately, a single palm coming up. He had sensed the tone that the yandame's father had used as well. "But interrupting an important meeting for a few words that could have waited is a bit counterintuitive." "I see," Naruto said with only a hint of annoyance in his tone. "I'll leave you all to your meeting then." With that, Naruto turned around to leave. He was stopped from taking more than a few steps in that direction when Shikaku spoke again. "Actually, Namikaze-san, if you could remain here, the council has a few questions for you." Stopping, Naruto turned around to face the Nara clan head with a slightly annoyed look on his face. He had better things to do than be here. While he faced the Nara, another person spoke and in a far more aggressive tone than the man had used. "We've received several reports of your actions during the Konoha's recent invasion, the implications of which are disturbing. If you could shed some light on them, that would be helpful." Eyes locking onto the source of such aggressiveness, Naruto found himself staring at a wild-looking woman that he vaguely remembered. He'd said something about her children dying in a ditch because of the constant cycle of war, hadn't he? "I would like to return to my grandchild," Naruto replied with a thin veil of politeness. "He has had a trying day and I would like to make sure that it isn't any worse than it already has been." "We've all had a trying day," the woman responded with narrowed eyes. "Could you spare us a moment of your precious time to answer a few questions?" Naruto's eyes mirrored the woman's in narrowing at the thinly veiled snipe. Okay, that was enough. He didn't have to stand here and deal with this woman. "No," Naruto answered bluntly, taking great care to put on an obviously fake smile to shoot in the female, Inuzuka he remembered, clan head's direction. Turning around again, Naruto made to walk out of the room only for the hidden Anbu to appear and block the door. Now irritated, Naruto turned around to look at his son, who had simply looked on with a tired look during his interaction with the Inuzuka clan head. Seeing his father's gaze directed at him, Minato waved a hand towards the Anbu at the door. The masked shinobi stepped to the side a moment later. "Hokage-sama." Shikaku spoke, his voice calm despite the steel that Naruto could see in his eyes. "You cannot simply dismiss the investigation into the reports we received, especially if what they imply is true. You cannot allow your personal relationship with the subject of the reports affect your judgment." Minato was silent for a few moments as he turned to look at the Nara clan head, during which time Naruto felt the eyes of a few people fall on him. Everyone else, however, had their eyes glued to Minato, waiting to see how he would respond to the Nara's words. "Everyone except Jonin, Nara, and Aburame, out!" The command came from the Hokage's mouth without warning, and those who looked to argue, on both the shinobi and civilian side of the council, were immediately silenced by the glower that the yandame sent in their direction. "Anbu, please escort the counselors out the door." "Captain Nico, to me." A person wearing a cat mask appeared to the left side of the Hokage's chair without a sound as the last person was moved to the door. During this time, Naruto had turned to frown in his son, who had, in turn, rotated to give Shikaku a hard look. "You ever challenge me like that again, Jonin Nara, and I will have you as an academy teacher for the next 5 years, after which time I'll see about making you climb back to your current position from the rank of Genin just to have Jonin Aburame replace you. Is that understood?" Minato's words were without a lick of warmth and made the Nara, who had slowly straightened up during the tongue lashing, to stiffen in his seat. "Yes, Hokage-sama," the Jonin commander replied, answering clearly. He'd evidently realized that he'd crossed a line. "If you have a problem, you come see me in private, not—" Here, Minato pointed to the door and the people who had just left through it. "In the middle of a council meeting. That was something that I would have expected of a child." "Yes, Hokage-sama," Shikaku repeated, his eyes staring straight ahead at the wall. Minato kept his eyes on his second-in-command, keeping his gaze on him for a few moments before turning to the Aburame. "Jonin Aburame, Judging by the looks I noticed you and others sent Namikaze-san during the council meeting, you seem to have some idea about what these reports contain, along with Jonin Yamanaka and Akimichi. Shikaka seemed to straighten further at that, evidently realizing that he'd been found out. Tell me why I should allow this investigation when it wasn't even important enough to tell the Hokage about first. Naruto had to suppress a small grin he could feel trying to break out. It was rare when Minato was allowed to use his tongue as a weapon, at least in Naruto's presence, but the blonde used it just like his father. The Aburame clan had spared Shikaku a glance, only noticeable by the fact that he turned his head, minutely, in the direction of the Nara, before he returned to the yondaime. Whether or not you choose to allow the investigation or not is pointless, Hokage-sama. Why? Because those who filled the reports, despite being told to do so, won't be able to refrain from spreading what they reported. Had it been, quite literally, anything else, I am sure that they would have done so, but considering that they all described the same events, the investigation is merely a formality. The Aburame spoke with little emotion, the only slip-up being in his body language, shifting in his seat slightly. After a short period, 2 or 3 days perhaps, the information in the reports will be widespread, and when no news of an investigation is heard, the public will demand one. Unfortunately, Hokage-sama, that is something that not even you can ignore, not unless you wish for widespread dissent and people, shinobi and civilian alike, attempting to find out for themselves. With that, the clan head went silent and left Minato to think about what he'd been told. There was a second where Naruto managed to catch his son's eyes, allowing him to see his son asking for what he should do, but the father only shrugged in response. He could not make Minato's decisions for him, and he never would. Naruto could only berate his son for not thinking about how his decisions affected others, mainly himself. People grew through both praise and criticism. Minato turned back to the 2 jonin in the room. Jonin Nara. The yondaime addressed the clan head, who stiffened slightly. Summarized the reports. Shikaku nodded shortly before immediately launching into his explanation. After Namikaze-san began his pursuit of one of the members of the Akatsuki, a few chunin followed once those that were injured in said member's attack were receiving medical attention. They arrived in time to see Namikaze-san be thrown into the Hokage monument by an attack from a second member while he was distracted. After a moment of conversation that chunin didn't overhear, the first left while the other remained. Shikaku took a moment to swallow, his eyes darting to Naruto for a second before they returned to staring at wall on the opposite side of the room. A few moments later, while they contemplated whether to engage the remaining member of Akatsuki, the Hokage monument exploded outward and a person wearing similar tattered garb to Namikaze-san emerged and aggressively attacked the member of Akatsuki with incredibly powerful attacks. After a few seconds, the chunin assumed the newcomer as the Yoso Sannin via his white hair and the powerful abilities he displayed, but another immediately remembered the robe that Namikaze-san had been wearing. From there, they came to the conclusion that the Yoso Sannin had been living within Konoha under the guise of your father, Hokage-sama. The chunin then observed the rest of the fight before returning back to the shelters when it became more destructive. Shikaku went silent again and didn't continue. Naruto frowned at the idea that people had been observing his fight with Nagato and not being aware of it. He may have been invested in the battle, but that was no excuse to disregard his surroundings. Especially to the extent that a group of chunin could be close enough to identify the robes been wearing from the rags that had remained after Nagato's initial attack. Do you believe this conclusion, Shikaku? Minato questioned after a moment. The Nara visibly shifted for a moment, his eyes darting to Naruto for a second before they turned to his Kage and answering. Yes, Hokage-sama. Minato then turned to the Aburame clan head. And you, Shibi? I believe that the theory that Namikaze-san is the Yoso Sannin, at the very least, does have some fact within. The glasses-wearing man began. Why? Because it explains why the Sannin came to our aid within seconds of the Kyuubi's attack on our village years ago, despite his lack of appearances years prior. It would also explain why you kept breaking procedure when the need to. It was quick, but Naruto noticed a slight twitch from the Aburame in his direction. Debrief him was required. Each incident in which Namikaze-san was involved, you personally intervened, Hokage-sama. This theory would explain much of those actions. You edited the truth so as to not expose Namikaze-san's true identity. Minato kept his eyes on 2 of the 3 of his subordinates in the room, most likely just thinking about what the 2 men had said, but his eyes didn't soften in their gaze. Naruto, however, didn't need to think. He knew that the 2 outcomes of this would be A near lifetime of harassment for Minato and his family at the hands of citizens wanting to know the truth of the Yoso Senin's identity, or the knowledge of him as the subject of said persona becoming public. While the decision was easy for Naruto, it was no less annoying to have to reveal himself to the world at large in such a way. Still, it was his fault for not being aware of his surroundings. This was the consequences of that. Thankfully, Naruto also had an easy escape route for this situation. "It's okay, Minato." Naruto spoke up, causing the heads in the room to twist in his direction. "Tell them the truth." The disguised man saw his son's eyes widened as he registered his words. "To-san." Minato began hesitantly. "Are you sure?" A faint smile made it to Naruto's face at his son's realization that this wasn't what he would have normally wanted. "It's fine, Minato," repeated the dark-haired man. "It won't matter soon enough anyway." "And why is that?" the Hokage asked, his tone showing curiosity, but his eyes cut to the two clan heads at his side. "Because I'm leaving," was the reply, causing the eyes of the two clan heads to widen, along with the unseen eyes of the sole Anbu in the room. Minato had a smaller reaction, a simple frown crossing his brow. He stayed silent, however, while the two clan heads looked ready to stand up and protest his impending departure. "Unless there is something in Konoha's laws that prevents private citizens from leaving?" Naruto questioned, eyes focusing on the two, who immediately quietened under his gaze. "Because then we would have a problem, wouldn't we?" Naruto's final words squashed whatever protests the two had at him leaving. Now knowing who the man before them truly was allowed Naruto's threats become even more intimidating. Given the fact that both of the clan heads knew that this went against Naruto's desires, either were willing to push his tolerance of them any further. Shikaku especially, he still remembered how he approached the Sannin at the Hyuga heiress' birthday years ago, and knew that Naruto had remembered too. Minato sent an amuse toward the two men before turning back to his father, who had remained standing throughout the entire meeting. "I think that you can leave now, To-san," Minato told Naruto. The Hokage then turned to look at the two remaining clan heads. "Unless either of you believe otherwise." Neither of the two said a word. Even if they hadn't been able to read the Yandame's tone, a blind person could have understood his look. That wasn't even factoring the focused look the two were receiving from the Yoso Sannin. Turning back to Naruto, Minato gave him a nod to signal that he could leave, something that Naruto took with a nod before turning around and leaving the room quickly. Leaving Konoha just became slightly more important than it had before. Minato turned up almost an hour later than Naruto had expected, arriving with the sun nearing the horizon, but he had entered exactly how his father had thought he would. The door was unlocked and left ajar as he came through, something that Naruto closed a moment later, waiting by the entrance of his son's house for him to arrive. Minato only spared him a glance out of the corner of his eye before turning his vision back to the doorway to his son's bedroom, which Naruto had left open. Minato walked through and breathed an audible sigh of relief, shoulders sagging visibly, at the sight of his son. Naruto entered a moment later and watched as son made his way to his grandson's side, dragging a hand through his hair and dropping into the vacant chair at the bedside. Koji was sleeping soundly in his bed, tucked under the covers, and didn't stir as his father placed a hand over his forehead to assure himself that what he was seeing wasn't an illusion. "Thank you," Minato said gratefully, releasing a shaky breath. "I'd feared that Koji's absence had been noticed too late. I thought that you might be returning a body." "You don't thank a family member who saves another, Minato," Naruto told his son. "Part of being in family is the expectation that family helps you when you need it most. You never thank someone for something that is expected. That is how a requirement becomes an option." Minato merely nodded numbly. A shake of his head made the Hokage focus on the present. "So you're truly leaving?" The Yandame questioned his father, but kept his gaze on his son. "Yes," Naruto confirmed. "At least wait for Koji to wake up before you leave?" Minato asked, knowing that it was useless to try and convince his father otherwise. While it had been a shock initially, after having time to think over what he knew about his father and what had happened recently, the Hokage realized that he should have expected it. Naruto would want to, not only see how Konan was, but how she had been in the past and what she would do in the future. "Kushina will want another meal together before you leave as well," the blonde continued, turning around to look at his father. "I'd also like that as well." "And you will, Minato," Naruto promised, a faint smile on his face. "I won't walk out the gates until I have one last meal with the three of you. I don't think Kushina would forgive me if I did." Backing up into the doorway, Naruto spoke again. "In the meantime, I will leave you alone with Koji. Minato nodded. Thank you again, Too-san, Minato said, repeating his earlier words of thanks. Naruto didn't respond verbally to the words of thanks, giving his son a nod and faint smile before leaving. Exiting Minato's home, Naruto walked back into his own as the sun began to set over the horizon. It was nearing the time that many would be settling down in their homes as shops closed up, and those shinobi on the first half of the night shift would take up their positions and join up with their squads. It was a short walk to his own home, thankfully, as Naruto was looking to finish packing tonight in time to leave tomorrow after a calm breakfast, one that he would hopefully have with Kushina, Minato, and Koji. Despite his wants, however, Naruto was still aware of the threat that the Zetsu being posed to his daughter. While she now knew what their organization's true goal was, he had no doubt that Konan would try to take the plant man down herself. It was a noble goal, wanting to purge the Akatsuki of what had poisoned it from the inside, but he wished to take care of Zetsu before the plant man was aware that he was onto him. Should push come to shove, Naruto was willing to leave without a goodbye. As he walked in the front door, Naruto was immediately aware that he wasn't alone, that someone else was in his home. His house felt disturbed, and out of the corner of his eye, Naruto noticed several of the knickknacks that lined his bookshelves were slightly out of position from where he had put them last. A quick check of his expanded senses told him who it was, and Naruto relaxed, allowing some annoyance to leak into his body language and tone. Anko! Naruto spoke aloud, knowing that she could hear him. What are you doing in my house? There, a moment of silence before a loud curse broke the silence. From behind one of Naruto's lounges, the purple-haired Kunoichi stood up, a frustrated expression on her face. How did you know I was here? She questioned, her frustrated expression forming into a frown. I was practically invisible. You assumed that I saw you? Naruto responded with a slightly clipped tone. Now what are you doing breaking into my house? As a thought came to his mind, Naruto checked the windows in the room and noticed one of the latches broken, along with the hinge that allowed it to open. And breaking my windows? It was quite annoying when people broke things of his, Naruto found. Especially when those people know better. Anko had never broken into his house before. She'd walked in unannounced, there was no denying that, but that had always been when he had been here. Other times she had just obnoxiously stuck her head against his windows while continuously knocking on the glass, as if she hadn't known he wasn't here. Instead of showing any guilt to his accusations, Anko responded with one of her own. How come you didn't tell me you were the Yoso Sannin? She fired back. Naruto allowed a small frown to come to his features. He hadn't thought that the news would have spread so quickly, nor that it would have been taken as fact already. I didn't realize that it was something that was required to be shared, Anko. Naruto replied, taking a hard stance and not bothering to deny the accusations. If Anko was going to become upset that she hadn't been told that he was some incredibly powerful figure, then they were going to part on sour terms. It's not, Anko admitted, crossing her arms over her chest. Surprisingly, she didn't pout, showing how serious she was taking this conversation. But I thought that you would trust me with something like that. I thought we were close, Naruto. The elder man sighed as he heard the hurt tone that crept into Anko's voice towards the end of her words. She was clearly looking to close at this without knowing all the details. Anko, if I had my way, no one would know, he told her truthfully. The ability to slaughter hundreds of thousands of people with families and loved ones isn't something that I would like to have advertised. Naruto's blunt response seemed to stop Anko for a moment, but only a moment. But you're a hero in Konoha, she protested. It's taught in the academy that if it wasn't for you, the Nidaime Hokage wouldn't have survived the conclusion of the First Shinobi War. Shinobi strive to reach the level of power, of skill, that you have. Naruto shook his head with a small scoff, like being the bar that shinobi sought to meet was something to be proud of. If a shinobi ever reached Naruto's own level of power and could match him, Naruto knew that on that day, it would be the beginning of the end for the world. But look, Anko continued, heaving a sigh. I just want to know why you didn't tell me about this. The arms that she had crossed over her chest tightly loosened, making Anko seem vulnerable in conjunction with her slouched shoulders. I tell you everything, why didn't you do the same with me? Naruto sighed as the root of Anko's protests about being kept in the dark were revealed. He couldn't fault the purple-haired woman for feeling this way. He kept secrets from everyone, it's just the way he was. That wouldn't change now, nor anytime soon. Still, Naruto realized that others didn't like being kept out of the loop, as it were. This meant every so often he might unintentionally hurt people's feelings. Now was one of those times. Naruto took a breath, rubbing a hand over his forehead. He wouldn't apologize, he'd done nothing wrong by wanting to keep his status as the Yoso Sannin a secret. It was entirely a personal preference that he was entitled to have. Nevertheless, Anko would react poorly to his usual blunt manner if she was truly upset about this. As I said before, Anko, Naruto told the kunoichi, in a slightly softer tone than the one he had started with. It wasn't something that I wished to be well known, even by those that I trust. It is not something I'm proud of. The snake summoner was silent, staring at him, and so Naruto continued. I didn't mean to imply that I didn't trust you by not telling you, Anko. I just wanted as little people to know as possible. Naruto said no more. That was as much ground as he was willing to give to Anko and whatever feelings of hers that he may have hurt. He was not at fault for what he hadn't told her, despite what Anko may think. After a few moments of growing silence, it seemed that Anko had realized the same thing. Her arms dropped to her sides and the slightly confrontational stance that she had taken back down. What are you going to do then? The kunoichi questioned. Pretty much everyone in the village has heard that you have more power in your pinky than they have in their entire bodies. I've been waiting here for at least an hour or two. Anko made a gesture towards the entrance to the Namikaze compound. It won't be long before people start lining up at the gates to even glance at you. Naruto merely shook his head. It won't be a problem, he told her. I'll be leaving tomorrow, and once Minato tells them that I've left, they'll eventually get on with their lives and eventually forget. Anko frowned, taking a few steps closer to him. But you only got back, and do you really think that the people, shinobi at least, would casually forget that the most powerful person the elemental nations have ever seen has returned to their village after a few weeks? The tone Anko used was made out to seem as if Naruto were an idiot for thinking that it would be so easy. It was fortunate that he knew it wasn't an attack against him, merely her trying to point something out, otherwise Naruto might have taken offense. You'd be hounded the moment that you entered the village. Naruto sighed as he was forced to tell Anko, not entirely but part of, what he would be doing. I wouldn't be coming back to the village for some time, Anko. It would be at least a year or two before he returned, but that time period could be postponed if Konan was having trouble finding her way in the world. As Naruto had thought, Anko's face had turned blank for a moment in shock before her frown returned. What about your grandson, or Hokage-sama? She demanded, sounding near angry. Are you just going to leave them? Naruto shook his head, a frown creasing his own brow. My son is perfectly capable of looking after himself, along with Koji, he replied forcefully. And while it will be heartbreaking not to see either of them, or Kushina, for such a period, it is better than putting them through the masses that would hound me because of the people I've killed. And what about me? Anko tried again, her voice suddenly not sounding as commanding but near vulnerable. A very unfitting image when compared to her usual bravado. What will happen to me when you leave, Naruto? Naruto closed his eyes for a moment before he opened them and continued, matching Anko's softer tone. You're a bold, strong and amazing woman, Anko, he said truthfully. Even though it had been many years since her teacher's death, the purple-haired kunoichi was still wary of people she didn't truly know, content with keeping them at arm's length via her brash personality until she knew them better. The personality, however, had the side effect of driving off those that she could befriend. From what Naruto knew, a few were beginning to worm their way into Anko's isolated circle of close friends, judging by the increasing amounts of time that she would spend with them. Despite this progress, Naruto was starting to become concerned with the amount of time that she was still spending with him. While in reality he was quite young in appearance, Naruto was still masquerading as someone over 50. It was understandable when she was younger, with no one she could consider a friend, but the fact that she actively sought him out as someone in her 20s, with people she could consider friends, if not close ones, was worrying in regards to her social development. I've watched you grow into an incredible fierce person who is unafraid to speak her mind, confident in all aspects of herself and unbending to outside influences. Naruto paused for a moment, continuing when with a small smile. Even from those who know better. Anko gave a snort and muttered a very audible. I've yet to meet someone who does. After which, Naruto continued. You don't need me to hold your hand any longer. You can make your own decisions and choices without my oversight. Naruto's smile returned. You just need for me to check in occasionally. Anko smirked slightly for a second before it dropped. So nothing will convince you stay? She questioned, to which Naruto shook his head. There was silence for a moment, Then Anko's shoulders straightened and her expression became determined. At some signal that Naruto didn't see, she started marching towards him, clenched hands swinging at her sides. In a few strides, she was in front of him, and Naruto didn't move, slightly curious as to what she was doing. Then she reached forward, grabbing his face between her hands, and suddenly Naruto had an idea as to what she was doing. Pulling his head forward, Anko planted her lips onto his unmoving ones as her arms moved from Naruto's face to wrapping around his neck, closing her eyes as she did so. She moved her body forward, pressing it against Naruto's chest, all the while her mouth continued to move, trying to tempt him into the embrace. For Naruto, it was several moments of shock and surprise. For Anko, it was several moments of bliss, and the fulfillment of a long-awaited fantasy, and one that ended too soon. Naruto placed his hands over Anko's, grabbing them softly but firmly before unwrapping them from around his neck. Anko seemed to realize what was happening and took a few steps back a moment later, unclasping their lips, with her head turned down. "Anko," Naruto said softly, knowing that the kunoichi would be incredibly fragile. "Anko," Naruto repeated a second time in the same tone. Anko responded after the second call of her name, tilting her head upward to look at Naruto's own face. When she opened up her eyes, Naruto could see the pain of rejection in them. "So I didn't convince you to stay?" Naruto didn't answer and Anko gave a mirthless chuckle. "Was it because I'm too young?" "Anko," Naruto sighed. "In another time, if we'd met under different circumstances, perhaps I could have returned your feelings, but I just don't feel that kind of attraction towards you." This was not the first time that Naruto has had someone profess their wishing to date him, court him, or even marry him, but it was one of the few times that the person in question he had considered a friend beforehand. "So you've just grown to see me like a sister or daughter then, huh?" Anko asked with a sardonic smile. The kunoichi chuckled, the noise sounding nearly choked. "Well, I guess that's what I get for wishful thinking." Anko moved forward again, but unlike last time, she merely wrapped her arms around Naruto's chest and rested her head on his shoulder. Sensing nothing deeper in the move other than to seek comfort, Naruto allowed his arms to encircle her back, but Anko pulled back a moment later, head facing the floor. She quickly wiped her eyes, though Naruto knew Anko wouldn't admit to shedding tears. The purple-haired woman paused for a second, consolidating herself, before she looked up, meeting Naruto's green eyes with her slightly red ones. "I'll see you later, Naruto," she said, managing to sound nearly normal in her words, the only letdown being strain that Naruto could hear in her voice. With those words said, Anko made for the door, stepping around Naruto, and leaving without another sound. Naruto heaved a sigh as the door clicked as it stilled in its frame. The following day, Naruto would leave after a large breakfast with his son, daughter-in-law, and grandson. It wasn't the entirely happy affair that Naruto had hoped it would be. Kushina was seated closely next to her son, upset and angry at not being told of his kidnapping and worried about any kind of repercussions that being in Orochimaru's presence might bring. Minato held several documents in front of him throughout the meal, each one a report about some facet of Konoha, and the damage it had taken in the failed invasion. Every so often, he'd take a break from staring at them, whether to eat some of his breakfast or simply start a conversation. Koji, having had a long and comforting discussion with both of his parents the night before, dug into his food, stopping only to breath and question his grandfather about where he was going and for how long. Still, Naruto managed a nice conversation with each of his family members seated around the table, each one enjoyable and with a laugh or two in between, and so when it was time for him to leave, he did so with a smile on his face as he walked out of the Namake's compound. On a completely unrelated note, the large sealing scroll that Minato had used to trap Shikaku went mysteriously missing soon after Naruto had left Konoha's gates. It was after a quick detour to the island that he had created that Naruto set his course for Amigakure, leaving a large scroll, empty of its contents, sinking to the bottom of the sea. Zetsu was confident in what he'd walk into when he returned to the Akatsuki base in Amigakure. There wasn't any other option in his mind. Pain and Konan would be dead, at the very least, for poking the proverbial tiger in the face, something that would agitate the beast only until Zetsu could bring in the lion to put it down. As for the rest of the Akatsuki, their fates were irrelevant now. Nothing else mattered, other than returning to the room that housed the husk of the Jubi with his precious cargo. It had taken a bit of wrangling to get, playing on the pride of those left in Iwagakure, their confidence in their forces, but he got what he needed. Strapped to his back, one slung over each of his shoulders, 2 large scrolls with 6 and 7 strips, respectively, adorning them. They would join their brethren before the day was out, of that Setsu was sure. The carved hallways that led from room to room in the base underneath an area of forest outside of Amagekyo was quiet, something that pleased Setsu, yet at the same time, unsettled him. It pleased him to know that the plan was continuing apace, that everything was finally clicking into place after years of waiting, but the silence was unnerving. This close to the finish line, and Setsu was beginning to see shadows moving out of the corner of his eyes, voices just reaching the edges of his hearing and tricks of the light fooling his vision. Repressing a growl, Setsu merely quickened his pace and strengthened his dominance of white Setsu. Its presence was entirely unnecessary so close to the end, but Setsu wasn't willing to pause for a second at this point, not so close. He'd bear the annoying brat clinging to him for now. The walk to the final room, the one that contained the jubi husk and the samples of chakra from each of the tailed beasts, seemed to take an age and a half, but Setsu made it eventually, only allowing himself to breathe a sigh of relief after he crossed the threshold into the room. A flash of white out of the corner of his eye made Setsu drop to the floor, barely dodging a shuriken of paper that dug into the wall behind his head. Eyes tracing the projectile back to the source, and Setsu barely managed to control his facial features at the sight of Konan, alive and well, walking out of the shadows on the opposite side of the room. "Setsu," she greeted coldly, but this wasn't her detached personality speaking. The plant man could tell that there was anger in her voice. "What a pleasure to see you here." "Ah, Konan-sama," the black half spoke. "The invasion was a success then?" Internally, Setsu was in the midst of a panic. How could Konan be alive? She should be dead. The Sennin should have destroyed her and Pain for attempting to do the same to Konoha. Perhaps he hadn't been there? It was a possibility. Or, a part of Setsu's mind whispered, what if Pain was strong enough to kill the Sennin? Again, it was another possibility, but one that meant that he had underestimated Pain's abilities, and Setsu highly doubted that. "No," Konan replied curtly. "It was a complete failure." Ah, so Pain was dead. That must mean that Konan escaped the same fate that her precious leader received. "I am sorry to hear that, Konan-sama. My condolences regarding Pain-sama. He was a great leader," Setsu responded, continuing to lay on the impression that he was still their obedient subordinate. "Luckily I still managed to retrieve these." Here, the plant man motioned to the large scrolls on his back. "As part of our deal with the Wagakure, along with a sample from the Ichibi. Once I place these two in their rightful place, you can inform me about the details." "Pain isn't dead, Setsu." The word stopped the dual-skin being before he could take a step. "But did you not say that the invasion was a failure?" Setsu questioned, genuinely confused. The Sennin couldn't have let Pain live, could he? For Pain to have lived through his encounter with Naruto Namikaze, they must have talked, and for the two of them to talk would be a dangerous concept, one that could mean that everything he had worked for was in danger. "That doesn't mean that Pain isn't alive?" Konan replied, beginning to take several steps towards Setsu. "We had a rather enlightening conversation with the Yoso Sennin. It answered a few questions that both myself and Pain had regarding the plan that we have been working towards. You would be willing to believe a man that you tried kill over myself and Madara-sama?" Setsu questioned, tensing as the distance between himself and the paper user closed. Despite his words, the plant man fully realized that he wouldn't be convincing Konan of anything. For what reason would he have to turn us against each other when he could simply crush us under heel? Konan's words seemed to spark that set of conflict, as no sooner had she finished, Setsu threw his arms forward, causing multiple tentacles of wood to sprout from around him and rush towards her. The instant that Naruto saw the explosion in the distance, and felt the tremor through the earth, he knew that Konan was involved. Still several kilometers out from the hidden village of Amagekure, intending to arrive around lunchtime, Naruto crossed that distance in less than a second as circumstances changed. Arriving at the source of the explosion, Naruto found himself standing at the lip of a decently sized crater, at the bottom of which stood a statue that he had never thought he would see again, seemingly untouched by the damage around it. Worst yet was the multiple streams of chakra that Naruto could see leaking from the earth around the statue and being fed into its mouth, causing the eyes of the statue to slowly open. Naruto cast his senses out into the artificial basin and forced them deep into the loosened rock. What Naruto found was the worst possible outcome imaginable, and it made his anger rise. But a source of chakra, buried underneath a few meters of dirt and stone, made him breathe a sigh of relief. Momentarily putting the rest of the situation out of his mind, Naruto leapt into the crater and moved until he was standing directly over the chakra source. A thought, and the rubble shifted, parting to the sides and revealing a white, oval-shaped cocoon of paper impeded in the earth. Another thought, and the shell unraveled, the individual pieces of paper peeling off and floating away in the wind. Inside was Naruto's daughter, sporting a variety of bruises and cuts, who had tensed herself as her protective barrier was forcefully opened. That tenseness fled when she laid eyes on the person on the other side, and Conan released a breath of relief as she relaxed back into her cocoon. "You tried to confront Zetsu, didn't you?" Naruto questioned softly, kneeling next to his daughter's prone form, already knowing the answer yet asking anyway. "You should have let me take care of him. I don't need you to fight my battles," Conan replied, her voice showing her tiredness yet also her strength, as never once did her gaze waver from her father's. "Akatsuki was meant to bring peace to the world, that was our original goal, and it is still our goal. Zetsu proved himself against that ideal, and so it was my duty to remove him." Naruto gave his daughter a small smile, but it held little humor. "Do you see what is around us?" Naruto motioned into the air above the two, and the multiple streams of chakra that were traveling into the open mouth of the statue at the bottom of the crater. Lifting her torso off the ground to better look at what her father was gesturing to, Conan found herself frowning. "I destroyed the statue, the scrolls, the room, everything. I had enough explosive notes to level a civilian village." Conan seemed at a loss for words, unable to piece together what was happening. "You cannot destroy chakra so easily, Conan," Naruto explained as he rose from his kneeling position by his daughter's side. "If it could, this situation wouldn't be happening. All you have done, it made it more difficult for the Jubi to gather the chakra that it needs. Instead of being spoon-fed, it must get its food by hand with whatever chakra that had remained in the husk dash. So stop it," Conan interjected, pushing herself from her cocoon. "Stop it from feeding." Naruto shook his head. "If it were that simple, I would have done it already," he told the blue-haired woman. "The amount of chakra here is nothing compared to the Jubi's full power, a drop in the ocean. Whether it collects it or not is irrelevant, it will have generated the same amount in a minute at most. The only reason that it isn't attacking us now is that it is most likely starving for chakra, having so little of its own. The Jubi is like the rest of the Biju in that it is made up of chakra, a combination of the other 9, and at a certain point chakra will begin to generate itself, which is the sole reason that the Biju continue to exist. Now, through the gathering of enough chakra from the other 9 Biju, the Jubi has enough of its chakra to start its own regeneration process." "Then what do we do?" Conan questioned, amber eyes showing slivers of annoyance that her near monotone voice didn't. "Just wait. I will ready myself," her father responded, "while you return to your village and prepare it however you can." Conan immediately opened her mouth in order to protest Naruto's decision, but it was her who was interrupted this time. "You would be a liability if you stayed here. I'd have to keep an eye on you, and that would hinder my ability to combat what is coming." The de facto leader of Amigakure, while Nagao still resided in his coma, spared a look towards the statue, which had finished absorbing the collected chakra of the Biju, the containment scrolls having been damaged in her explosion. Now the statue was beginning to move, all 9 eyes showing pupils that seemed to be focused in their direction. "Conan!" Naruto barked, in a far more commanding tone, seeing that the Jubi's return was almost complete. "Leave now!" The limbs of the statue began to move before Conan did, but she quickly used her chakra to morph to remnants of her paper cocoon into a pair of wings that she attached to her back. In a few flaps, she was in the air and putting distance between herself and the Jubi. Naruto followed his daughter with his gaze until she had reached the horizon before he turned back to his foe. He was going to end this the way it should have ended when he had faced it with Hagoromo. There wasn't going to be another sealing of this beast. Naruto would kill it. The Jubi raised itself from the earth, standing on 2 legs, and towered over everything around it, but its eyes still remained solely on Naruto, something that the man could see even as far away from the primordial deity's head as he was. Then it began to dissolve, starting from the head and working its way down. The body of the Jubi began to flake off and float away into the wind. It was something that had Naruto on edge. What was it doing? Was it splitting itself into copies of itself, much like the shinobi did? That would make combating it far more difficult. What stopped Naruto from acting on it, however, was what his senses told him, which was that the chakra of the beast was gathering at its stomach, not spreading among the flakes in the wind. As the Jubi continued to unravel, eventually reaching the abdominal area, Naruto felt himself stiffen at the realization that this might be some sort of metamorphosis. The Jubi could be changing form. It would add to the challenge of putting it down if Naruto had no idea of the capacity of this new body of the Jubi. It was twin brown points that were first revealed that the Jubi's husk body continued to dissolve, twin points that turned into horns as they stretched downward, beginning to curve towards each other. Naruto then managed to make out a white top that the two horns connected to as a sickening feeling settled into his gut. Then the white top became hair and pale skin was visible. A slit on the forehead came next, and by that point, Naruto's eyes had already widened at the impossibility that he was witnessing. The rest of the Jubi's body dissolved, but Naruto still had his eyes locked on the figure floating in the air where the husk body's stomach had been. Familiar white eyes stared into Naruto's own, and knew that they could see right through his illusions. She was just as Naruto had remembered from his childhood, with her long sweeping hair and high-collared kimono. The only difference was on her forehead, where the slit had opened to reveal the eye of the Jubi, instead of a Sharingan or a Rinnegan. The smile on her lips was something that Naruto remembered in his rare moments of vulnerability. Her eyes seemed to hold none of the malice, anger, rage, or insanity that had infested them when they had last met. Indeed, if it wasn't for the Jubi in the center of her forehead, Naruto might have been convinced that Kage Otsutsuki had returned from the dead. Chapter 35. Time restarted for Naruto when the form of his mother spoke. "Naruto-kun," she greeted kindly. She even sounded like remembered before her madness ripped the loving nature and replaced it with a hunger for dominance. Before she ceased being the woman who raised him through his childhood. But like a giant warning bell, her altered central eye told Naruto that the person before him wasn't his mother, merely wearing the appearance of the woman he remembered. The woman descended through the air, coming to halt hovering above the ground by a few centimeters, within arm's reach of Naruto. The form of his mother raised a hand towards his cheek, but Naruto took a few steps backward. He knew not how this was happening, and wasn't willing to let someone wearing the face of Kage Otsutsuki touch him. He doubted he'd let the actual person do it. A flash of annoyance passed across the face of his mother as she dropped her hand, then her expression became one of amusement. "You don't still think we're fighting, do you, Naruto-kun?" she questioned. "What are you?" Naruto responded, not bothering to answer the woman's question, instead deciding to focus his senses on the person before him. The being with his mother's face shook her head, her amused expression still showing. "Naruto-kun, it's Ka-san," she told him freely. Naruto's expression didn't change, and he was about to demand an answer before the woman, having seen his unchanging expression, continued. "The day you supposedly killed me, I was in the middle of restoring our family back to what it was. I was going to end the fight that split us apart, and return us to what we were before. A family that loved each other." Naruto was now far more wary than he was before. Initially, Naruto had seen this as some sort of trick by the Jubi to fool him, make him lower his guard. Naruto's own senses told him that the person before him was made up entirely of chakra. No soul, no flesh, just pure chakra. The knowledge, however, threw that theory off. The Ten-Tails couldn't know what this woman was spouting. It required information that it couldn't have obtained anywhere. "You told me to leave when I first got there," Naruto said warily, attempting to fish for information that the being before him seemed to freely give out. "When I questioned what you were doing, you became aggressive, then attacked." The amused expression on the face of the person dipped, showing guilt. "I was unstable at that point, Naruto," she said, attempting to explain Naruto's mother's actions. "It was an incredibly risky thing that I was doing, and your interference could have ruined it." "And what were you doing?" Naruto prodded, keeping his eyes firmly on the person opposite him, his body tense. "I was." The face of his mother gained an annoyed expression on her face as the person paused. "Get rid of that mask, Naruto. I want to talk to my son." Naruto did so, wanting to keep this person talking, removing the illusions that covered his face to show his white hair, eyes, and youthful face. When the expression on the being's face didn't change, Naruto revealed his horns. "Good," the chakra entity said before continuing. "As I was saying, I was in the middle of transferring my chakra into the husk of the Jubi." Naruto frowned at that. The pieces were beginning to come together, but that still didn't explain what he was talking to. "What did that accomplish?" he asked. "What good did that do?" The being in front of him sighed. "Naruto, you are still so impatient when you can't see the answer." Naruto said nothing in response. "Because my chakra was so similar to that of the Jubi's, with some effort, I was able to subjugate it and make it my own. It was a near thing." The woman continued, seemingly unaware of the way Naruto's eyes narrowed. "When you destroyed my physical body, I hadn't yet taken complete control, but I managed it in the end. Unfortunately, I didn't have enough chakra to reform my body until now. I truly am thankful that someone was willing to join with me long enough to be able to manifest my will once more, but it was a pity their chakra wasn't enough to properly utilize. Your will? Naruto found himself saying. Setsu. The woman called, gesturing with her hand. From around them, a black substance began to leak from the rocky crater and float upward, collecting into a being covered in shadow. The image tugged at a memory Naruto had. This was the thing that he had killed after having done the same to his mother. He was beginning to see the entire picture now. This was his mother, or rather an incredibly detailed copy. It had her memories, it had her personality, but it didn't have her soul. His mother's soul had already moved on to the Pure Lands, and what he was currently looking at was a possibility that his mother could have become. In that moment, Naruto was incredibly grateful that he ended his mother before she could have become this. The chakra of his mother combined with the remnants of the Jubi. A horrible echo of the woman that had raised him. Setsu was instrumental in my return, weren't you, my son? The chakra of Naruto's mother continued on, ignorant of his thoughts, but managing to make his focus return to her. Ka-san, Setsu said warily, keeping his eyes on the white-haired, horned man staring at them. He does not follow your vision, he would stop us. He doesn't matter, Setsu. Kagaya, for this was a form of the woman, said uncaringly. Naruto-kun couldn't do anything even if he wanted to, not now. It's far too late for that. And why would you say that? Naruto questioned, blatant hostility now entering his tone. This echo of his mother wasn't willing to merely exist. She wanted what she hadn't managed to obtain in life, control. I defeated the Jubi once, I can do it again. Kagaya regained her amused smile, turning back to face her biological son. You truly don't know what I've become, do you, Naruto-kun? The thing that you faced with Hagoromo was infantile god, powerful but with little experience using that power. It was the remnants of an entire pantheon of deities that realized their end was near and fought against it, combining all of their power into one. Now I am that god. Here Kagaya spread her arms dramatically. Now I am the god. No, she continued. I begin to take back what is mine. Naruto felt a massive wave of chakra wash over him, but nothing else happened, even as the wave extended into the distance. His mother was merely standing still with her arms stretched to either side. Then he felt a burning sensation spread across the back of his hand. Eyes snapping to where the feeling was located, Naruto saw a seal, styled to look like the kanji for 8, turn bright red before going black. His eyes widened. That was Gyurki, his host was dead. Eyes turning back to his mother, Naruto suddenly realized what she was doing. She wasn't anywhere near powerful enough to leech the chakra from everyone on Earth, the individual wills of the human population more than enough to trump her own without enough chakra to reinforce her, though she was gaining chakra rapidly. In order to shorten the time till she could do this, his mother was attempting to absorb the chakra that was the most similar to her own, the Biju. It was will against will, something that his mother could win with her chakra already greater than Kurama's. As if to corroborate with this, Naruto could already spot a large, red mist moving towards them from the northwest. While he didn't move, Naruto pushed out his own chakra. A massive dome, with Naruto as its epicenter, came into existence, expanding outward and stretching over kilometers. That would stop the Biju from being forced into one again. Kagaya gave her son a sad smile, lowering her hands from their outstretched positions. She had sensed his actions to stop her absorbing the Biju. And here I was foolishly hoping that you would have realized that our fighting was over, she told him. I still remember how you ranted and raved about how you would take back what belonged to you. The white-haired male shook his head. What would have made you think that my feelings about your plans for the world would have changed? Naruto questioned sarcastically. Kagaya smiled, but this time Naruto was able to see a glint of ruthlessness within her eyes. You always were stubborn. Neither of the two was the first to move. It was Zetsu who signaled the beginning of the battle, turning into a slime and moving up Kagaya's sleeve. The shadow being only just made it into the relative safety of his creator before Naruto struck without moving an inch. Kagaya only managed to sense the sudden compaction of the air to her side before, with a sudden spark of fire, the highly concentrated oxygen exploded into flame, the pressure of which knocked her to the side. She only managed to right herself for the moment, unmarked by the explosion, before another one rocked her position, forcing her into the other direction. This time, what met her was the foot of Naruto, aimed on level with her face. Kagaya, however, displayed one of the benefits of being most made of chakra, it took more than simple explosions to disorient her. She met the attack with a small lance of bone that erupted from her palm, piercing through the ball of Naruto's foot and coming out through the roof. Kagaya showed her inexperience in true combat in that moment, leaving herself connected to the lance for a second longer than she need to, and Naruto capitalized on it ruthlessly. Still balancing on a single foot, Naruto swung his body around and flung his extended foot behind him, taking Kagaya's body with it, sending her nearly tumbling through the air when the bone lance snapped from her body. She righted herself before she hit the earth and took to hovering. Casually, Naruto reached down to pull the shard of bone from his body, removing it out without issue and tossing it carelessly to the ground. Looking up to his opponent, he found her with a smile on her face. "Now it's over, Naruto-kun," she told him, near gently if it hadn't been for the dangerous shimmer in her eyes. Looking back down at the injury that he had sustained to his foot, Naruto found himself marveling at the fact that it wasn't closing immediately. Instead it stayed open, leaking blood on the ground. Turning to his fingers on the hand that had pulled the bone shard, feeling a vague tingling on the tips, Naruto was able to see an unnatural redness on the tips. That bone shard was obviously not normal, containing some corrosive element that was powerful enough to counteract his natural healing abilities. The corrosiveness wasn't powerful enough, however, as focusing some chakra to actively heal the affected areas before ejecting the invading chakra erased the effects completely. Raising his eyes to meet Kagaya's, Naruto didn't blink as a barrage of enlarged fists, made of chakra, raced towards his face. He stepped towards them in fact. The first of the punches slammed into an iron-like wall of air that Naruto erected, blocking them from impacting their target. The force of the hit surprised Naruto however, making him slide backwards as some of the kinetic energy, not entirely negated by his shield of air, made it into contact with him. Evidentially, bonding the Jubi gave Kagaya more power than he'd first thought. The shockwave alone, from the hit, shattered the earth to either side, creating small chasms that split Naruto's position from Kagaya's. Steadying his ground, the white-haired male called forth a shield of pure chakra, which took the place of the wall of air, pulling it from nothing. When the next of the fists came a millisecond later, Naruto was ready and was able to hold his ground under the assault, Naruto's chakra being several magnitudes harder than the strongest that he could make air. The earth around the two was torn apart. Each punch that collided with Naruto's shield sent dirt spraying away from the point of impact. The only reason that Naruto was able to remain standing, purely due to a lack of footing, was because he was also holding the ground together with his control over earth, giving him a platform. Kagaya proved she wasn't a brute, however, and that she had some flexibility in her attacks, steering some of her barges to strike Naruto from the sides and above. Her opponent was fast to react, bending and extending his shield so that it covered not only the new angles that Kagaya was attacking from, but also his rear. By the time his other sides were pressed, Naruto had completely encased himself within a barrier of chakra. "Can't you feel it, Naruto?" Kagaya questioned from her position outside of the shield. "My chakra wishes to join with me once more." Naruto could feel it, the chakra of all the Biju gathering outside of the massive dome that he had erected to contain both himself and his mother's chakra. Where it had first been one, all of them were now here, pulled through the ceiling arrays that he had placed around his island, though they weren't designed to withstand this kind of assault. The Biju were constantly pressing on his chakra barricade. Naruto was confident that he could hold them out, so long as he managed to finish this before Kagaya began to focus his dome. It wouldn't be able to withstand the kind of punishment that she could deal out for long if his attention was split. Naruto's eyes then caught an opening, and he seized it. A lance of chakra burst forth from his shield, extending further and further through the barrage of chakra fists that Kagaya was sending in the opposite direction. It kept growing, lengthening, until it buried itself in the throat of the chakra being standing in its path. The tip of the lance suddenly widened into a large axe head that sliced straight through the neck of Kagaya, lopping off her head. What Naruto was hoping for happened. The fists of chakra that had been continuously pounding in his defenses faltered for a moment. It was a moment that Naruto used to escape from his pinned position, his encompassing shield expanding outward and crushing through the unfocused fist-like constructs. That was the extent of Naruto's break as Kagaya's dismembered head dissolved into a dark blue, near purple, cloud. The cloud of chakra then flowed back up to Kagaya's neck before reforming back to her head, complete with an enraged expression and bulging veins around her active Byakugan. Black flames spewed forth in a large wall from her central eye, controlled and precise. It moved with incredible accuracy toward Naruto, barely deviating from its target. Naruto was able to easily recognize them as the same fire used with the Sharingan's Amaterasu technique. So Kagaya's central eye did have, at least some of, the abilities of the Sharingan. Despite this, Naruto knew a counter. Amaterasu! Naruto called, swiping his hand in front of him, and creating a wall of white flames. Quickly it became apparent that the brighter of the two fires was the stronger, as the flames of star release should be, Naruto knew. However, as Kagaya's flames were swallowed by Naruto's own, he quickly realized that the woman was no longer in front of him, nor was she anywhere around him. Panicking, Naruto pushed his senses out further, fearing that his mother's chakra had somehow managed to slip outside the barrier without him noticing, but she still wasn't there. Naruto couldn't find her chakra signature anywhere. The Biju's chakra was at the edge of his large shield, all 9 of them, as mists of heavily concentrated chakra. None of them were pushing against Naruto's dome at Kagaya's will, however. In fact, they seemed to be settling, and the white-haired man could feel them reconstructing back into their chosen forms. That was good. When this was over, he'd be able to take them all back to the island and not have to worry about anyone using them again. The feeling of cold air on the back of his neck had Naruto ducking down just in time to feel a pair of hands swipe through where his head had just been. Twisting in his crouched position, the white-haired man turned quickly enough to witness Kagaya, her upper body leaning out of a black portal, breathe out a stream of white fire directly into his face. At this close range, it was impossible to dodge, so Naruto wrapped himself in a protective cocoon of his own chakra, warding off the lethal heat of the fire. That fire seemed incredibly similar to my own Amaterasu flames, Naruto thought to himself while encased in his chakra. He hadn't known that his mother had ever been able to produce such flames when she was alive. It must have been something her chakra picked up when it combined with the Jubi. Gathering his chakra at his center, charging it with lightning, wind and yang chakra, Naruto held it for only a moment before releasing it in a pulse that blew through his own shield. The pulse was strong enough, however, to also push back the flames, and send Kagaya back several meters, knocking her out of her mode of transportation. The ground below Naruto, and around for hundreds of meters, was molten, the heat of Kagaya's fire intense to melt the earth. It forced Naruto to also hover above the earth, while also keeping the heat away from his feet, lest they be burned. Moving with the momentum he had gathered by interrupting Kagaya's attack, Naruto lifted a hand, gesturing as a wave of lava rose from behind the form of his mother's chakra, eager to engulf her. With her Byakugan activated, Kagaya saw this immediately, swiping a hand behind her, shrouded in a large glove of chakra, to dispel the wave of lava as it was created. She did the same thing when Naruto called another wave to attack her from the front, her other hand covered in the same construct. Said constructs grew and expanded as Naruto manipulated the lava to envelope Kagaya, trapping her in a sphere of melted earth. Acting with speed, knowing that he didn't have long before his mother's chakra broke free, Naruto sucked the heat from the sphere, causing the lava to harden into a volcanic rock. In contrast to the environment, Naruto forced ice, of unnatural strength and durability, to grow quickly around the prison surrounding it. Creating a large lance of chakra into his hand again, Naruto thrust it forward into the shell he had formed around his mother's chakra, puncturing the hard exterior and pushing through until it was well within the interior. There were 2 definite ways to defeat a being of chakra. The first, while not truly destroying chakra, made it so that it wouldn't bother you again, and that was to do what Naruto's mother had done and attempt to subdue the controlling will. This path had a flaw in that you could never truly destroy the original will. It would always be lurking within that consumed chakra, ready to take control once more. It was part of the reason that Kagaya was able to call the Biju to her. They knew that their progenitor, now being a part of Kagaya, was calling them. Naruto wasn't willing to allow any sort of chance that this would happen, and so wasn't willed to dominate his mother's chakra. The second was to simply make the chakra run out. As a being of chakra, there would always be a risk of using too much of yourself to the point that you couldn't regenerate fast enough to make up what you lost. It was that simple, and Naruto had always been a fan of simple. The easiest way make a chakra being lose all of itself was to have it attack relentlessly. It would eventually run out of chakra and dissipate. That was only if the being was stupid, which Kagaya was decisively not. The next best option was to constantly make it reform itself over and over again, scattering some of it with each destruction of its form. There were the 2 definite ways that Naruto knew of. A far less reliable way was to use a force multiple times stronger than the chakra that was being destroyed. Naturally, with Kagaya as one of the strongest beings in the elemental nations, the kind of power needed for something like that would most likely also destroy the world. In this serious of a situation, Naruto wasn't willing to bet his chances of victory on a theory, especially not such a destructive one, not unless there was no other option. So he went with the second option. With a mental command, the tip of Naruto's lance changed into incredibly potent explosion chakra, which ignited into light and heat at another command a moment later. The force of the explosion smashed through both layers of the prison over Kagaya, sending shrapnel flying in all directions for kilometers, a few reaching the dome that Naruto still had erected over the battlefield. The dust and smoke cleared quickly, revealing a landscape, cratered once more and missing Kagaya. Naruto wasn't willing to trust his eyes on this matter, however, even if his mother's chakra hadn't managed to discover a way to teleport through strange doorways. His senses told Naruto what his eyes didn't, but they quickly caught up as a body shimmered into existence some meters away from him, his mother's chakra reforming a physical body. Kagaya didn't focus on Naruto immediately, instead choosing to study a small ball of orange chakra that sat in the palm of her hand. The white-haired narrowed his eyes at the orb before frowning, a sense of unease rippling through him. That was explosion release chakra. How was his mother keeping it contained when she couldn't produce it? As if she could read his mind, Kagaya turned her head to face Naruto with a menacing smile. The small orb of explosion release suddenly expanded multiple times to the size of a large cart. A second it was sudden flying in Naruto's direction. Despite the growing feeling of dread in Naruto's stomach, the large ball of explosion release wasn't the cause. He dealt with that simply, a combination of lightning, wind and yin chakra, all combining into implosion release, the direct counter to explosion release. In between Kagaya's attack and its target, a large sphere, pale orange in color, sprung into existence, mirroring the size of the other attack. The second sphere had barely materialized before it collided with the first. As the name suggested, implosion release generate implosions, and was perfect for canceling out the effects of explosion release, though that also worked vice versa. The deciding factor when these two forces met was the amount of chakra pushed into either, the one with the most always winning, but the force of the winning attack was always diminished by the strength of the other. In this case, Naruto's attack was stronger, an implosion occurring when the two spheres met that kicked up some lava, but didn't do much more despite his attack's size. Kagaya didn't move from her position on the other side of the lava field, a seemingly content smile on her features that only encouraged the feeling that was settling in Naruto's gut. "You're copying me, aren't you?" Naruto said suddenly, what was occurring suddenly clicking in his mind. His mother had never had the ability to copy entire types of chakras with a mere look, so it then fell to the most recent change to be the culprit, which was her joining to the Jubi and her most recent addition. "With that new eye of yours," Kagaya didn't answer, but the slight widening of the smile on her face told Naruto what he needed to know. A quick thought to the barrier that he was still maintaining around himself, and Kagaya told Naruto that the time for holding back was over. With the chakra of the Biju constantly wishing to join back with their progenitor, unwillingly it made Naruto's fight against his mother's chakra difficult due to wishing to avoid taking the fight anywhere near the walls of the dome. It was better to be safe than have a lapse in concentration to allow the Biju to reform into one. By keeping the fight localized to the center of his containment dome, it gave Naruto some buffer room to reapply his shield should it break. With her ability to copy his chakra natures, however, it meant that he could no longer take part in a drawn-out battle. Kagaya would only grow stronger as she gained access to different natures. He needed to step, and he couldn't do that if he had to worry about his positioning. A swiping motion in front of him, and a thought saw that barrier fold outward while enlarging and curling around. Kagaya only had time to narrow her eyes before Naruto's move was complete, and the chakra of all of the Biju was suddenly contained within a large sphere of his own chakra. The container then shifted itself until it was safely away from Kagaya and behind the white-haired man. Moving his nervousness about his mother's newest ability to one side, Naruto gave her a cold look. "I hope you learn quickly," he told the chakra being. From Kagaya's side, a wall of lava rose from beneath her, faster than even the quickest of shinobi could have reacted, and collided directly into her form, launching her sideways. Her senses only managed to register Naruto suddenly in her flight path a moment before he was within arm's reach, arm outstretched, finger pointed towards her body in mid-flight. To the ordinary eye, it seemed harmless, but Kagaya could see the chakra gathered beneath that pointing finger. Naruto's finger touched the hardened exterior of Kagaya's body, with Naruto releasing the buildup of chakra in that same finger, causing an explosive shockwave that rippled outward, ruffling the man's clothes but applying such extreme force to Kagaya's body that it shattered. In the direction of Naruto's finger, the terrain was flattened in a wide arc, trees destroyed, hills smoothed over and earth upturned. Kagaya's form recollected quickly, appearing before Naruto with a sword of ice and in the middle of swinging it at his head. Naruto paid Kagaya's use of ice release only the barest of his attention, halting the sword centimeters from his neck by condensing the air between it and its target. Kagaya heard the sound of rock crumbling in the distance, while her senses showed a stream of Naruto's chakra leading off into the distance behind him, towards a small mountain, but she had no more time to ponder what he was up to, as gale force winds suddenly began to batter her position. She let her ice weapon dematerialize as the force of the wind pushed her backwards, allowing Naruto to think he had the upper hand while she made sure that what he was using was merely wind chakra and not another advanced nature. The moment Kagaya was certain, she began to push her own influence into Naruto's attack, attempting to manipulate the winds against him. A sudden movement from beneath her had Kagaya quickly shifting her position to the side as a large shard of crystal burst through from the still molten earth. Another crystal sprouted beneath her new position and rapidly grew, forcing her to move again, upward this time. Several more followed the lead of the first two, each one larger in order to reach her new height, until Kagaya began to flying simply to outmaneuver the attacks. An abrupt pause in the creation of the crystals allowed her to refocus on Naruto, who hadn't moved from his position hovering above the field of lava. Her gaze only stayed on Naruto for a moment as Kagaya's attention was captured by a large mountain, floating above the earth, several kilometers behind him. No sooner had she seen it than a thunderous boom, not dissimilar to an earthquake, sounded, but unlike an earthquake, there was no shaking of the earth. The source of the noise made itself known a moment later, the floating mountain behind Naruto suddenly splitting itself into hundreds, possibly thousands, of pieces, each one no bigger than a pea on the horizon. Kagaya was astute enough to know that the fragments of that mountain, up close, were most likely the size of houses. With a gesture towards her, Naruto sent the shattered mountain at her, each piece speeding through the air with her as its target. Knowing that she couldn't dodge, Naruto would be able to redirect each projectile instantly, Kagaya instead tried to subvert his control of the attack. She sent out her own chakra and tried to wrest control of the earth from him. She made a few pieces wobble, one even shifted a meter of course, all before Naruto's control clamped down, and what little influence she had gained was ripped away. That avenue of counteracting out, Kagaya tried simply destroying the incoming projectiles by utilizing her control over the forces that governed the earth. Hand out, she released a wave of force at the pieces of the mountain, slowing all of them to some degree, but only for a second as Naruto, who remained stationary, despite being in her attack's path, forced his projectiles to fly faster. Unwilling to be forced to reconstruct herself again, Kagaya increased the power in her own attack, slowing the chunks of rock and dirt, and causing some sections to break off, flying backwards towards Naruto. Eyes narrowing and smelling a potential victory against him, Kagaya pushed more of her chakra into the gravitational wave, reducing the speed of the earthen projectiles further and causing more of them to fragment. That was when Naruto countered her counter. Just as it looked like she might have stopped his attack, the shattered pieces of mountain began pulling themselves together. Despite her actions doing the opposite, chunks of earth began floating unnaturally towards each other despite gravity's influence. Pushing even more power against Naruto's, Kagaya gritted her teeth when, despite seeming to work initially, pushing the pieces of Naruto's attack apart, the mountain's fragments began to pull themselves together, and began moving in her direction again. A part of her wanted to merely push more of her being into the attack, to keep pushing her ungrateful child and not concede that he had bested her again. Another, more logical, part whispered that it was because Naruto was moving the earth itself that he won, while she was trying to influence it. A losing battle if ever there was one for her side, but only because he had the earth. If she had the earth, then it would be different, then she would be victorious, and this would be over. Yes, that's what would happen. As she released her attack, reluctantly allowing Naruto's to crush her physical form, Kagaya's dark thoughts were stopped by the whispers of her still faithful son. If she'd had a mouth, Kagaya would have smiled, but as it was, she merely sent him feelings of thankfulness. The quick way with which his mother reformed herself, after pulling her chakra from the highly cratered earth, the results of his attack, worried Naruto. There was no angry words or cold looks, she merely built her body back up once more before disappearing into one of her portals, transporting herself away. The silence of the battlefield began to put Naruto on edge, the waiting sending tingles up his arms as he kept his senses alert, waiting for his mother to show herself. As the seconds ticked by into minutes, Naruto realized that he faced the very real possibility that his mother's chakra may have simply decided to remain wherever she had transported herself, which meant that he would have to go after her if he wished to stop her. It was a worst-case scenario because he couldn't wait for Kagaya to show herself, not when she had unknown abilities at her disposal. He would be going in without knowledge of his surroundings or full knowledge of his mother's capabilities, and that was even if he could reach her. Naruto had no idea where she was, and it would take time, even with the powers at his disposal, to check every square inch of the planet, above and below ground. The appearance of a growing source of chakra off to his side had Naruto swiveling his head to face it. A distortion of the air began before space seemed to come apart, revealing a dark void, Kagaya's form of transporting herself. But what came out of it first didn't have white hair. Instead, Naruto found himself looking to the terrified face of his grandson. Koji looked like he had only just woken up, but his body was frozen in fear, arms stuck to his sides. As he completely came through the portal, that expression on the boy's face didn't change, even when he saw his grandfather, unable to recognize Naruto's face without the illusions. Koji then seemed to stop breathing as Kagaya, walking out of her portal behind him, one hand on his shoulder, brushed his forehead with the other. The portal closed as she exited, space flexing back into place. Naruto! Kagaya cooed, as she continued to stroke Koji's hair. You didn't tell me that I had a great-grandchild, or a grandchild for that matter. Despite the boy being the subject of the words, Kagaya kept her eyes locked with Naruto. Her hand on Koji's shoulder suddenly traveled to wrap around his throat. He looks so fragile, does Dash. Kagaya only blinked once as she spoke, but it was in that split moment that Naruto moved. When she opened her eyes, her hostage was gone, and her corporal form was suddenly split into hundreds of thousands of individual particles of chakra. So fast was his movement that her Rinna Sharingan wasn't even able to copy the chakra nature that he was using. But as annoying as that was, it didn't matter anymore. Focusing herself, Kagaya focused on the floating sphere hovering behind her traitorous son. Naruto's chakra quickly enveloped his grandchild in a protective cocoon the moment he was away from Kagaya's clutches, a barrier that would defend but also diagnose the boy for any injuries that the boy's great-grandmother may have inflicted. Thankfully, nothing was wrong physically besides a seal placed on the boy's back. It was a locator seal, and something that Naruto passed off as something that Minato placed. It hadn't been there when Naruto had last looked over his grandson, which meant it wasn't done by Orochimaru from when Koji had been in the man's clutches, and being placed by Kagaya, if she knew how, didn't make any feasible sense. Naruto then focused on his grandchild's reaction to what was happening. His eyes were wide, twitching in their sockets as Koji tried to take in all that was happening around him. Pupils were also slightly dilated, along with his heartbeat slowly increasing meant that his grandchild wasn't taking his sudden relocation well. As it became apparent that grandson wasn't in any immediate danger, Naruto allowed his attention to turn back to Kagaya, only to curse viciously as he became aware of what she had done. Eyes moving over to the sphere that had contained the Biju, keyword being had, Naruto was able to witness the last of their chakra drain into one of Kagaya's portals, which had appeared inside of the protective sphere, to the sound of said person's laughter. It's been so long, Naruto-kun, but you still haven't truly changed. The chakra being called as she backed into a tear in space that sprung up behind her. So easily focused on one task that you forget about the other. The end of the taunt signaled Kagaya turning around and walking into her portal, going to who knows where. Time, as Kagaya's body began to cross the threshold of the portal, started to slow, and Naruto's mind ran through the multiple actions he could take. He could follow her, chase her through the portal, and fight Kagaya on her terms, something that was highly undesirable. Doing so would leave Koji unprotected, by himself and alone. When he was already afraid, that was unacceptable. The alternative was to let Kagaya go and allow her to absorb the Biju's chakra uncontested and unopposed. This was also unacceptable, as it meant he was essentially giving up on the Biju, something that he wouldn't do. Seeing the amused gleam in her eyes, Naruto knew that Kagaya also knew this. Perhaps it wasn't intentional, perhaps it was planned, but she knew that he was forced to choose and that it played perfectly into her plans. Staring into those pale eyes, incredibly similar to his own, Naruto felt the formation of a third option start. A glance back at his grandchild, his frightened face and the poor way in which he was attempting to hide it, Naruto mentally apologized to Minato and Kushina. The two would tear him apart after this, and he would deserve every bit of it. Dropping down to wrap one arm around Koji's lower back, and clamping down when the boy tried to struggle out of his grip. "I'm sorry, Koji," he told the boy, making him freeze at the sound of his name. He must have also recognized his voice, as Koji turned with wide eyes rather than narrowed ones. "Gigi?" he questioned, confirming that he had recognized his grandfather's voice. Naruto smiled softly. "But I'm going to need to take you with me for a bit," he continued. Done talking, Naruto stood back up and, with eyes glowing orange, charged for Kagaya's closing portal. The poor boy didn't get the chance to protest. His grip on Koji allowed Naruto to pull his grandchild with him instead of dragging him, and keep a tight hold. He had no idea what would be waiting for them on the other side of this tear in space, and getting separated from Koji for even a second could mean the difference between life and death. With swift chakra powering his movements, and Kagaya having already fully moved through, Naruto leapt into the distortion just as it began to close, hoping that he wasn't making a mistake. He felt a brief moment of weightlessness, something that he would have only just felt becoming undeniably real through his use of swift release to increase his perception of his surroundings. Still, it was over quickly, and Naruto found himself and his grandson deposited onto a world frozen over in ice. The difference in temperature was noticeable immediately, something that was made worse by the cold winds that began to batter them, and while the small shroud of chakra that he was producing made Naruto immune, Koji had no such protection. The boy's arms quickly covered his body, wrapping around their opposite shoulder to attempt to trap some heat close to his body. Realizing the real danger of his grandson suffering hypothermia, Naruto used his ability to manipulate the air to form a protective shell around himself and Koji, heating it slightly to ward off the chill of the environment. This garnered a sigh of relief from the blond boy as he was placed on the ground. "Are you all right, Koji?" Naruto questioned. He didn't turn to look at his grandson, too busy taking in his surroundings, searching for his mother's chakra. She could be anywhere, and Naruto knew no place in elemental nations that had this kind of terrain, giving him no sense of reference as to where they were. "Gigi? Is that you?" Koji questioned again as his body reveled in the heated air, now sure that the person that he was speaking to was his grandfather. "Why do you look so weird?" "I'll explain another time, Koji," Naruto told his grandson before repeating his own question. "Are you alright? You aren't feeling anything strange?" Personally, Naruto felt fine, but his body was far more resistant and resilient than that of Koji's. What didn't affect him could have major repercussions for his grandson. "Yeah, I'm okay," Koji finally answered as he began to take in the landscape. Naruto could hear the boy swallow thickly as he realized the situation he was in. "Gigi, what's going on?" Naruto didn't answer, as he wasn't entirely sure. He thought that by following Kagaya through the portal that he'd appear right behind her, but obviously, what he saw as a method of transportation obviously had some other uses. They weren't behind her, which meant that Kagaya had the ability to decide where her portals opened and closed as well as detect who entered them, even if she wasn't using them at the time. That meant that they could be anywhere. Naruto could feel Kagaya's presence all around them. It wasn't as if she was standing right beside them, but like it was he could hear her whispering in a crowded marketplace. She was background noise. That was disturbing as it meant that she knew they were here, yet she was doing nothing to them. Naruto frowned. They had to get back. Kagaya wasn't here and they had no path to her directly. He also wanted to get Koji back to Minato. The boy was a weakness for Kagaya to exploit in a fight, and one that she would have no qualms about taking advantage of if her earlier actions were any indication. The question now was, how did they get home? Simply exploring would take far too long. They need a link, some way to get back to somewhere that Naruto knew as a point of reference to then get to Konoha. Almost by themselves, Naruto's eyes traveled to the back of his hand. The seal he had placed on Gyuki's host, it was still active. It hadn't been made to only monitor but also to track the man, a smaller version of the seal that Koji had on, yet many times more powerful. It was possible for him to use Koji's seal instead, but it would take a bit longer to use it than his own one due to Minato's chakra powering the former and his, Naruto's, doing the same to latter. Tracing one's own chakra was far easier than doing the same to someone else's, especially when in the current situation. Locator seals were tricky things to set up, and the connection between 2 points was hard to hijack, which was what Naruto was trying to do. He didn't have time to waste doing so to Koji's seal. Naruto had made the one on Gyuki's host to track the man wherever he went, high into the atmosphere, deep into the crust of the earth. Nothing would stop the seal from relaying the man's position. Channeling chakra through his hand into the seal, Naruto found himself frowning as nothing happened. There should have been the sensation of an extension of his body appearing from nothing, similar to another arm that would pull him in the direction the seal was located in. But there was no sort of feeling, which meant that the seal on his hand couldn't connect to the seal he had placed on Gyuki's host. This was because either the seal had been destroyed, unlikely considering how the host hadn't been dead for 2 hours, or that a barrier was surrounding the host. Naruto didn't bother considering distance as a factor, as his seal would have been able to track the body of Gyuki's host from one side of the world to another. Eyeing the space around him, Naruto was leaning towards the latter of the two possibilities being correct. Koji and he were both surrounded by chakra, Kagaya's chakra, which could be interfering with his seal and stopping it from connecting. Stretching his chakra out to find where Kagaya's barrier ended, Naruto motioned for his grandson to stand close to him, which Koji did without a word, pulling away from the edge of the cliff the two were perched on. "What are you doing, Gigi?" Koji asked hesitantly, noticing the fact that his grandfather's eyes were closed yet they had been standing still for over a minute. "Getting us out of here, Koji," Naruto replied, not allowing his irritation to show. Already it had far exceeded the time that he had thought it would take to find the edges of Kagaya's barrier. He could sense her chakra all around him, infesting the air, so there must be a source, either Kagaya herself or some kind of seals keeping the barrier up. Almost another 2 minutes later, Naruto finally found an edge of the barrier, directly above him. Having found the edge, Naruto pulled his chakra back from the other directions it had been extending and began to focus it directly upwards, slamming it into the barrier. Naruto could feel the barrier bend and flex under his assault, but he could also feel it strengthening, reinforcing itself. Realizing he needed to get out quickly if he wanted to stop Kagaya, Naruto gathered Koji into his arms, garnering a yell of surprise from the boy, before bending at the knees and launching himself straight into the air. The light bubble of chakra that Naruto had created earlier hardened as the pressure under the pressure of the winds that raced by them. They were barely airborne for a second when Naruto's shield smashed into the barrier and burst through it. It was important to note that, while Kagaya did travel to different dimensions that were created and controlled by her through her use of Amenominaka, heavenly governing inside, they were not whole dimensions. They were planets trapped inside bubbles of existence, pressing firmly against each other on the outer edges of their parent dimension, the dimension that housed the elemental nations. The dimensional walls, the barrier that Naruto had detected surrounding himself and Koji, was what allowed Kagaya control of each of her dimensions but also protected them from the crushing forces of entire existences pressing against one another. When Naruto broke through said barrier, exiting the dimension he was just in, he immediately came under assault from those forces and quickly poured more chakra into the shield around himself and his grandson. His reactions and reflexes, along with the strength of his chakra, were the only thing that saved himself and Koji from being atomized between existences. But even so, Naruto instantaneously realized that he was in trouble. The pressure he could feel was all-encompassing and like nothing he had ever felt before. With gritted teeth, enough chakra to drain Kaga's by the second was poured into his shield to keep it reinforced, more chakra than Naruto had used in a long time. A quick burst of chakra, enough for 2 Kage, made its way to the back of his palm as he attempted to establish a connection from the seal on his person to the one planted on Gyuki's dead host. Much like before, nothing happened. Naruto refrained from cursing, if only because it would scare Koji, who was currently unable to see his hand waving in front of his face and was beginning to realize that something wasn't right. Naruto sent another burst of chakra to the seal, roughly the size of half a dozen Kage, only for the same thing to happen. Releasing a low growl of frustration, he shunted an even larger portion of his chakra to the seal, a quantity enough to match Kurama's own power 3 times over. A slight flicking on the back of his hand gave Naruto hope, and pushing the same amount of chakra as Kurama 4 times over elicited the seal lighting up on the back of his palm. With the connection established, Naruto could feel a connection to the area that Gyuki's former host was currently in. Now working on getting himself and Koji there, Naruto focused his attention onto the area just in front of him. His eyes turned black with an ember at the center, as a flame sparked into existence. Using his shadow, cast by the light of the flame, Naruto fell back, pulling Koji with him, and vanished into the shadow on his back. Instantaneously, the remnants of his shield, and all that remained inside, was obliterated between dimensions. Stumbling into a room from a shadowed corner, Naruto breathed a sigh of relief at being out of wherever he had managed to transport himself and Koji, something that was echoed by his grandson's slight relaxation in his arms. Naruto didn't know where he had just been, But he was in no hurry to get back there. It had pushed him further than anything had in a long time. Focusing back on the present, Naruto registered a new pressure that pushed against him from all sides, like thousands of needles pushing against the surface of his skin. It was an illusion, Naruto quickly realized, but a passive one. Despite that fact, it was incredibly powerful, especially if Naruto could feel it trying to affect him. Creating another bubble around him, realizing that Koji would be affected by the illusion, Naruto turned his attention to his grandson only to nearly recoil at the sight of the Rinnegan in the boy's eye sockets. They were there for only a moment before Koji blinked and they were gone, replaced by eyes the same color as Kushina's. "Gigi?" the boy asked blearily, as he was waking up from a deep sleep. "Yes, Koji," Naruto answered absent-mindedly, still dwelling on what he saw. "We'll be back in Konoha soon." Realizing that something had happened, and that it most likely had to do with that powerful genjutsu he could feel pressing against the bubble around himself and his grandson, Naruto turned his attention to the empty room around them. Well, that wasn't entirely true. There was someone here, but they were dead. On a gurney in the middle of the room lay a body that Naruto recognized as Gyuki's former host, the dark-skinned man with the unsul sword style. His chakra coils had ruptured when Gyuki had been pulled from them. That meant they were either in a hospital or a morgue, though judging by the many monitors and screens in the room, along with the vague smell of disinfectant, it was the former. Turning back to room itself, Naruto blurred to the door, using swift release to augment his movements. He needed to get Koji back to Konoha and his parents. Kagaya could have done many things during the time that he had been transported by her technique. Naruto needed to assess the damage. Moving through deserted hallways faster than the human eye could track, Naruto found himself freezing as he exited the hospital. As he had raced through the corridors, the horned man had wondered where the staff, visitors or patients had been. He no longer needed to wonder. Growing around Kumogakure, bursting from the ground and crawling over walls, tree roots spanned the village. Hanging from those tree roots were thousands of cocoons, each one easily the size of a person. From that observation alone, it didn't take long to guess where the citizens of Kumo were. "Are there people in there?" Koji questioned with wide eyes, managing to put the pieces before him together. Naruto didn't answer. His eyes were locked on what was shining behind them, casting the light of a second sun on the elemental nations. A massive jubi hung in the air. Koji needed to be put somewhere safe. That was the first thing on Naruto's mind as the situation sunk in. He wouldn't be able to face Kagaya if he had to worry about his grandson. It was inviting trouble that he couldn't deal with. Discerning that the illusion was traveling on the light reflected off the moon, Naruto was quick to realize that one could be safe from it if they were able to move far enough underground. Of course, there was then the massive tree roots to contend with, but they seemed fairly passive, moving to snag those already under the illusion's thrall rather than seek out those who weren't. It had only taken moments to travel to Konoha, the only place that Koji would have felt remotely safe. The fate of Hidden Village of the Land of Fire was just as bad as Kumo, and most likely the rest of the world, with vines climbing up buildings and stringing up the population in cocoons. Creating a large earthen dome around Minato's house, with only the smallest of openings to allow for fresh air, and covering each of the windows was easy, along with grabbing some things of food for Koji. Convincing the boy that he had to leave wasn't as quickly accomplished, not because Koji was scared, he was in too much shock for that to happen yet, but because he wanted to help his grandfather. Eventually, Naruto managed to convince the boy that he needed to stay at the shelter, protected from the illusion that was covering the world. With that done, Naruto turned his mind to searching for his mother's chakra, which must be in the elemental nation somewhere for such things to happen to the world. His first destination was the area where she had been released into the world. Now gazing at what appeared to be a massive plant, though Naruto hesitated to call it that, still some kilometers from the borders of the Land of Rain, he realized that he had managed to get lucky. If Kagaya wasn't here, she wouldn't be anywhere, but even if she wasn't, Naruto guessed that this thing had some purpose, and destroying it may draw out his target. As it turned out, Naruto had no need to do anything to lure Kagaya out. She was waiting at the very base of the massive tree-like thing. Immediately, Naruto noticed a certain unnatural glow around his collection of his mother's chakra, a subtle aura that covered its entire body. "Naruto!" Kagaya greeted, a calm smile on her face. "It's over." Her voice was different as well. It carried a deep undertone, something pickled against Naruto's eardrums, though he didn't let it show. Naruto said nothing. She'd obviously absorbed the biju into herself. There was no hope for them now, as anything that could have resembled the consciousness that they had all possessed, Kaguya would have destroyed as she took their chakra. Even if she hadn't, the minds of the Biju would have then withered away into nothingness without their chakra. Naruto spared a moment to mentally apologize to the Biju for failing them completely, especially to Koko and Komiai, both of whom he hadn't managed to find until their final moments. Around them, what was once a field of lava had cooled and hardened, leaving only a hard rock that protected the kind of rich soil that farmers would murder for. Perhaps that was a reason why Kaguya chose to grow her plant thing in the area. "Don't despair, Naruto," the chakra being told him, a serene voice being used despite the fact that they had both been fighting to the death no more than 2 hours ago. "I knew you'd appear eventually when you broke from one of my realms." "What is this? What have you done?" Naruto questioned, his tone demanding. Kaguya merely smiled at him, like Naruto was a child demanding answers to problems that he didn't truly comprehend. "I'm taking what is rightfully mine," she told him, as if it was obvious. "Even now, all the pathetic people who use my chakra for their own selfish desires are having it drained from their bodies." Millions of people would die, Naruto quickly realized. Millions could already be dead depending their reserves of chakra, the civilians being the most vulnerable. Unbidden, his eyes fell on the massive plant-like thing behind Kaguya. It had to be related to this somehow. If he destroyed it, then perhaps the illusion that covered the world would fall. It was the source of the chakra that was bouncing off of the moon. "You think that destroying my god tree will free the world from my control?" Kaguya questioned amusedly. "I could create another in moments, and even if that did fail, I merely have to aim my Rinna Sharingan towards the sky and the world is in my grip once more." A small chuckle broke through Kaguya's lips. "It truly is over, Naruto. Why don't you accept that?" Naruto's eyes hardened. "I never did like to listen," he told her coldly, but Kaguya's amused expression didn't falter. Naruto closed his eyes and evened out his breathing, something that Kaguya allowed. She didn't see anything that he could do that could stop her. The world was in her palm, as it should be. Chakra flowed through the roots of the god tree and into her, making her stronger than she had ever been before, stronger than even the Jubi had been before it had been split. How could one person fight against the entire world and more? Naruto answered that without speaking. Chakra that seemed to appear from nowhere began to flow into her traitorous son, a never-ending stream flowing into a bottomless pit. Naruto's eyes opened to show, not the pure white of the Byakugan but a pure gold color. Around him, a palpable aura appeared as his strength grew with each passing second. This all happened in moments. "But at least," Naruto spoke, continuing his words from earlier, "I don't have your arrogance." With that, Naruto brought his hands together in an almost prayer-like motion. Senpo, Kaiten, Kakuno Meakashi Kami, Sage Art, Land Release, Fall of the Fake God. In a smooth movement, Naruto pulled his hands apart. The landscape around him remained the same, as did the earth around Kaguya, but a self-proclaimed god turned its gaze towards the sky, the feeling of something interfering with her jutsu alerting her to a change. With that movement, the outcome of Naruto's actions became immediately apparent. Mirroring Naruto's hands, the moon had split itself in 2 halves, and thereby canceling the effect of the infinite Tsukuyumi. There had been no sound to accompany such a thing. The moon had separated soundlessly and, even now, was drifting apart without a groan of protest. When Kaguya finally shook herself from the stupor she found herself in, and raised her jaw from its unconsciously lowered position, it was to the sound of Naruto speaking. "You may have influence over the earth," Naruto spoke, "but only I have control of it, and despite being many thousands of years since it had been a part of the whole, the moon is still earth." Kaguya didn't respond, merely stared at Naruto with a blank expression. That had lasted for a moment before the conscious mass of his mother's chakra lashed out with fury, a wordless scream that was accompanied by the world around Naruto suddenly turning against him. The ground beneath his feet became upturned as it shifted dramatically, breaking into chunks as it did so. The wind howled with Kaguya as it picked up speed rapidly, accompanied by clashes of lightning, and Naruto suddenly found ice crawling up his ankles. This wasn't just limited to the area around Naruto. The entire landscape, for kilometers in any direction, suddenly became violent to anything even remotely considered alive. An ordinary person may have found themselves frozen in awe and fear at the destruction around them, but Naruto wasn't ordinary by any stretch of the word. Thanks to the enhancement to his chakra, provided by his use of nature chakra, it took less than a though to shatter the ice that attempt to trap him. From there, he quickly reminded Kaguya that she wasn't facing someone intimidated by sheer power. breaking through a wall of wind strong enough to pull rock off of cliff faces, which had formed between himself and Kagaya. Naruto held out a hand and allowed a transparent cube, with a small light at the center, to grow outward from his palm. It quickly expanded to an enormous size, even as it swallowed Kagaya, who came out of her rage enough to realize what happening. Acting with her anger, the white-haired woman called a burst of lightning from above. It came down in a massive pillar and struck the clear cube surrounding Kagaya before breaking through, connecting with one of her hands for only a moment as it was then redirected straight at Naruto. Dropping his destroyed technique, Naruto barely moved as he made a large sheet of metal up from the earth to act as a shield and conduit for the lightning to route it into the ground. It held up for only a moment before the sheet of dull gray steel sudden became a bright red, right before the column of lightning tore through it. But that second was all Naruto needed. Appearing behind Kagaya through a quick use of swift release, Naruto planted a hand, the skin of it a rustic brown, on her shoulder, even as she turned around. From the point of contact, the rustic brown quickly began to spread from the point of contact between the two, crawling down Kagaya's shoulder and across her chest. But just as quickly as it began to spread, it began to recede, crawling back up the shoulder to where Naruto's hand touched Kagaya. "Everything that you show me will only make me stronger," Kagaya hissed, bringing her own hands, covered in the same rustic glow as his own, up to place on his shoulders. Naruto felt her chakra attempt to invade his body. "And I will use every bit of it to extend your suffering to the end of time and beyond." At the end of her words, a sudden large pressure began to push against Naruto's skin, not unlike the illusion he had just cancelled. It took shunting a significant portion of his chakra to fight off the new angle of intrusion. The source, Naruto was quick to deduce, was Kagaya's third eye, which seemed to slowly glow the longer he could feel the pressure on his skin, the tomo in it spinning ominously. Naruto gritted his teeth behind sealed lips, not allowing his opponent to see the effect it was having on him. The power behind it was staggering, to the point where Naruto knew that he would fall if something didn't change. He could feel Kagaya's chakra slowly begin to work its way into him as he found himself forced to fight on two different fronts. This was marked by a spreading of the rustic color on her hands onto his body. Kagaya's mouth split open into a grin. "You can feel it, can't you?" she said, her grip on his shoulders becoming crushing. "You can feel my eye boring into yours, forcing you under my sway. My unlimited power against whatever feeble scraps that you've managed to pull together." Kagaya took a step forward, now pushing against Naruto on the physical level. "Your strength will fail soon, Naruto, surely even you can see that." The only response Kagaya received was a grunt from Naruto before a sudden pulse of force collided with her. Lightning, wind and yang chakra rolled together and expelled. Instead of merely knocking her back, however, it carried her on a wave of energy. Kagaya wasn't the only thing to be caught in the force. Loose rock and dirt, lone trees that managed to survive the destruction of the area, anything that wasn't solidly connected to the earth beneath it. Not even Kagaya's god tree was safe, as the wave of power slammed into it with the might of multiple avalanches. It was pulled from its rooted position and began to list to one side under the kinetic energy passed onto it before, under gravity, it fell over completely, a cloud of dust erupting from its impact with the ground. Naruto rubbed his shoulders as the degrading properties from rust release were purged from his body, the skin affected turning back to a healthy pink color. His clothes were a different story, as the affected areas of his robes crumbled under his touch, turning to dust. Kagaya's ability to use the infinite Tsukuyomi was a problem. When projected via the moon, the focus was wider, which meant less pressure against Naruto himself, but when it came straight from Kagaya's eye, it was a different problem. It was, by far, the most powerful illusion that Naruto had ever faced, to the point where he wasn't sure he would have been able to resist at all had he not been utilizing nature chakra. While he didn't know its range, Naruto was willing to bet that it was limited only to Kagaya's field of vision with her third eye. That meant that it was nearly impossible to fight against her using most methods. Naruto did have an idea about how to circumvent it, but he was loath to use, as the consequences for him, while not long-lasting physically, would leave their mark mentally. A massive amount of chakra suddenly pressing itself against his body alerted Naruto to Kagaya's approach. Turning to face the source, he found his enemy flying through the air on a collision course with him. Keeping a portion of his chakra to defend his body from intrusion, Naruto gathered the remainder, molding it into wind, lightning and earth chakras before combining it, using it to form a thin pane of glass in front of him, the edge angled towards Kagaya. A thrust of hand sent it forward at speeds that would make any shinobi alter their route if they were in its path. Kagaya was no shinobi, however. Holding out her own hand in front of her, directly in the way of the pain, she met it head-on. Moments before impact, a black orb appeared in her palm that wasn't severed by the glass, nor did the dark sphere crack the glass attack. Instead, Naruto's Heitan, glass release, technique was stalled, appearing to stop in midair on contact. Kagaya didn't, however, and twisted at the last moment, moving around the sides of Naruto's glass blade, continuing moving towards him, leaving her orb to halt Naruto's glass attack. Naruto grimaced at Kagaya's use of the shadowy orb. In his time alive, he'd attempted to combine all of the base chakra natures together, and had succeeded in creating the sphere that Kagaya had just used against him. Its uses were many, but most useful function was that it was able to disintegrate anything it touched, with only techniques powered with nature chakra being able to hold against it. With a swipe of Kagaya's hand, Naruto felt a shift in the air beside him. Quickly calling up a shield of wind to push against the approaching force, he braced himself. His impromptu barrier held up for a moment, but Naruto wasn't able to reinforce as quickly, nor as much, as he would have normally wanted, a part of his concentration dealing with the illusion that Kagaya was pushing to affect him. As such, for the first time since Nagato caught him off guard, Naruto found himself flying under someone else's power. Tumbling head over heels for a few moments, it was suddenly stopped when Kagaya buried one of her dark orbs into his stomach. Thankfully, due having nature chakra coursing through his system, the sphere didn't plow through his stomach, instead destroying the clothing he had in the area. Recovering quickly as Kagaya paused, seemingly grew angry that the attack hadn't carved a hole in his gut, Naruto brought both of his hands up, charged with explosion-released chakra to the point that they glowed orange, and clapped his hands together, with Kagaya's head in the middle. The explosion of fire and smoke that occurred knocked Naruto away, but he managed to bring himself to a stop, hovering in midair. Moving quickly, hoping to keep Kagaya on the back foot, he summoned small particles of dirt and rock and rose them into the air with him. Applying force to these objects, and keeping them locked in a large orbit around the area, Naruto created a localized sandstorm that was far more vicious than anything nature could have created. The small specks of sand reached the speed seen in devastating hurricanes, making them able to wear away at the strongest of structures given enough time. Kagaya didn't care about that, however, as she expelled the sandstorm that had surrounded her with a pulse of force, using her ability to manipulate gravity to push everything around her. Naruto held his position in the air as he resisted gravity's influence. That ended a moment later when a sudden, much more focused, pressure forced him downwards, signaled by Kagaya swiping one of her hands towards the ground. Naruto met trees before he did earth, his body snapping branches thick and thin, but none of them leaving marks on his body. His impact with the ground was a different story, his body cratering the earth around him from the force of his landing. Naruto was able to feel multiple fractures and even a broken bone before they were healed. Despite this collision, Naruto maintained enough awareness to realize that Kagaya was moving towards his position, charging through the air to his position. Around her fists he spied massive constructs of chakra, similar to ones he'd seen her form earlier but far more powerful. Moving the earth around him, Naruto sunk into the ground, allowing it to hide him from Kagaya's sight. In a rather predictable move, she kept up her charge towards his last known position, still able to sense Naruto beneath the earth, and knowing that her attack would reach him. She expected it to. What she didn't expect was the earth to open just as got within arm's reach of the ground, splitting into a large chasm that stretched for kilometers. Stopping at the mouth to new geological formation, Kagaya was able to see a warm light at the very bottom, one that lined the length of the chasm. Jiten, Sekiryoku, magnet release, repulsion. Kagaya only had a moment to question how Naruto managed to get behind her before a sudden unseen force propelled her downward, sending her deep into the massive canyon. It was as she regained her equilibrium that she felt an increase in the heat around her. Yotan, Yomi Kangi, lava release, hell's welcome. The words of Naruto only just reached Kagaya as a massive hand, made of lava, rose from the chasm and gripped her before suddenly dropping back down into the depths of the earth. That was when the walls of the canyon slammed together, crushing Kagaya's form. Naruto knew that Kagaya would eventually break free from his trap. It wasn't meant to hold anyway, merely delay her. He needed to think of a plan, some way to permanently defeat her. Simply throwing around chakra and hoping for the best would get him nowhere, especially considering that he was the one that was disadvantaged. It was Kagaya's Rinna Sharingan was the main problem, being able to not only copy his advanced chakra natures but also pressure him with that infinite Tsukimi. He couldn't simply take out the eye considering that Kagaya was made up of chakra, the eye was merely a representation of the power. He'd be willing to use Shoten, erase release, if Kaguya wasn't able to copy it. Her knowing it would mean she would be able to counter his own use of Shoten, and Naruto wasn't confident enough to be able to defeat her in one motion. That was also the reason that he was trying to use Jinten, swift release, as sparingly as possible. If Kaguya copied how to use to its proper extent, then it would be that much harder to defeat her. Kanton, soul release, would have been an option if Kaguya had a soul, but she didn't, meaning it was useless, and he'd just be giving her something incredibly deadly to use against him if he did bring it out. The earth rumbled, and Naruto knew that Kaguya had escaped from binding technique. Preparing himself for her response, he tried to center himself as well as he could. When the area in front of him exploded in a shower of rock, dirt, and bits of bark, Naruto responded by raising massive, slanting spires of crystal from the earth, forcefully ramming them into each other to pelt Kaguya with the fast-moving shards. Judging by the pressure that resumed its constant push against his entire body, she hadn't been fazed by the attack. The earth directly around Naruto was pierced by massive tree roots that quickly wrapped themselves around him, beginning to squeeze him with a force that was strong enough to crush boulders. Quickly reinforcing his body with chakra, Naruto was able to withstand the force pressing against his body. There was no time to free himself as more and more roots burst from the ground, each one wrapping around Naruto, settling to cover their fellows if they couldn't. Only Naruto's head was left uncovered by the time the roots stopped encasing him within them. Hands placed themselves on the side of his face as the push of the infinite Tsukuyomi intensified, and Naruto found himself staring at the hole-riddled source. There were multiple missing segments of Kaguya's face and body, wounds that would have killed even the sturdiest of mortals, the results of Naruto's crystal attack moments earlier. Already they were disappearing, each absent piece of the chakra being was slowly regenerated. I spent 3,000 years, Kaguya hissed at him, angry eyes boring into his own. Trapped because of your actions, Naruto. I forgave you for that and offered you the chance to make amends, yet instead you continue to fight me. Now you have no chances, there is no more forgiveness, and there will be no mercy. I am a god now. Kaguya continued to speak her words while tightening her grip on Naruto's face. Naruto also felt the push of her infinite Tsukuyomi intensify. What must I do to prove that your actions are fruitless? That I will undo everything that you will do to me, and every action that you take to interfere? Kaguya's hovering figure leaned in closer, to the point where Naruto knew that he would have been able to feel her breath had she been alive. I will raise my god tree once more, she told him resolutely, with eyes that refused to leave his own. I will make the moon whole again, make my own if I must, but I will have it in the sky once more and my light will spread across the world as it should. You have accomplished nothing. And so far, so have you. Naruto responded, to which Kaguya chuckled lightly darkly. Naruto could tell immediately that he must have struck her pride. Not for long. From Kaguya's palms, twin spikes of bone were launched, yet instead of striking Naruto, they passed through smoke, impaling themselves in their user's opposite hand. Their target had dissolved into a cloud of smoke that quickly expanded to block Kaguya's view and obscure her senses. As a being made of chakra, Kaguya had no eyes to truly see from. Her form's eyes were merely a representation of her sight, much like her third eye was a manifestation of her power and not the true source. She saw with her chakra. It felt everything she saw, sensing everything for kilometers in any direction in the same detail as, near greater than, the human eye. A downside of the ability to see via chakra was that it could be tricked easily if one knew how. Naruto's gaseous form allowed his chakra to permeate everything in the area around him, acting as a large cloud of smoke would for the human eye. Despite being the equivalent of blind, Kaguya realized that the cloud that surrounded her wasn't mere smoke. It may have been at one point, but it no longer was. Now it was a cloud, one heavy with precipitation, and tingling with electricity. Had an outside observer been present at that moment, they would have seen a cloud of dark smoke, hovering just above a few feet above the ground. A second later, they would watch as it exploded into a lightning cloud, with thousands of singular bolts of electricity arching off of it to strike at the world around it, outshining the sun in the process. A sudden wind, with the force of a tornado, gathered and slammed into the electrified cloud, forcefully moving it off of its target. It collated quickly to form Naruto, who created a shield against the strong wind currents. Naruto had to admit that he was beginning to get worried as he stared at Kaguya's undamaged form. Nothing he was doing seemed to be working. Everything that he threw at her, she seemed to shrug off a moment later. He would have to start taking risks if he wanted to end this, and quickly. While he'd been lucky so far, the fight being contained to an uninhabited stretch of land, the Land of Rain's hidden village was close by and could easily become caught in the crossfire. The fight had already moved over 150 kilometers from its start point. Acting, Naruto darkened the world a considerable degree, the colors of the surroundings blackening as the light in the area was collected, gathering into shards of sunlight. Holding them in place as the light finished collecting, taking the time to aim them at Kagaya, Naruto released the condensed energy from each shard in short bursts. The chakra being wasn't idle while Naruto prepared. Kagaya formed another black orb in her hand, with an ease that Naruto hadn't managed even after all of his years alive. Manipulating it to her will, she formed a dark shield that covered her front and held up against the barrage of light-based bolts. They dispersed on contact with the barrier. Seeing that his attack had no effect, even though errant shards of light packed enough power to shred through trees as if they didn't exist, Naruto stepped up his game. It only took a moment of letting up his barrage of fire, but he quickly merged all of the shards of light into one, far larger and packing a greater power. Instead of attacking with small bursts to whittle down his opponent's shield, Naruto went for pure overwhelming force, sending the entire bolt of light towards Kagaya's shield. The attack crossed the distance to its target near instantaneously, but instead of crashing into the shield like Naruto had thought it would, Kagaya dropped her shield at the last possible moment, and used her hand to catch the bolt from the air. Even with the space between them, Naruto could see her third eye glint, knowing that it had memorized the chakra composition of light release as it collided with Kagaya's shield. Pulling her arm back in a rapid movement, Kagaya then let it fly forward, launching the captured bolt of light back towards its creator. Twisting his body out of the way, Naruto only managed to avoid taking the full power of the attack by mere inches. As his body came full circle to face his opponent once again, Naruto found her directly in his face, the black orb that had been her shield now in the form of a large sword. Sticking out a hand, Naruto caught the sword in his palms, which caused the earth beneath his feet to crater in response. A trickle of blood escaped from the point of contact where the sword and flesh met, though whether it was a testament to his slowly weakening form, or the strength that Kagaya had infused into the attack, Naruto didn't know. His opponent, however, took it as a sign of him weakening and began pressing down harder with her blade. It was for naught though, as Naruto managed to hold the sword at bay. With their bodies deadlocked, Kagaya sent black fire from her central eye straight at Naruto. The move was completely unexpected on Naruto's part, which allowed Kagaya to spread the flames all over his face and upper body before he managed to wrestle it from her control and extinguish it. The mass of burned flesh was healed quickly, but Kagaya had made her point by having managed to push her sword closer to Naruto's chest while he was controlling the fire burning his facial features. "You tire," she pointed out, Naruto able to hear the tone of anticipation in her voice. Leaving no chance for any kind of remark, Kagaya continued. "You fight for selfish reasons while do so for the betterment of all, so it is no surprise that your body gives up. Is that not what happens to the villain at the end of all stories?" In spite of situation, Naruto managed to chuckle. "You think you're the hero?" She had said she would kill every sentient being on the face of the planet by taking away their chakra. It was absurd. "You think the people of the world will like you for stopping me?" she questioned, even as she suddenly manipulated her long hair to strike at Naruto's body, only for it to be interrupted by her target's own hair, which pinned Kagaya's hair in place. Unfazed by Naruto's sudden reaction to her hair, Kagaya went on speaking as if nothing happened. "My illusion shows those trapped their every desires, their perfect world, as I take back what is mine. All of their loved ones alive, their enemies vanquished, and their goals achieved. Is it not a far better way to die than in the agony that they would feel if they were awake? You have no right to interfere in their lives. Your time on the mortal plane ended long ago." Naruto responded, well aware of how hypocritical that was of him to say. "I am a god," Kagaya said, nearly spitting the words at Naruto. "My time is over when I say it is. You may be against me, but my power is undeniable, unfathomable, and beyond anything can comprehend. Its extent knows no bounds, and even death folds before my might. I could have swept across this land like a plague." She began to rant, raising armies that felt no pain, tortured people by having them fight against their loved ones, slaughtered villages and set the world ablaze, stealing back my chakra inch by bloody inch, but instead I chose this. Finally, I'll do what you and Hagoromo couldn't do in thousands of years," Kagaya told him, snarling as she pressed even harder against the deadlock, inching her black blade closer to Naruto. "I'll bring peace to this world, and when the last of my chakra is returned to me, only then will I kill you, Naruto. Anger flashed into Naruto's eyes before it was smothered by a sudden resigned, yet determined, glint. The expression confused Kaguya momentarily before she suddenly felt the absence of resistance against her blade. Pushing forward, her sword rocketed forward, slicing through Naruto's clothes yet not touching any flesh before it was biting into the earth. Shredded clothes fell to the ground without their wearer. Kaguya looked around in confusion at what exactly had just happened. Naruto wasn't dead, there was no body for one, but in addition to that, there was still the presence of his chakra in the air, even more of a presence than before if anything. Movement caught Kaguya's attention, turning her towards the source, only to take a step back a moment later. It was Naruto, clad in the same outfit he had just been wearing, despite it lying not a few meters away, near unwearable, on the ground, and with his eyes now their original white. He was different from before though, that was immediately noticeable, having an unnatural glow around his body. It was Kaguya's senses that told her exactly what the difference was. He was not made of flesh and bone anymore but chakra, with a single mind, no longer limited by the physical capabilities of the human brain. His controlled usage of nature chakra, once restricted by the danger of his body turning to stone, was now unlimited. When I first gained the ability to shift my body to align it with chakra natures, to become those natures, I always knew that this would be the result if I did so with my pure chakra. Naruto mused aloud as looked at his hand, turning it over in his vision. He wasn't technically seeing anymore, but it's simply easier to call how he saw the world as such. I also knew that there would be no going back from this. Naruto hardened his expression, turning his attention back to Kaguya, who still seemed stunned by his sudden ascension to a chakra being. Know that you brought this upon yourself. World peace was always too perfect for an imperfect world such as this, because of that it will never be achievable. Kotan Zenchi, light release, omniscience. Naruto's eyes didn't change from their white color even as what he saw changed. The Byakugan was an incredibly useful tool, but in his current form, it held no benefit to Naruto. The chakra that he needed to see was thinly laced throughout the air. It's something he could feel easily, but being able to feel chakra wasn't useful for what he intending to do. Manipulating light itself, Naruto saw all it touched. Everything around him that the sun looked down, he could see it, moving or not, alive or inanimate. He could see the chakra that flowed through the world, watch as it interacted with the environment. Naruto observed a bird, 20 kilometers away flying in between trees as it flew towards a nest of chicks, while simultaneously looking at the corporal form that he had created for himself and the clouds that drifted across the sky. Before his change, Naruto couldn't use this technique to the extent that he was now, and as such wasn't able to try what he was attempting, limited by the amount of information that his brain could process. Now there were no such restrictions and he was able to begin to end this. He could see all of Kaguya now, all of her chakra hovering around her like an agitated animal ready to strike at any time. It spread for kilometers in any direction, a testament to the power at her disposal. Now directing his chakra, Naruto made it move through the air, make it surround his target. Juntun, Kanmon, purification release, barrier. Fire, water and lightning chakra combined to create a nature capable of separating and segregating, and the chakra that Naruto had surrounded Kaguya's immense aura suddenly flared into the visible spectrum. A clear bubble surrounded the two, trapping both of them together. With the creation of the barrier, Kaguya found herself feeling boxed in, with walls pressing on all sides. Flaring her chakra against the sudden prison that contained her, she found it holding with ease. Pushing with true might, to the point the earth beneath her feet began to fracture and buckle under the force, she found it to be another waste of time, the barrier remaining strong, unwilling to allow her chakra to mingle with the outside world. Turning her attention to the only person who could possibly be the creator, Kaguya reasoned that his death or weakening would mean her freedom. Materializing her chakra fists, she launched herself forward with the intent to finally kill him, and continuing reclaiming her chakra. She crossed the distance within seconds, and was within touching distance of her opponent, when he suddenly closed the last meter between them by raising his hand. For a moment, they touched with no repercussions, physical contact between two chakras, and that was all Naruto needed. Gasaku, Yen Hikari Heisa, collaboration, beyond light speed. While her focus was on Naruto, Kaguya was well aware of her surroundings, and was instantly conscious of when the world around her seemed to disappearing into blur of darkness. She didn't stop, however, and proceeded to blow straight into Naruto's form, dispersing it. It was only then, when she gave the equivalent of a glance at her surroundings, that Kagaya realized something was incredibly wrong. There was no ground underneath her feet, just more darkness and the twinkles of stars in the distance. Everywhere she looked, all Kagaya could see were stars. "What have you done?" Kagaya snarled as she turned to the cause of this, who had already reformed himself. "Where have you taken me?" "I brought us into the vastness of space," Naruto responded simply. Through a combination of swift release and light release, he had attached his being to a single particle of light and followed it as it bounced off of the planet and into space, while simultaneously speeding up its movement. Thus, he was able to travel hundreds of light years in a few moments. By touching Kagaya, he had brought her along. By boxing her in beforehand, Naruto made sure that he brought all of her and left nothing behind. "And you think to trap me here?" she questioned amusedly. It was not much of trap after all. Open space was all around them, and she could merely transport herself away at a moment's notice. "No," Naruto denied, a grim smile on his face. "I plan to finally end this." A sudden source of light between Naruto's two hands caught Kagaya's attention, a small sphere of pure energy, incredibly similar to the sun. It was a tiny thing though, barely bigger than a ball that children used to play together. Despite its size, the light source was illuminating Naruto's form the same as a light bulb that was 3 or 4 times bigger would have. Kagaya could also see that it was doing the same to her. "I read in a book once about the consequences of a collapsing star," Naruto mused aloud, looking down at his creation. "I can't believe that I ever thought that it might be difficult." Seton, Chushinsei, star release, supernova. When the light was extinguished as Naruto's hand slapped shut, expelling a force that rolled over her, Kagaya's initial reaction was that Naruto's technique had failed. Then it exploded in a primal display of strength that let both beings no time to react. Irrespective of its size, the force released by the collapsing sun decimated Kagaya upon exploding, sending wave upon wave of unrelenting power that scattered her form and power to the ends of the universe. So thinly spread, Kagaya's mind disappeared without the power to sustain it, vanishing under the might of the exploding star. Naruto too was affected by this, sharing a similar fate as Kagaya. His mind fading away moments after the majority of his chakra was blasted to the corners of the universe. The supernova then continued to expand, pushing outward in a display of color that would have left observers breathless. Though while Naruto did share a similar fate to Kagaya, their fates were not the same. Back in the elemental nations, at the site of where Naruto transported himself and Kagaya into deep space, chakra came together. The memories left to it told it that it wasn't technically alive, and it accepted this. It also knew that it wasn't a person, yet it also knew that soon, there would be so little discrepancies between it and a real person that one would be hard-pressed to tell the difference. It also knew it was being selfish, and of the irony of the situation, yet didn't care. Molding and manipulating itself, combing earth, yin and yang chakras, it began to create. Flesh and bone appeared out of nowhere and started growing, spreading. Ligaments formed in precise positions, with blood vessels, along with was a chakra network and muscles hugging bone. This continued as the chakra worked, making organs as it continued, connecting them to the cardiovascular system, and the lungs to the esophagus. The brain was last, forming far slower than the rest of the body, but eventually as was done. Water, yin and yang came together to fill the body with blood, the red liquid appearing in the veins. By swapping the water chakra for lightning, the chakra kickstart the lower functionality of the brain, making the body begin to breathe, before it was then able to transfer its mind into the brain of its creation, then slotting its chakra into the body's chakra system. With a startled gasp, a body containing the looks of Naruto Ōtsutsuki suddenly opened its eyes. With a low groan, the body picked itself up slowly, feeling each imperfection in the body as never used muscles stretched for the first time. When it finally did pull itself to its feet, the head turned itself to the sky, where it knew a magnificent light show would appear in 100 or so years. Naruto had been many things, but blind to irony was not one of them. Many years ago, he would have relished the opportunity to end his life protecting the world against a legitimate threat, but upon the realization that he would have to do so to defeat Kagaya, Naruto found no enthusiasm for such a thing. He had found a reason to live, a point to his life, and in doing so he had found peace. Despite that simple reasoning, it had taken him 3 millennia and having children once more to come to that conclusion. But his death had still been necessary. A blast of the magnitude needed to scatter Kagaya would have been more powerful than anything he could have shielded against, especially not contain. Naruto would not have been able to control his chakra from a safe distance so far away. He would have to have been within the blast radius, something that would have secured his death. Even rationalizing his actions, knowing that if he didn't that his family would perish, the idea of leaving Minato and his family alone, of leaving Konan alone, tore at Naruto. So he took a page out of Kagaya's book, and left part of his chakra, a copy of his personality and memories, to look after his loved ones for him. The hypocrisy, that where he had once hunted down people for living longer than was naturally allowed, he was now doing that exact thing, was not lost on Naruto. It was selfish to continue living after one's time was done, but he had always done whatever it took for his family. The chakra that Naruto left behind when he sent Kagaya and himself to the stars, controlled by a mind that formed the chakra, became isolated from the main collection, turned its head away from the sky. It looked towards the direction of Amigakure, knowing Konan was waiting for her father's return. It knew it wasn't real, that it had no soul and was just an amalgamation of the real Naruto's memories and personality. It knew all that, and knew it would be the only one to know that. Naruto Ōtsutsuki then walked away from the battlegrounds and towards his daughter. The moon could wait a day or two,